Yes, welcome back to the Park Hill playing field, where the umpires, Mrs. Wright and Joseph, out of Jamaica and Antigua respectively, has just returned to the pavilion. And the prognosis is that the toss will be taken at 10:40. That's in about 15 minutes, 16 minutes time. And the start of play at 10:45. Start of play would be in the next 18 or so minutes. So the prognosis, they figure that everything will be A-OK. Toss at 10:40 a.m. And the actual start of play will be at 10:45 a.m. The teams have not yet been declared. As soon as we receive that information, we'll pass it over to our viewers in this game between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana. So that's the situation here. A bit of sad news also. News from the umpire out of Antigua, Mr. Joseph, former umpire, Pat White. You all know him quite well. Pat White has passed. He passed last night in Antigua, and he's gone to the great beyond. So our sympathies and condolences from us here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines to the Antigua generally, and to his immediate family, friends, and whomsoever else. From us here in St. Vincent and Grenadines, the cricketing fraternity and those who knew him quite well. So Pat White, former umpire, well known, passed last night in Antigua. So our sympathies go out to him a second time. So until we are ready for you at about 20 to 11, Stanley Hines locking off for the time being. Yeah, welcome back to the Park Hill playing field. Here we are about to commence the start of this game between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago in the Cricket West Indies Under 19 tournament, presently underway here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. My name is Stanley Hines, and to my right here is the co-commentator Osnet Cato. Welcome to Osnet, and say good morning to the viewers.
Yeah, good morning to you, Mr. Hines. It's a very good opportunity to be here. Good morning to all the viewers as well, whether locally, internationally, regionally. And we're looking forward to a very good day of cricket here today at the Park Hill playing field.
Yes, and of course the umpires are just making their way out, and there's some, as sand as we call it, being placed in the affected area on the northern end. So play will start in a couple of minutes. By the meantime, the ground staff busy out there trying to spread that sand so that make sure that little or no impediment in relation to the Trinidad and Tobago team, who incidentally won the toss and they have insulted Guyana. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's just a couple of spots we can see clearly from our area here that seems to be needing some attention by the ground staff. We have this area right in, could say extra cover, a straightish cover, and also at a leg slip area at the other end as well. So hopefully the ground staff will be able to get the playing area to a suitable level so that we can start on time.
Right, so the Trinidad and Tobago squad, it's Ramnath Rajiv. Did I get right? Yes. No, the captain is Rajiv Ramnath. Rajiv Ramnath, he's the captain of Trinidad and Tobago. Then you have Zachary Siwa, Nick Ramlal, Vasant Singh, Jason Agard, Justin Jagasa, Kyle Ramdu, Narad Kisundath, Joshua Davis, and Orlando James. Some tongue twister here with these names. The Guyana team,
as we have come to expect. In terms of the Guyana team, we have Ram Patab Ramnath, Tomani Caesar, Mavendra Dinial, Zachary Joda, Alvin Mohaba, Mahendra Gupilal, who is also the captain as well, Jonathan Rampasad, Sachin Balgobim, the vice captain, Zenul Ramsamy, Shamar Yewood, Jeremy Sandia, the wicket keeper, Bruce Vincent, Rivaldo Phillips, Isaiah Thorne. All right, so that is basically the Guyanese team there as well. Similar tongue twisters there, I'm going in terms of names.
Yes, these tongue twisters, you know, both teams are from the southern part of the Caribbean, so we expect this. So umpires Chris Wright and Bernard Joseph are out there. Match referee Stephen Proverb out of Barbados. Proverb is associated with Barbados, so he is the match referee. Umpires out. The fielding team Trinidad and Tobago is on making their way out. So to the opening batsmen for Guyana.
Yes, it's good to see cricket here again in Park Hill, a very secluded community in the northeasterly part of the country actually. The playing field was constructed a few years ago, one of the newer playing fields we have here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Hopefully it will be able to produce some very good cricket here this morning. The weather, well, earlier Mr. Hines alluded to the overnight showers we would have had. We also had some rain this morning as well. But the pitch seemed to be in very good condition. And I'm not surprised to see that the Trinidad team has actually opted to bowl, because I think the wicket will still have a bit of moisture in it this morning.
I understood the opening batsman is Ramnath and Caesar, which is Rampatad Ramnath and Tomani Caesar.
Yes, I think you got those right. By the end of the day, we might get these pronunciations right as well.
Yes, and the bowler, Cohen. The bowler's name?
Coach Wang.
We are all trying to feel our way in relation to the name of the Agard, right? Fast bowler Agard. He is Jason Agard, and he'll be bowling from the southern end or the Georgetown end here, as we know it locally, and he'll be bowling to left-handed batsman in. Oh, so this one is Caesar. Yeah, so he'll be bowling to Caesar. We have to keep a keen eye out, both are left-handers. It's just about quarter to 11. Plays about to commence. First ball is to come from the southern end, and he'll be bowling to Caesar, batting at another end. The sun is out, not really in all his glory, but it's out, and plays about to start. The fast bowler from the southern end, and he will be bowling. Not too long a run-up. Left, no, well, he misses his run-up. Yeah, left. Jason Agard, he'll be coming in from the southern end, and he'll be bowling to Caesar. Let's see. Left arm over this one on his hips, and he turned that one up down to long leg, and he's off the mark with one. So it's one without loss. No, the umpire now is very belated signal. It's a leg by. Thought he got an inside edge onto that one.
Yeah, I think from our standpoint as well, I think I would have heard that inside edge there.
I thought I heard it, but
So,
he's in the best position, and he made his decision.
very much so.
One without loss, a leg by, and Agard will now be bowling to Ramnath. I forgot the name right. Ramnath. So there's two slips, a gully, a backward point, cover mid off, a straightish short mid on, and a long leg. So it's, I would say, not quite sunny condition, but sun is out a little bit, and it's going under the clouds. So good condition for seam bowling. Agard in this one on that off stump and defended quite nicely. Good line, good length, right on the money, and defended, and there's no run. One without loss. Guyana having been inserted to bat by the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Well, I think there's a very good length you should try and hit early on in your spell. At least get the ball, making the batsman play. You don't want the batsman to be leaving too much at this early stage. So that was a very good length there, and equally that was a very good defensive shot there by the batsman.
He made him play. That's the important thing with it. From the two deliveries thus far, he seemed to be right on target. Agard into Ramnath outside, and he played at this one. It bounced a little more than he expected, and it took the outer portion of the bat and flew over the slips down to the third man boundary for four. Fortuitous boundary, but it's in the book. He's off the mark with four. And on another day, it was certainly landed in one of those slips hands, but this one flew over the head and down to the third man boundary for four. He's off the mark with four. 5 without loss. Ghana, 5 without loss, having been inserted to bat.
Yeah, I think the difference between that delivery is that it had a bit more width on it, and it was also a bit short as well. So it gave the batsman the opportunity to free his arms. And as I say, when you're going, you go hard. And that was it manifested there.
Agard from the southern end, in, outside the off stump, and he allowed this one to go through, taken by the keeper, and there's no 5 without loss. But I haven't had a good look at the pitch. It seemed to be a pitch that you certainly should be able to get runs on it. Haven't had a good look at it before the start of play.
Well, definitely. That last delivery is testament to that. We saw good pace and bounce there. But equally, it was a good leave there by the batsman. Very early in your innings, you want to leave as much ball as possible and see what the ball is doing.
Yes, that one had some bounce. That is important once you're bowling. And so too batting. As Agard into Ramnath. This one outside the off stump again. The bounce. He had to play it somewhere across the midriff. And he took the outer portion of the bat and fielded well at gully, and there's no run. Certainly pronounced bounce there from Agard, left arm over from the southern end.
Well, on arriving to the ground this morning, I think I had a chat with one of the groundsmen, and one of his first words was that it's a very hard wicket, so we should expect good pace and bounce on this type of wicket. Hopefully it is consistent, because you don't want to have inconsistent bounce, and it will be the benefit of the batsman as well as the bowler.
Agard in. Outside the off stump, and he cut that one beautifully short, asking to be hit. The bounce again on top of it, and he spanked that one to the right of cover, but this is the longer side of the field, and he got 2 runs. Certainly, short of a length, the bunks allow him to go on the back foot and slap that once, and because of the bit of rain that hit it, the outfield a bit slow, and he got 2 runs. But certainly, positive intent there by Ramnath. 7 without loss at the end of the first over.
Yeah, I think you made a good point in terms of the outfield. We expect to have a little bit of soggy outfield in a sense. It would not be as quick as if it was a sunny day. The rain that we would have had all year would have contributed to the slow nature of the outfield here. We also, in terms of that first over, Gunny, I think it was a bit of a mixed bag. We saw some good deliveries, good length, good pace, but we also saw a bit of width, short and wide, being given to the batsman, and he took full advantage of those deliveries.
Yes, if that is well, we're getting all mixed up with the names of the bowlers. They're saying one bowler name, and then we are now seeing it's a Orlando James, have been told, but what we were told earlier from the coach was someone else. But we'll go with James. Orlando James, number 14 on his back. I'll be coming from the northern end. Let's see what he's going to do. Right arm move outside the off stump. Again, the bounce is there right on top of it and forces it out to the right of cover. And he gets a single. That's Caesar. He's now off the mark with 1. It's 8 without loss. Certainly, from what you have seen in the first over and this one delivery in the second over, there is definitely pronounced bounce on this track here at the Park Hill playing field. Overcast conditions, you know, not being too critical, they need to pitch it up a bit more, but maybe they're being carried away with the bounce so far. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it's a good cricket wicket so far in terms of offering a bit for the bowlers, but at the same time, the bounce can be beneficial to the batsman as well.
Yes, because they can play those horizontal shots.
Yes, definitely.
As it's James from the northern end, left arm over, outside the off arm, and he bangs this one short of a length, bangs this one to wide mid on, and he collects 2 short of a length. He hit that bat very hard. The thing with it, the batsman have trust in the bounce already, because he slammed that one from somewhere across the chest area, and spoke about the horizontal shots, and certainly that was one. But again, the outfield, we know the overnight and morning showers, he only got 2. But certainly we're seeing some very positive intent here by the Guyanese openers.
Very much so, Gunny. I think this bowler doesn't have as much pace as the other bowler, so perhaps he needs to pitch up the ball a bit more.
As it's James from the northern end in, outside the off stump, and he forces out to cover, and there is no runs. 10 without loss, Guyana. Here in this opening round game against Trinidad and Tobago, but certainly positive intent from the Guyanese opening pair in Ramnath and Caesar, as against I think they're bowling a bit too short. Big probably getting carried away with the bounce here, but certainly it's a positive start to this game. In, outside the leg stump, this one much fuller length, but misguided outside the leg stump, and looking to flick that one away, mistaken keeper cleanly by the keeper, and there's no runs. 10 without loss. Guyana having been inserted about here in the Cricket West Indies Under-19 tournament, presently taking place here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Other matches are being played at Annesville between the Windward Islands and Leeward Islands, and at Cumberland on the western side, where Barbados, they're up against Jamaica. So, Mr. James is back to his mark at the northern end. Passes umpire right. Outside the off now, and he cut that one again, trusting the bounce to the man at square cover point, and there's no run. Certainly, the batsmen seem to realize that the ball is bouncing and they're going to play the shots.
Yeah, definitely. But I think it's a bit early as well, but I think the bowling is a bit too short here.
Yes, definitely.
You have a new ball in your hands, you have overcast conditions, you know, a late start. I think they should be pitching the ball up a bit more, see what the pitch has to offer. But as you said from before, from the first over, we saw that bounce and carry to the wicket-keeper. I think maybe the bowler's getting a bit carried away.
I think that is what is happening. Rather than keep that ball up on a good line, good length, and let the seam do the rest. In James Bowl, again, there's a much better line this time. Right in that meter, in that 68-meter mark, as I tend to say. He has to defend it, and he defended it well, but certainly too many short deliveries. But as I said, maybe they see the pitch, it's hard, and they are trying to see what they can extract from the surface. And from our vantage point is certainly they need to pitch more of that last delivery from James up to the batsman for them to be thinking to play forward or defend rather than giving them room and width, as you said, in terms of playing the horizontal shots. Yeah. 11 without loss, Guyana.
Yeah, definitely. That last delivery should work as a template for the following overs now. So far, as we have said before, it's been quite a mixed bag from the bowlers. We haven't seen any consistent line and length as such, a bit all over the place, as we would say. So hopefully they can improve on that going forward.
God, from the southern end, outside the off stump, that's the line we're speaking about. Outside the off stump, enticing him to try and play an attacking shot, mistaken cleanly by the keeper. That is far better than what we're seeing. But we'll see if he would be consistently bowling those deliveries in that general area.
Yes, that is the area you want to find yourself in. Very early, you want the batsman to play away from their body. And you already have 3 slips and a gully there. So that is the kind of length that we expect to see early on.
Agard from the southern end, fastest umpire. Again, a beautiful delivery this time. Seemed to have gotten a message. Beautiful delivery, perfect line, perfect length, forced him to play, missed. Unfortunate for him, he didn't take the edge. Unfortunate for the batsman, it was too good a delivery for him.
Very much so. So we've seen a bit of consistency here now. Just in that corridor of uncertainty, as we will call it, that area where the batsman don't know whether to come forward or back, and in the end, beating the outside edge.
Hey God, let's see if he'll continue to keep those deliveries on that general line. 2 beautiful deliveries, left arm over from the southern end. As you said, overcast conditions, good time to swing the ball, as we tend to say, and with the pitch, with the preparation more, so should be able to get some lateral movements as well. Agard in. Oh, my goodness, another beautiful delivery. Carbon copy, right on line, right on length. Forced him to play, missed and taken around the chest high by the wicketkeeper. That's the type of delivery we want to see. Test the metal of the batsman.
Yeah, very good pace and bounce there as well. I think there's one of the joy of having a left arm seamer in your attack as well. The ability to move the ball away from the left hand and bringing it back into the right hand as well.
Yes, really, really 3 excellent deliveries from Agard. From the southern end, in. Again, Mike goes and carbon copy. There's a strong appeal for caught behind. Not out, says umpire. Seems to be right. And certainly beautiful bowling here in this over thus far from Agard.
Yeah, I think the captain will be very pleased after that first over. Maybe they got a little bit carried away, but this over has been a joy to watch in terms of swing bowling. I mean, the conditions are conducive to such bowling, but we are now seeing the left arm seamer really coming into his own from the southern end.
On another day, certainly he would have touched one, because those 4 deliveries are spot on, as if there's a penny, as we say, and he's hitting straight on that spot consistently for 4 deliveries. Let's see what he will do with this next delivery. Agard, left arm over from the southern end. This one a bit further outside the off stump, and he allowed that one to go by. But again, generally in that same area, but 6 inches away from the wickets per se, and the batsman, which is Caesar, allowed that one to go by. Certainly it's excellent bowling, but I rather suspect, Osnet, that they try the pitch in the first over to see what type of bounce, the pace it will come off with, but now they have settled themselves, especially Agard from that southern end, settled themselves into bowling. Beautiful line and length. In he comes, bowls. Oh, my goodness, carbon copy again. A brilliant over there by Agard. A maiden over, 10 without loss, but certainly this is exactly how the Trinidadian fast bowler should be using the pitch.
Very much so. Very good over there by Agar. A good comeback over after that first over, which was pretty wayward, as we would have mentioned. This over was very challenging to the batsman. But from a batsman perspective, it's a 3-day game. You just need to see off the opening bowlers and bat as long as possible. Some deliveries might go past the outside edge at this point in time, but it's a matter of you staying there, digging in, and going for the long haul.
Yes, there are days when the bowler will be bowling those type of deliveries and have already gotten a wicket or two. But that is how sports go, especially in this game of cricket. You bowl brilliantly one day and you see nothing in the fourth column. And next day, didn't bowl that well, and you'll see 5, 6.
Very much so, Goni.
So, Mr. James from the northern end, slight delay there as the umpires apparently were taking the names of the bowlers because there are certain restrictions in relation to the under-19. So it would be James, Orlando James, in. Outside the off stump and short of a length. Back he came and banged us high over mid-wicket for 4. Short of a length, maybe he weren't paying attention to what Agard did from his southern end. Another short delivery, and back went Ramnath and banged it high over mid-wicket. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4, and a positive shot there to a short delivery from James as the total rolls on to 14 without loss, and Ramnath on to 12.
But James just hasn't been able to find his length on this pitch so far. He's been a bit short, and I don't think he has the pace to really trouble the batsman at that length. Sorry.
James in, short again and cut away, but straight to the man at backward point, and there is no run. Certainly, someone needs to wake him and say, look, hey, the short delivery is not working. Keep the ball on a better line and on a better length, because Ramnath is certainly waiting for the short deliveries to do something about the short deliveries. He banged them away previous delivery for 4, cut that one, but straight to the man at backward point, and there is no run. 14 without loss. James from the northern end in. Short of a length again, forces it out to square cover point, and there is no run. 14 without loss, and it's not a 20-20 game, it's not a 50-over game, but Ramnath is showing positive intent to the short deliveries, not throwing his bat, not playing foul shots, playing proper cricket shots.
Very much so. And positive batting doesn't necessarily have to be attacking stroke. Even in your defense as well, you could look positive as well.
James in. Short of a length, and he cut this one again to that man. He seemed to have dropped him short of a length, and he slammed that one to the right of the fielder there at square cover point, and he has been given a life. But that's how things goes, you know. Sometimes you play positive shots, and he certainly should have held it. It was good height. It's pretty clear, and he should have held on to it. He didn't, and that's how it is.
The batsman may have got jung in the honey, as we would say locally sometimes. There's a lot of short and wide, and so far he has been hitting the man at point regularly. And this time it was in the air, but the fielder there dropped it.
James in. This one short of a length again on his body, and he turned this one around to deep backward square. Another single to Ramnath. He's up to 13. It's 15 without loss. 15 without loss. Guyana haven't been inserted about here against Trinidad and Tobago. But, you know, that's how the cookie crumbles. He's not bowling as well as he should have as compared to Agard. And the chance has gone off of his bowling.
Yeah. Despite that chance he created, I think his bowling is a bit too short still going.
Definitely.
Especially given his pace. And
given the conditions.
And the conditions as well. But as you say, sometimes a lot goes your way.
James from the northern end aborts his run-up. Passes the umpire there. And that's umpire. That seems to be Mr. Joseph from Antigua. As he goes back to his mark. The cloud is definitely moving away, and we're seeing the sun a little more consistently now. As James in. Outside the off stump, much fuller length, and he pushed at it, took the outer portion of the bat down to a gully, and there is no run. So it's 15 without loss. The scores are not very close to us. 15 without loss here at the Park Hill playing field in the West Indies, Cricket West Indies under-19 tournament. 2 other games being played. Barbados against Jamaica at the Cumberland playing field on the western side of the country. We are up on the eastern side of the country at Park Hill, where Trinidad and Tobago, they are playing against Guyana, and at the main Honestfield playing field, the Battle of the Islands, Windward Islands against the Leeward Islands.
Yeah. So that last delivery of the previous over, I think that's the type of length that James should be looking at moving forward. Start of a new over again. The previous over was a menu by
Egad.
Egad, yes. Very impressive so far.
Let's see if he'll resort to that, or rather than do the opposite to James. In he comes from the southern end, left arm. Bots his run up, and he didn't deliver it, and there is no run. Yeah, this is Ramnath down on the southern. Yeah, we have to identify there in the look-alike and the green helmet, you know, but the younger man has not Kato has pinpointed an area that he has aimed at or identified as to who is whom. But as Egad, the left arm, not from a far run up, in this one again, continuing from that line, but a bit on the outside, and Ramnath allowed that one to go through, and the wicketkeeper took it across his chest. It bounced after it had passed the batsman, but certainly he is using the conditions really well. As we spoke about the sun has come out. It's really much better now than, let's say, 15, 20 minutes ago. The sun is out, and the heat is going to take out that early morning moisture, because certainly the pitch had moisture as a result of over preparation and early morning rain, overnight rain. Egad in. Again, a bit on the outside, a bit too far out. Ramnath allowed to go through to the keeper, and there is no run. But certainly Ramnath has positive intentions.
Very much so. I think the length and the line is a good line. All right, it's just testing the batsman patience as well. Just hanging it out there. If it's anything, if it's to be a little bit critical, you can perhaps come a little closer, start a bit closer, trying to get the outside edge, because so far Ramnath has been able to leave both of those deliveries alone.
Having picked up the line, he's allowed two deliveries to go past him. Let's see if he'll bring it closer now. Egad to Ramnath. Again, similar spot, a bit out on the outside and offside, through to the keeper. But certainly it's a good test, because the plethora of 2020 cricket, those kind of deliveries, the batsmen will tend to have a go at them. But with this 3-day cricket, you have to settle and play long innings. Good judgment on the part of Ramnath, allow it to go through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. This is the type of thing we should be seeing more regularly from our West Indian senior batsmen.
Very much so.
As Egad from the southern end in. This one outside the off stump, and he played at that one. It took the outer portion of the bat. He brought it closer, and he found the outer portion of the bat. Very good delivery there from Egad, and defended well by Ramnath.
Very much so. Is that testing length? Is that testing length so far from the left arm seamer there? Just a bit of movement away from the left hander. So as a batsman, you need to pick up the length early and know what delivery you want to leave alone. As we said, there's no rush really and truly. You just need to bat as long as possible. Runs will come.
Egad, he'll be continue to pick it up from the southern end for the Trinidad and Tobago squad. Having won the toss and inserted the opposition is Guyana. They are 15 without loss. Egad from the southern end in. Outside the off stump again, he reverted to the previous deliveries and allowed to go by Ramnath, taken cleanly by the keeper, who is taking those deliveries up around his chest high. Certainly there is bounce in this pitch. And what will be very interesting is when the spinners do come on with this type of bounce, because spinners tend to want to get some bounce out of this playing surface once they're bowling.
Very much so, Gunny. I think that's been a highlight of the play so far, the few overs we have seen so far in terms of the pace and bounce that Egad has been able to extract from the surface.
Egad from the southern end in. Again, outside the off, some much better line, much better length, much closer to the batsman, and there is no run. He pushed that one out to mid-off, but certainly another pretty good over there by Egad.
So consecutive menus there by Egad. Very good line, very good length, testing the batsman vulnerability outside the off stump. And I think James, on the other hand, need to take a page out of his book.
Certainly, it's good temperament on the part there of Ramnath, having faced James and having to deal with the short deliveries, and against Egad, he has to deal with the fuller length deliveries. So the temperament is about right.
Yes, and that's what batting is all about, knowing the bowlers that you're coming up against. You know, James, he tends to be a little bit short, But Agard, on the other hand, his length is a bit fuller, and he seemed to be getting a little bit more movement than James. Well, James, I don't think he will be able to extract any movement at that length he's bowling. Perhaps he need to get a little bit fuller outside the off stump.
Yes, but once you're out there with your bowling partner, you should learn why he is creating problems for the batsman. I'm not really creating that type of problem. It's a full length delivery this time. For the first time you're seeing it, driven out to long off. Just a single, fuller length this time from James, and pushed by Caesar, and he's on to 2 at 16 without loss. But the first time we're really seeing him bowling that delivery in the area to create some problems for the batsman. But certainly fuller length, and he pushed it, didn't hit it, he pushed it, and he got a single down to mid-on, and it's 16 without loss.
Yeah, I think his captain will be more pleased with that particular length. And once again, we're seeing the outfield is not as quick as we know it to be in the past, but that perhaps attributed to the overnight rain we would have had.
James in, outside the off stump, much fuller length again. Maybe he may not be the quickest of learners, but he certainly has bowled 2 good deliveries on line and length, looking to get some type of lateral movement. But certainly the previous 2 overs were too short. Now he's forcing that ball up a bit fuller to the batsman and forcing him to defend. And let's see if he'll continue for the rest of the over. Hit the Park Hill playing field. Guyana 16 without loss. James, right arm over. This one again, driven, lovely shot there. Fuller length. They're going for 1. They're going for 2. They did reach the boundary. We are not sure. We'll wait to see what the umpire does. And it's 2 runs there. 2, is that Ramnath? Yes, Ramnath. 2 more runs to him at fuller length delivery, and he came with a full face of the bat to the right of mid-off, and he collected 2 runs. As you said earlier, the slow field due to the overnight and morning showers. 19 without loss. Guyana have been inserted the bat here by Trinidad and Tobago.
I think the batsman gone here seem to be more comfortable batting from this end with James bowling.
James from the northern end in. This one. Good line, good length, and he defended it right on top of it. No harm done. But certainly, having won the toss and inserted the Guyanese, I'm certain that they're looking for a wicket or 2 fairly quickly. Yes, we're not playing 20-20 cricket. Yes, they're not playing rush shots. They are defending. They are playing the deliveries based on what is delivered to them. Short deliveries, they are playing shots. The good line, good length deliveries, they are defending. So it's a good little battle here between bat and ball as James continues from the northern end. And someone has been put back. He's brought out to mid-wicket. So we expect a short delivery. James into Ramnath. Again, the 2-yard trick. Sent the mid-wicket number 17 for Trinidad out, and then he bowled a full-length delivery, and he pushed them out to cover point, and he collects a single. But certainly he should not have delivered that delivery, that full-length delivery, having set the mid-wicket out. He should have used the bouncer right away. He tried a 2-yard trick, didn't work, but at least he's thinking.
Very much so. I think the 2 batsmen very confident against James.
Yeah, very.
Even in defense, we see him very comfortable.
And they're finding the gaps at Ramnath. And now Caesar in, this one outside the leg stump. And batsman looking to flick, missed, and taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper of TNT. And there is no run. It's 19 without loss, 19 without loss. But certainly, as you quite rightly said, they are seemingly more comfortable against James rather than Agard, who is really forcing them to play.
Yeah. James hasn't been able to find the length that is needed on this wicket so far. He has been a bit too short at times, and even when he has gone full, he has been a bit too full. So he's a bit of hit and miss in a sense. You need to find that length in between length, given his pace, and maybe he'll be able to trouble the batsman a bit more. Having said that, though, I think the 2 batsmen have played very well. They've been troubled a bit by Agard, but apart from that, they have been able to leave balls outside the off stump and play their attacking strokes when necessary.
Agard continuing to bowl now to Ramnath. Very good line, very good length, continuing where he left off, and Ramnath can only defend. And this is a good battle between bat and ball. especially from Agard from the southern end. They've really been testing them, and both of them have been defending quite well.
Very much so. The life of an open batsman sometimes is not very easy, Gunny. You tend to find different caliber bowlers, and as we can see from today's performance so far, Agard is the guy to really look at.
Agard from the southern end in. Again, very good line, very good length, and well defended there by Ramnath. Certainly, this is good cricket we are looking at here at the Parkhill playing field.
Yes, Agard continued to impress us with his pace, his line, his length as well, and the batsman equally up to the challenge as well.
Real battle on here between bat and ball. Agard from the southern end, Ramnath particularly, and Caesar, they are playing opening batsmen for Guyana, but most of Ramnath is really, the ball being hit in the middle of the bat, and certainly being tested severely here by Agard from the southern end in. Again, this one, good line, good length, but that ball seemed to have deviated a bit, struck him on the pad. Half-hearted appeal, but certainly excellent cricket we are seeing here between bat and ball, between Agard and Ramnath.
I think that one perhaps would have come back a bit with the angle. Most of the deliveries he's been bowling so far would have been leaving the left-hander, but that one seemed to have nipped back a bit, hence the hitting him just above the knee roll.
So the play continues, 19 without loss, and a bit of a shining of the ball there by Trinidadian individual at mid-off as Agard into Ramnath. This one a bit further on the outside. Good judgment on his part. Allow it to go through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. But certainly it's a positive sign. It's a positive way to look at things as far as Ramnath is concerned. Again, some very, very good left-arm, medium-fast bowling from the southern end here at the Parkhill playing field in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Cricket West Indies Under-19 tournament being streamed live. All three games being streamed live. This one here at Parkhill, Trinidad and Tobago having won the toss, and it's out to Guyana, who has Agard from the southern end in. Oh my goodness, a beautiful delivery, a pull of a delivery there by Agard. I think this is about the third one that they're forced to play, missed, and maybe a little bit of lady luck. He could have taken an edge, and fortunately for Ramnath, he's still batting, but certainly wonderful bowling here by Agard, the left-arm fast medium bowler from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, that was a peach of a delivery there from Agard, and I think the batsman will be happy that he actually missed it. Sometimes you just have to acknowledge that that was just too good a delivery.
That's how it is. At times you do get them, sometimes you don't. Agard into Ramnath. Again, this one outside the off stump, and he played to take care of the outer portion of the bat. The end of an excellent over there by Agard, and certainly putting on a very good display of left-arm fast medium bowling here from the southern end, from the Trinidad and Tobago youngster.
I think that is his third consecutive maid, no, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right, absolutely right.
So most of the runs so far would have been leaking at the other end, as we would have mentioned before, from Mr. James. So hopefully be able to get it right at some point in time and just exert the same type of pressure that Agard is exerting on the batsman at this point in time.
Certainly putting a lot of pressure on the Guyanese openers. That's Agard to Ramnath and Caesar. On the other hand, James, too many loose deliveries, too many short deliveries, and they've been given opportunities to score. Never mind that he was unfortunate that Ramnath is not back in the pavilion. Drop a catch from one of those short deliveries from Ramnath. Let's see how it goes as James from the northern end in sees outside the off stump and short of a length again and cut away between gully and third slip, and he collects 2 runs. That's Caesar. He's up now to 4. It's 21 without loss. As again, could have been a 6 inches a bit fuller and force him to come and play rather than give him that extra time to play the cut shot between. It wasn't an edge, it was cut off the face of the bat between gully and third man. As
I think it's very important that you have bowling partnerships as well as batting partnerships. So far we have seen the best of Agard, but James on the other hand has been leaking some runs at his end. So just as important as the opening batting partnership, the bowling partnership has to be solid as well.
Outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump, and allowed to go through the, and there's no run. But certainly, some of the West Indies' great success in the golden era was based on consistency and bowling partnership between Holding, Roberts, Croft, Garner.
Yeah, I might not have had the opportunity to see these guys live, but,
yeah, but
based on research and listening to other persons, I think that was a hallmark of their success.
Yes, definitely. Bowling in partnerships. Same odds, but different bowlers, different era. This one outside the leg stump, looking to flick it away. Missed, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. I distinctly remember Joel Garner over to Alan Border in Trinidad and Tobago at Queen's Park Oval. 6 deliveries were it seemed as if he had left a little spot on the pitch, and he bowled the 6 deliveries the same spot, and Alan Border had no choice but to defend every single one, and he did successfully. That is we spoke about, consistency. And then at the other end, you had Andy Roberts really peppering away the short deliveries at the, I think it was Mark Waugh. So certainly partnerships counted as from this and other end in. This one on his leg stump, and he tucks it away down to straightest mid-wicket. A single to him, but one of the better deliveries there from James, and we see the wicketkeeper having a word with James. I'm not too sure what he could have mentioned to him at that point in time. Maybe he spotted a weakness that we haven't seen, but certainly what we can say and what we have been speaking to is his bowling too short and too inconsistent as compared to Agard from the side.
Yeah, I think one of the features of this partnership so far too as well has been the ability to find singles and twos, which is very important. Changing strike and rotating strike.
Despite their 2 left-handers,
yes,
but 2 different type of left-handers. In, outside the off stump, straight to the keeper, and there is no one. Certainly Ramnath is the attacking left-hander as against Caesar, who is a bit more defensive. And Ramnath has been facing the brunt of the music, so to speak, from Agard, from the southern end, and he's really testing the mettle of the young man. And so far, so good as far as the batting team is concerned. But Agard can feel a little bit aggrieved that he hasn't picked up a wicket. Certainly some excellent left-arm, fast, medium bowling from the southern end here at the Park Hill playing field in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's Cricket West Indies under-19 tournament as we look at James, right arm in. Again, similar delivery, wide outside the off stump, the end of the over. Another inconsistent over there from James, and 21 without loss, 22 without loss. Guyana having been inserted to bat by Trinidad and Tobago. Your thoughts?
I think those last 2 deliveries that James would have bowled, I think that is a template he should be using going forward. Those were for good length. Perhaps if I'm overly critical, he perhaps could get a little bit straighter, trying to get it to angle across the batsman, seeing that he has 2 slips and a gully as well.
Well, I don't think you're being critical, you're being positive with your thoughts, because what we are seeing is what he's delivering. And we are saying he should be bowling a far fuller length, and we are complimenting Agard for some excellent line bowling and creating real problems for the Guyanese batsmen. More so Ramnath, who seemed to be taking most of the strike.
Yes. So
it's Caesar taking strike from Agard. He'll be into his 5th over from the southern end in. This one outside the leg stump, losing his line temporarily just outside the leg stump, and taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. 22 without loss. Guyana have been inserted to bat, and Trinidad and Tobago certainly be, with this excellent bowling from Agard, will certainly be looking forward, should have looked forward to a wicket thus far. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened. He hasn't found the edge, but he's bowled some absolute pearls of delivery here this morning at the Park Hill playing field, as we look at Agard from the southern end to bowl to Caesar in. This one again, reverting to his line, and he can only defend, and defended very, very well indeed, is Caesar, the Guyanese opening batsman.
yeah, I think the Guyana team will be very happy with the performance so far. Yes, they have given a chance all year, but apart from that, I think the batsmen have played very well. They've left deliveries outside the off stump, and they've also been able to put away the bad deliveries as well. I think this perhaps might be the last over for Agard in his first spell, so just a matter of seeing him off.
Yeah. Agard in. Outside the off stump, there's a strong appeal for caught behind. Umpire says not out, but certainly it was very, very confident that he nicked it. But umpire Bernard Joseph out of Antigua says not out, 22 without loss.
I think Agard is becoming increasingly frustrated because he has been able to beat the outside edge on a number of occasions now without actually being successful. And I think he just needs to just continue to focus on that line, and as you say, at some point in time your rewards will come.
Yes, because certainly he has beat the bat several times during the course of his spell. And I said, unfortunate for him, he hasn't been able to get the nod of the umpires because there was a very vociferous appeal over that last delivery. Agard in, this one on his leg stump, tucked him up and tucked it nicely down to long leg for a single. And it's 23 without loss as Caesar gets another run. He goes up now to 6. Certainly excellent bowling, and fortunate for him and fortunate for Guyana. Fortunate for Guyana. Nobody has nicked any, and unfortunate for Agard, Trinidad and Tobago. Just by a centimeter, he's not been able to find the edge.
I think that was a good play there also by the batsman. You have to give him credit. He was just beaten outside the off stump. But when he got the opportunity to walk it down to fine leg, he would have been able to get single as well.
Now, the battle resumes. Agard into Ramnath. Forces this one outside off stump down to backward point, and there is no run. But certainly, Osnet, I don't know how much you bowl, but certainly it is nice. You do not have that type of feeling when you know you're beating the bat so consistent, and you cannot find the edge.
I think we could go back to perhaps Courtney Walsh and Courtney Ambrose. Courtney Walsh, normally the workhorse, get more wickets than Mr. Ambrose, but I think most people will tell you Ambrose was the better bowler.
Well, it's a matter of how you see it. In again, he's out caught. Well, finally he has gotten a wicket. We keep saying he deserves a wicket. And here it is, this one on a better line. He pushed at it with the bottom hand, the right hand, back to the bowler, who ensured that he has taken a wicket by taking his own return catch. And Guyana have lost the wicket of Ramnath, caught and bowled by Agard, and he made 16. 22 for the loss of 1, 23 for the loss of 1, 23 for the loss of 1. And he made 16, right? Yes, the scorer nodded it. So certainly Agard has gotten a rich reward for some excellent bowling left arm from the southern end.
Yeah, perhaps not the mode of dismissal he was really looking for, but still it's a wicket. He has worked hard, he has bowled well, good pace, good control. And I think Ramnath will also be very disappointed with that as well. It was a delivery perhaps holding a bit in the pitch. Didn't really get to the pitch of it and end up scooping it back to the bowler. Easy caught and bowl chance.
It wasn't the best of deliveries based on his excellent performance, excellent bowling, but the problem with it is he deserves a wicket.
Very much so.
We are looking at, what is it? Mavendra Dindyal. What's it? Didial is the new batsman, and it's the end of that over.
Fast bowler. We don't have the short numbers here.
Right. So excellent spell. That's Agard. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7. Certainly wonderful bowling here from the left arm. So it's Zachary Sewell. Another seamer for Trinidad and Tobago. Sewell, he'll be bowling to the Caesar. Sewell will be bowling to Caesar. Really, if anyone deserves a wicket, it was Agard.
Yeah, that was a brilliant spell there by Agard. As I said to you before, that would have been his last over in that particular spell.
So Sewell, let's see what happens. Another left hand, no, right arm, tall. pitched up and beautifully driven there to the boundary. And they're going to get one. They should have gotten a second one. And there's a bit of an overthrow, and but it's all backed up, and just the one to Caesar. He goes up now to 7. He goes up to 7, and the tall batsman, that's Dedial,
I believe.
Dedial, whatever the pronunciation is, Dedial, D-I-D. D-I-N, Dindlyal, D-I-N-D-Y-L, Dindlyal.
It's also a right-hander.
A right-hander, so it'll be easy for us here from this end. So we have the right-hand, left-hand combination. And it's Sewell, right arm, fast medium from the northern end. The sun now is really and truly been hitting the playing area, hitting the pitch, hitting all the players out there as the cloud cover is still there to the eastern side of us here. That is going to drift across us, but at the moment the sun is out and conditions good for cricket. Sewell from the northern end. This one beautiful delivery this time and defended well by Dindlyal. 24 for the loss of 1, but certainly a good first-up delivery from Sewell to Dindlyal, who defended very well.
Well, I think what we have seen from Sewell so far is that he's going to be bowling a fuller length than what James would have given us before. And also the batsman, they're very good and positive in defense. So hopefully it's a good contest between bat and ball here.
Sewell from the northern end, right arm, medium in. This one on the leg stump again. Push this one out to mid on, and there is no run. So Caesar on 7, Dindlyal, and yet to score. Ramnat gone, caught and bowl Agard for 16. He struck 2 fours, 23 when the wicket fell, but certainly wonderful bowling and richly rewarded for that wicket there. That's Agard. Now Sewell from the northern end, 28 minutes before lunchtime. Sewell to bowl to Dindlyal. In, delivers again on the leg stump and tucked away to the left of short backward square, to the right of mid-on, but no run. They were very quickly on it, and still remain 24 for the loss of 1, and we're seeing the batsman Caesar having a little word there with Dindlyal.
Yeah, I think by the end of the day,
we're going to get it right, wasn't it?
Yeah, we will.
But that's how it is, Dindlyal. Sewell and Dindlyal. So all the Yals from the northern end in, passes the umpire. Again, right on spot this time, hitting that midland leg area. As we're seeing here from Sewell, he's forcing the batsman to play at every delivery, which is good thinking from a cricketing standpoint.
Yeah, I think so far we haven't really seen this massive amount of swing and seam movement so far. We have seen a bit of bounce in the wicket. So it's just a matter of being patient as a bowler on this particular wicket. And I think Sewell so far, he seemed to be bowling a rather straight line, getting the batsman to play as much as possible.
He's bowling wicket to wicket, bowling straight wicket to wicket. Sewell in. Again, driven straight, and hit that one very straight. The bowler made an attempt to stop it, didn't, and it went to mid-off, and he's off the mark with 125 for 1 at the end of that over, the 10th over in the Guyanese innings.
I think it was a good first over there by Sewell.
Yes.
He basically made the batsman play at every delivery, which is what you want, especially with the ball relatively new. You don't want to be wasting deliveries, bowling different lengths and that sort of thing. So it was a very good over, first up, and equally it's a very good start by Dindlyal as well. He looks to be a very organized player. Yes,
he looks very organized there with those defensive shots that he played. And let's see, it's going to be Agard again coming in for his 6th over. And he'll be bowling this time, first time up to a right-hander. So let's see how this battle will unfold. And he must be buoyed by that dismissal, taking his own ball, because if you don't catch it, who will catch it for you?
Very much so. I think last over he was saying he's getting a bit frustrated.
Yes.
Beating the outside edge. So I think that wicket perhaps would G him up a bit and give him more confidence.
Agard from the southern end, in, outside the off stump, to the right-hander Dinleal, and taken keeper cleanly by the keeper, and there is no addition to the total. 25 for 1, 25 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago having won the toss and inserted Guyana. Cricket.
I think something we could observe as well is the wicket keeper taking that last delivery down by his Lee, basically. Earlier, he was not taking up chest height, so maybe all the moisture that was in the wicket perhaps drying out a bit with the increased sunshine.
Agard from the southern end in. Again, seemed to have swung back based on the gesticulation, the hands of the slips and the wicketkeeper seemed to have left it, but seemed to have swung back based on their body language.
But
even though outside the off stump, though.
Very much so. Even though it's the right-hander he's now bowling to, we are still seeing that length and that line just outside the batsman off stump, which is good to see the adjustment from the left-handers that he has been bowling to previously, now to the right-hander.
Agard in. Again, this one on that off stump. Return comes in from the keeper, but he was in. So Dinleal off the mark with on that one, back of a length, and he opened the face and it ran down past Gully, down to third man. He's off to 2. It's 26 for 1, but certainly the previous delivery from where we are not directly behind the bowler's arm, but certainly that one seemed to have swung back after pitching and everybody went up, but certainly had it been 6 inches fuller, the batsman will have to do something different, but fortunate for him, it swung after passing the stumps, and excellent bowl, continued excellent bowling from Agard. 26 for 1, Guyana have been inserted to the bat here at the Park Hill playing field in the Cricket West Indies Under-19 tournament, with the sun out. As we said, the sun is out. We see the clouds moving over. Maybe I'm not too sure if you know about it, the cumulus clouds.
I was not very good geography student, Mr. Hines.
In, again, right on target and stop well to his own bowling. That's Agard, and there's none. I was a master at geography, you know, and I tried to gain as much knowledge as humanly possible once you were at school, because there's a limited time at school. You have 5 years at primary school, you have 5 years at secondary school. You got to pick up as much information as humanly possible.
Very much so.
As Agard to bowl to the batsman, that's Caesar, again right on target. And the good thing, this excellent spell continues from Agard. He has now switched from bowling to the right-hander and has to change his line for the left-hander. So this is good thinking on the part of Agard. He has not lost his line. He has not lost his length. He's just keep plugging away there for his country, Trinidad and Tobago, who had a pretty good Commonwealth Games that just ended on Sunday. Agard from the southern end in. Forward defensive again, forcing the batsman to play these deliveries. Excellent over there. Twin that over. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9. Beautiful bowling here from the Trinidad and Tobago left arm medium fast bowler.
Yes, very much so. Another very good over there by Agard, just in keeping in what he has done so far for the morning. I think right now the Guyanese batsman will have an iron lunch as well, which is in a few minutes.
Well, 20 minutes away from lunch, but they have to keep batting this very good line bowling here from Agard, and we'll look to see what Sewell has to offer now into his second over. Maybe the first one is a warm-up. Let's see what he will deliver in the second over onwards. But what we have seen in the first over, he's making the batsman play at every single delivery.
Yes, his line has been very straight, and hopefully he'll be able to extract some movement as time goes by.
Sewell to bowl to Mundial in from the northern end. Right on target, continuing to bowl wicket to wicket, which is very good as far as medium fast bowling is concerned. Forcing it to play at every delivery. You miss, I hit.
Yes, I think it's also very important in terms of the length that he's bowling. It's not a drivable length as such. It's that in-between length, straight, so the batsman have no choice but to defend. As we said, Dindwal looks to be a very organized player as well, and he's relishing the challenge.
Sewell to Dinleal in from the northern end. Again, similar spot. right on target, forcing him to play. I think that one stayed down a little bit though from him, but he defended it very well. He's kept his eyes on that delivery, and this is some very good under-19 cricket we're looking at here at the Park Hill playing field.
Yes, as you said, that one kept a little bit low, but it's not extremely low to the detriment of the batsman in that case.
Somewhere between.
He was still able to play it quite comfortably.
Somewhere around that knee height.
Yes.
Sewell in. Again, right on spot. Right on target. Forcing Dindal to do no more than defend as this excellent line bowling from Sewell continues. 20, what is score? 26 for 1 Guyana, having been inserted to bat by Trinidad and Tobago. Sewell, right arm, fast medium bowling from the northern end in. Again, on target, and there could be a mix-up here, but unfortunately, they get home. That's Dindal for 1. I think it was a bit risky. He played it to the left of cover, to the left of square leg, to the right of mid-on, and it was going to the good side of the left-hander from the Trinidad and Tobago squad. And there was a little bit of hesitancy. Had he picked up, you never know what would have happened.
Yeah, I think what we have seen also is that the Guyanese are prepared to walk the ball into the gaps and get the singles as well. Despite the very good bowling from Agar, and now we have seen Sinwal, they are still able to manipulate the field a bit, and that is very important. You don't want to be stagnant and facing the same ball all the time. So that is very good.
It would have been very interesting had the left-handed fielder picked that ball up, because certainly would have had a shot at the stumps, because there was a little bit of a indecision in the middle of the pitch between Caesar and Dindal. Again, that one cut back there, some bat and pad. Certainly from our position, you would have heard 2 songs. So I rather suspect it would have hit bat and hit the inside and bang onto the pads, and out it went to cover point, and there's no run. 27 for 1, and this is some pretty good exhibition of medium fast bowling here by the Trinidadians, Agard and now Sewell.
I think the captain will be very happy with Sewell coming in and plugging the gap basically in terms of the run rate.
Sewell in. Again, clipped it to the... that one pushed out to a straightish.
A risky single there.
Mid-wicket. The fielder came in, had a shot at the stump. Again, the left-handed individual, we really cannot identify them at this moment, but certainly he had a shot at the stump. He struck the stumps, but fortunately for Guyana, he was home. 1 run to Caesar, and the total goes up to 28. Caesar up to 8, and this is the 6th single.
Yeah, so as I was saying, originally, James, his spell was a little bit expensive. Agar was very economical with his spell as well. I think the introduction of Sewell would have really benefited the captain in terms of getting pressure from both ends, in terms of not leaking of boundaries that we'd have seen earlier from James from the northern end.
Yes, Sewell came in and has kept the pressure on that Caesar had, and creating real problems to the Guyanese batsman. But they have responded positively. Just the last, in this over, we saw them taking 2 risky singles. Maybe the pressure is still in on them, because realize that Caesar is not giving anything away. And here is Sewell coming in and continuing in the same mode. And that is the situation here. 28 for 1. Is there a bowling change? With the spinner, could you get the bowler's name? Rambaram, you will get it right. Anjo Spinner. Anjo Rambaran. So Rambaram. His name's Rambaran. Left arm. Oh my goodness. Left arm, a kind of a Akil Hussein type of delivery there. Flat. Through to the keeper. No run. 28 for 1.
I think this is a very good move to introduce spin.
Just before. I think that's the end of Agard's spell, though, based on the conditions that they're playing under. In. Then so on, he drives straight up to mid-off, and there is no run. 28 for 1. Ramba run from the southern end. Left arm over. I don't think from the 2 deliveries he's looking to spin the ball. He's more looking for line, more looking for length. In he goes. bowls. That one outside the off stump, good line, good length, not taken cleanly by the keeper. And the hands went up, thinking that he had gotten through. He didn't. 28 for 1. Good delivery there by Rambaran, the left arm orthodox from the southern end, and we can't even get home to the field. He's bowling so quickly. Slip backward point. There are two men short, shortish cover, one to the left, one to the right, looking for him to drive in the air. And there's a deep cover and mid off. Rambaran in to Caesar, right on target, right on lane, pushes out to one of the two short extra covers, if you want to call it that way. And the 28 for 1. This intense battle continues here at 11:45 in. This time he drove this one back to Rambaran, and there is no run. 28 for 1, and this is some pretty tight bowling from the Trinidadian bowlers thus far, except for Mr. James, who was bowling a bit too short. Rambaran in. But this one driven back to the bowl at the end of a forced over. Good forced over there by the Trinidad, the left arm orthodox spinner. 28 for 1. The pressure continues on the Guyanese as the Trinidadians keeping their line.
Yes, that was a very good start there. The introduction of spin is always something to look forward to, especially in these tournaments, where, as we know, the spinners tend to do most of cause most of the problems to the batsmen. That was a main over there. Very good line, good length as well. Have a bit of loop to his bowling. I think perhaps the keeper would have been very disappointed with himself there. I think it was a tall delivery that he didn't gather cleanly. Perhaps it was a stumping opportunity there as well.
28 for 1. Sewell will continue. Is it Sewell?
Yes,
Sewell continue. He's bowling an immaculate line, immaculate length. And what I'm impressed with him about is that he's keeping the ball wicket to wicket. Sewell in. Forward defensive, he can do no more than defend that. On line, on length. Is not the drivable length, is that the defendable length, and he has to defend, and he's defending quite well thus far. He is on 3, and Caesar, who's been there since morning at 11:15, he's on 8, and really they've been tested by Agard and now Sewell and Rambaran from that one over a while ago. So they have kept their wickets intact, they kept their heads as Sewell from the northern end in. Again, forward defensive, good line, good length, opening the face and running it out to square cover point, and there is no run. And the battle continues here between Trinidad and Tobago, who inserted the Guyanese. 28 for 1. Sun has gone, overcast, but no threat of rain. That's for sure, because where we are, we can see where the rain on the eastern end is likely to come from. I think I have my geography right. You're from this area.
I believe so, Mr.
In, outside the off stump and cut away, but well stopped. 6 inches shorter than the previous deliveries. Give Dindlial time to play that square cut, but brilliantly fielded by the man at cover point, and there is no run. First real offline bowling there from delivery from Sewell, but he was backed up in the field by a brilliant stop there by the man at cover point. That's Kyle.
I think it was actually a change of pace delivery there as well, but it just wasn't on line.
Sewell to bowl to Dinlial in. Again, this one on the left, tucked away. They're going for a sharp single. Return comes in, and they made it. I think the pressure is really telling. It's just on his hip, and he turned it away. That's Dinlial, and the fielder there was very quick. The return came in, and Caesar was able to make it home safely. It's 29 for 1, but certainly good cricket we are seeing thus far.
I think the old saying, all's well that ends well. So that was actually a very good single in the end. And I think they need to do more of that. So far, 13 overs. So the run rate is approximately 2.21, something around there.
Yes.
Which is not very, very, very fast going.
Yeah.
It's a 3-day tournament. Nothing is wrong with that.
Sewell to bowl outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there is no one. And that fielder, we have identified him as Kyle Ramdu. These names are tongue twisters.
Very much so.
Tongue twisters. Kyle Ramdo really feel it brilliantly a while ago at square cover point for Trinidad and Tobago. 28? 29 for one. That single a while ago, yeah. 29 for one. Sewell to bowl to Caesar. In. Again, similar delivery outside the off stump. Not forcing the batsman to play. You allow it to go by. It's the end of an over. 1 run from that over. Tight bowling continues.
Yes, a very good over there. Again by Sewell. Just on that length, that nagging length. Making the batsman play as much as possible. Perhaps to the left-hander, he perhaps need to be a little bit closer. But nevertheless, a very good over, keeping the pressure on the Guyanese batsmen. But as I said, from a batsman perspective, it's all about batting as long as possible. There is really no rush in terms of getting your score moving forward as quickly as possible. So it's a matter of just batting until lunch and then starting over again after lunch and trying to get a big one.
This is some pretty testing cricket we are seeing by these youngsters here. Sensible bowling and equal to the task is the batters. The Guyanese batsmen, they're really and truly under pressure, but they are not succumbing to it. They are really and truly.
I think Rambaran will be looking forward to the bowling against the
right-hander, yes. So Rambaran, left arm wronged in. Forward defensive, struck on the pad, not out, says umpire Joseph. So there's a slip, a gully, a backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, man in the sweeper position, and a mid-wicket, and a short fine leg, also a short leg. As Rambaran, left arm wrong to bowl now to Dindial, forward defensive, and pushes it out to mid-off, and there is no run. 29 for the loss of one. We have gone now 68 minutes played thus far. 7 minutes to lunch as Rambaran to bowl to Dindial. Outside the off stump and driven to the left off, mid off, and he gets his 5th run. He's on five singles. Agard, who is on 8, 6 singles. They are really under pressure. So Caesar, who is on 8 with 6 singles, and he's really under some pressure here from the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. But he has held his head, he's kept his nerves, and he's not giving his wicket away. You have to get me out. Rambaran in. This one is a very confident appeal for stumping.
I think we have seen that delivery before gone in the last over.
Yes,
but he flight it up a little bit outside the off stump and have Caesar driving. But perhaps not really to the pitch of the ball, and perhaps overbalancing a bit there. So you have to be very careful there. Very good start though by Rambaran.
Rambaran taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper and effected a stumping, asked umpire right from Jamaica. He says not out. The sun is back out. It's a game of sun in, out. Rambaran in. And this time to Caesar, pushes it back to the bowler, and there is no run. Pretty testing cricket we are seeing here by these youngsters, the bowlers and the batsmen. As Rambaran, left arm over, in. Forward defensive again, he can only defend. At the end of a very good over, Rambaran, 2 overs for 2 runs, certainly keeping the pressure on along from the work done by Caesar and continuing by Sewell from this another end. But certainly interesting cricket.
Very much so. I think one of the features as well, he's getting through his overs very quickly as well, Rambaran. So always at the batsman. And
15 overs has gone thus far in the 6 minutes to lunch. 15 overs gone in 66 minutes of play.
Good morning session so far.
It's
good to see that the sun is now out in all its glory.
Interesting cricket. Sewell from this top end, the northern end in, and on the leg stump and tickles away quite nicely there by Dindial, looking for a 2nd run, but he's sent back by Caesar. He has collected his sixth single. He's on 6, and it's 30 for 1. As it's difficult to get boundaries here with a sort of a outfield that is not quite dried out, and then some very tight bowling from Trinidad and Tobago.
I think the
Attack thus far.
captain will be very happy with another wicket here before lunch.
Yes, I think he will be, and the Guyana will be trying to deny them.
Very much so.
So this is where the interest really is. 3 slips and a gully as Sewell to bowl to Caesar outside the off stump, and it seemed to have hit the inner portion of the bat, ended up at mid-wicket, and he gets another single. He's up now to 9. He's up to 9, and it's 32 for 1 Guyana here at the Park Hill playing field. But certainly that one struck the inner portion of the bat, and rather than going out on the offside to cover point, it ended up at mid-wicket. So there must have been a bit of a movement, the lateral movement of the pitch itself, not necessarily a swing through the air. As Sewell in, this one on the leg stump, and he's attacking Dinleal on that leg stump, and he clipped it out to short square, and there is no run. 32 for the loss of 1. 32 for 1 win to over number 16.
Just some observation, Gunny. I think with the length that Sewell is bowling, perhaps you need to put another guy into the leg side, short into the leg side there. Perhaps this slip, one of the slips can actually come out.
So you'll have a mid-wicket and a short square.
A short square.
Yes, good observation. As Sewell in, again, right on target, Yorker length, outside the off stump, defended with his head well down. That's Dinleal, and there is no one. With the sort of swing bowling that is absent, I made you think you have a very good observation because he seemed to be attacking middle,
yes,
and
very much so.
So that mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, to strengthen the leg side and continue to bowl the line, because we're not really seeing anything going to slip because of lack of swing, but you can see the lateral movement off the pitch. In. Again, good observation. Clip this one. He's attacking Dinleal on his leg stump. He clips it away down to long leg for a single. Give him his 7th run. 33 for the loss of 1. 33 for the loss of 1. He's attacking Dinleal, and the observation is good to have that square leg go to his right and then have the mid-wicket in. Yes, yes.
So he could act as both a defense and attacking position as well.
Good ploy, good thinking, good thought, youngster.
Thank you very much.
As Sewell into Caesar. Caesar defends well, and there is no run at the end of another over. The 16th, 33 for 1, but certainly the Guyanese batsmen are bent on defense.
Very much so, especially Caesar. He seems to be one of those old-fashioned openers who's just going to put a prize on their wicket and bat as long as possible, see off the new ball, and perhaps the lower order would find it a little bit easier coming in with an older ball.
The Ramnath seemed to be the attacking individual. He got out for 16. He was the aggressor. But very much unlike you, wasn't it? You're a very, very attacking opening batsman for your team. I remember you made some 168 at the North Union playing field, if my memory serves me right. Am I right?
I have to go back in the records to verify it was.
Yes, as Ramba ran from the left arm, wrong in, and this one driven out to cover. No run, stop well there by Dyke Ramdu. He's trying to pick up the names one by one. As Ramba ran from it's probably the last over before lunch. Ramba ran in, outside the off stump, and did it touch the pad? There's an appeal for a run out. It seems to be a should have been. Let's see what happens. Is it a dead ball? Yes, exactly. I was about to say that he was offering no shot. And it touched the pad. Had it gone past the wicketkeeper without touching anything, he would have gotten a bye. It seemed to have touched the pad.
Yes.
And so it's a dead ball. Dead ball. Yes, it's 168 when you hit something in the region of about 26s or something like that at North Union playing field. I distinctly remember the numbers. I remember a youngster at Mustique in the 2020 got a similar score, 168 with something like 25 sixes. Yes, Lavier, Desron Lavier. Cortland, yeah. I remember it quite good. Ramba ran in. Back he goes, looking to cut, too close to him, taken cleanly by the keeper. Should have been forward rather than going back to cut.
I think we've seen Dindal trying to be a bit aggressive towards Rambaran, but I don't think that's the right approach,
Especially
considering
his lunch.
lunches
His
around the
lunch
corner.
now. In. Forward defensive. Back to the bowler. No run. 33 for 1. As Rambaran continue to keep Dinleal on the defense. 33 for 1. Guyana have been inserted to bat by Trinidad and Tobago. As Rambaran, the left arm wrong into Dinleal. This one driven out to mid-off, and there is no run. There's another delivery, I believe, before lunch, because it's according to my watch, it's 12 o'clock, just after 12.
So that was a good testing delivery, a bit more
Very,
flight.
yeah, more flight, and
More
he came
flight.
on the front foot, correct thing he did, and pushed it out to mid-off. In. Forward defensive this time. It's the end of the over, and I think it's lunch. Yes, it is lunch. It is lunch here at the Park Hill playing field. Park Hill playing field here between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago having won the toss and insulted Guyana. And, the details in the morning, it's Caesar who is not out and 939 deliveries. Rampatad Ramnath 1634 deliveries. He hit 2 fours. And Mavendra Dinleal not out 7 singles, 29 deliveries. And certainly that is the scorecard as far as Guyana is concerned. And the bowling, Agard 8 overs, 6 overs, 3 maids, 1 for 7. 6 overs, 3 maids, 1 for 7. James 4 overs, no maids, none for 15. Siwa 4 overs for 8 runs, and Rambaran 3 overs, so 1 run. So certainly it has been a pretty good morning as far as cricket is concerned. It's been slow, 75 minutes of cricket. Guyana 33 for 1, and certainly your thoughts for the morning as it's a lunch interval.
Yes, I think both teams perhaps will be satisfied to some extent with the performance so far. Trinidad, having won the toss, perhaps would have wanted to take a few more wickets. But nevertheless, their bowling has been tight. The run rate is just 1.95 runs per over. So Guyana definitely not getting away from them in terms of scoring. Having said that, the Guyanese will also be very happy seeing that the conditions at the start of play was not really ideal for batting in terms of a little bit of moisture in the air and that kind of from the overnight rain that we would have had. But their batsmen were able to gut it out a bit. Caesar, for example, very, very assured at times. And it's just a matter of starting back after the lunch break.
Yes, the thing about it, had that James bowled a much better length and line, the score would have been less. Maybe they would have gotten another wicket, because remember a chance went to begging off the bowl of Ramnath, but it didn't last much longer. But certainly it has been an intriguing morning of cricket. It's slow, but it's intriguing. Good line length bowling from Agard and Sewell and Rambaran, yes, and defended well by Caesar, who have been there length of time for the 75 minutes. He is on 9, and we see Dinlal trying to up it a little bit. He's on 7 not out, and the aggressive Ramnath, he's gone. And anybody really deserving a wicket was Agard. He really bowled excellently here this morning. And at lunch, 33 for 1. Your final thoughts before we move on?
Yes, that's opening spell. It was good to see from a left arm swing bowler. Good line, good length, good pace as well. I must say the wicket looks a very good one for batting as well as bowling. The ball seems to be coming onto the bat quite a bit. I think in the afternoon session, I think the spinners might come into their own. Rambaran, I think he seemed to be very threatening as well.
And whomsoever else they have as spin bowlers, we'll see them. Yes, but certainly it's been a good, intriguing morning here at the Park Hill playing field in the West Indies, Cricket West Indies Under-19 tournament. 33 for 1, Guyana have been inserted to bat against Trinidad and Tobago. And until at 20 to 1 when we're ready, we go back to the studio. Thank you.
Good afternoon, viewers. Welcome back to the Park Hill playing field, where we have the Cricket West Indies Under-19 tournament. Match being played between Trinidad and Guyana. Guyana currently 33 for the loss of 1 after 17 overs. Right. First delivery after lunch, and we've seen CWI, right, who bowled a very good spell before lunch. He's starting back from the northern end, right, and that delivery just left outside the off stump there by Caesar, who has been there from the very start. Right. So it's a wonderful day to play cricket now. We had some earlier showers, but that is now in the past. There's a good contest here between bat and ball. As Siwa runs in bowls to Caesar, he's playing off the back foot. Through point, and they come through for a single. Score moves on to 34 for the loss of 1. It's been a very entertaining game so far this morning. A good contest between bat and ball. We now have Denial on strike, the right-hander. Right, who has looked good so far in terms of looking very organized. It's just a matter of batting long and making it count here. So we have 2 slips, guy at point, extra cover, straightish mid-wicket, a mid-on, mid-off, square leg, and long leg. As Siwa runs in, passes umpire now, bowls. Dinwal is back in defense again, off the middle of the bat. Ball goes down to mid-on, there's no run. So this is in keeping with what we have seen so far from Siwa. He's bowling line, very straight line, right? Not giving a lot of width to the batsman. He has been very economical so far. So it's Siwa again from the northern end. Runs in past umpire, bowls to Dinwal. Yes, very good length again. Dinwal just leaning forward, and good forward defensive stroke there, showing the full face of the bat, the maker's name, as they would say. And there's no run. So 34 for the loss of 1. We are now into the 18th over. This is the 4th over after lunch. The run rate is not very quick. It's about 1.9 runs per over. At this point in time, I think the most important thing for Guyana is batting as long as possible. As Siwa runs in again, bowls. Driven, but straight to the guy, the man at cover. There's no run. Delivery a little bit fuller, right, giving him a little bit of width outside the off stump, allowing Denial to free his arms a little bit. Got the middle of the bat, but it was straight to the fielder there in the covers, and there's no run. So Siwa again, running in from the northern end, passes umpire now, bowls. Another delivery on that middle and off stump line. Denial just going back and playing it defensively to the guy at mid wicket, and there's no run. So that's the end of the first over after lunch. 1 coming from it. The score moves on to 34 for the loss of 1. Remember, Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss, putting in Guyana to bat first. And I think both captains will be pretty happy so far with the morning proceedings. Guyana, after being insulted, the weather was not the best at the start, but they were able to weather the storm, as you would say, and only losing 1 wicket. Trinidad, on the other hand, they would have been happy to have perhaps a couple more wickets, but still the Guyanese scoring rate has not been that healthy, so the game is still within their reach. As we're going to see Rambaran, who was very impressive in his 3 overs before lunch, from the southern end. We're now joined by Stanley Gunny Hines. How was lunch, Gunny? Okay, just a little technical glitch there. As we see Rambaran coming in from the... It's a dead ball.
Yeah, Asnet. Little technical problem here, but we are set ready to go in. As is Rambaran from the southern end to One outside the off stump, and Caesar pushed forward. Took an edge and it flew down to right of third man. He collects a single. He goes up now to 11. Daniel on 7. It's 35 for the loss of 1 after lunch. We'll get back to the old talk a little bit. 35 for 1, and it's Rambaran, who had a pretty good spell from the southern end pre-lunch. Continuing the glorious sunshine, we can say right now.
Yes, very much so. The weather has definitely brightened up.
Rambaran in. And let's see, swings this one. Not hitting it full feast of about out to extra cover, and there's no run. 35 for 1. As it's Rambaran, left arm wrong, then we see the man from third, from long leg, short long leg. He is going out now to deep extra cover. So there's a slip gully, Silimedan, short leg. As in comes Rambaran. Back goes Dinlel, forces it out to backward point, no run, 35 for 1. Ghana went to lunch at 33 for 1, very slow progress. But they kept their heads and showed that too many wickets did not tumble in. Was one outside the off stump, and allow it to go by. There was an appeal for stumping. Umpire says not out. As Rambaran will continue from the southern end, keeping things continually tight here. In. Back he goes and cuts that one to the left of backward point. They're going to have one. They should come for a second one. They do. 2 runs there to Dinlal. He goes up to 9. Is the end? No, there's one delivery to come. 37 for 1. 37 for 1. That one, he got some width, got some room, and he used it. And got 2 runs to the left of backward point. 37 for 1. Rambaran from the southern end. Left arm wrong. In. Look at him. He's out LBW. Now that one flighted. Looked to sweep. Miss. Struck him on the pad. There was a confident appeal for an LBW decision. We are in no position to judge it. The umpire says it would have hit stumps. It would have pitched in line. And he is on his way back to the pavilion. LBW to Rambaran, 37 for the loss of 2. Dinlial, LBW to Rambaran for 9. Guyana losing a wicket very quickly after lunch.
Well, it's basically the start that Trinidad we've been looking forward to. Just a wicket just after lunch, second over actually, and a dreaded start there for Guyana. Strange enough, that is the first sweep shot we would have seen him play against Rambaran, and you've seen from Rambaran so far, he's very, very accurate with his left arm orthodox spin. But the umpire judging him to be LBW at that point in time.
Right, the new man in would be the captain of the Guyana team, Alvin Mohabie. Alvin Mohabie, yeah. Alvin Mohabie, he's now taking up his position on the field of play. 37 for the loss of 2, Guyana. 2 of them added 14 runs, but it was a pretty long time, but they did the right thing, steady as long as possible towards ensuring that Trinidad did not get any more breakthrough before lunch. But right after lunch, just a matter of a couple of minutes, they have lost him LBW to Rambaran for 9. Now it's that Sewell in, outside the off stump, and allowed to go by Caesar. No addition to the total.
I think we're still seeing a bit of a carry still going in the wicket. The wicket still seem to have that little extra bounce and carry through, as we've just seen from that delivery there from Sewell. He's not the fastest going around, but he still is able to get it good at a reasonable pace.
That one ended up onto the chest of the wicketkeeper. And as you quite rightly said, bounce is still there. Sewell in. This one again. The bounce seems to have gotten the better of him there on his leg stump, and he's looking to get inside to tuck it, but I believe the height of that delivery rushed on to him a little faster than he expected, and he ended up hitting somewhere on the batting gloves, and it stayed on the square. and there's no run. 37 for 2. So the question, how quickly they're going to learn what is happening on this pitch itself, the surface, and try to capitalize on it, unlike what James did this morning. Now, Sewell from the northern end in. This one outside the off stump, and he forces it out to cover, and there is no run. But certainly, two deliveries, they got the bunks. As I said to you earlier, the bunks on this pitch will certainly suit spin bowlers.
Yeah, definitely. You would have alluded to that earlier, Gunny. As you said, spinners like to have a bit of bounce, not only tone, but the bounce itself.
The bounce, because
would bring those guys at silly mid on and silly mid off into play as well.
And once the bounce is there, if you're going to play shots, you have the deep mid wicket, is deep square leg out. If you do not connect properly, it'll land in somebody's hand. The bounce is crucial. Sewell in, outside the off stump, and he cut that one away, giving a lot of room outside the off stump. He cut away. It's gone to the fence for 4. Short delivery. I do not know if he got carried away. The bounce short outside the off stump, giving a lot of width. And Caesar pounced on it and slapped it to the right of Gully, vacant third man, 4 runs. His first boundary since he's been there.
I think that's basic. That has been the one bad delivery we have really seen from Sewell so far. He has been bowling a rather straight length, but on that occasion, a bit short, a bit wide, gave Caesar the opportunity to free his arms. And given his slow nature so far, he was quite prepared to do so and getting himself a boundary.
Sewell, would he revert to his normal line and length that he's been bowling? Let's see what he does now. In. And that one, the bunks. This bunks seem to have moved from this the northern end to the southern end, because that one bounced on him again. It's the third time in the over that ball has bounced a bit higher than normal from this bowling from the northern end. And again, it seemed to have struck him high up on the handle of the batter somewhere across there. But certainly, he is getting some bunks, and he can use it to his advantage. But he has to keep it on a good line, on a good length. And every now and then he pong what in to see what will happen. Let's see Sewell in, outside the off stump, end of the over. The end of a good over for Guyana. They have not lost the wicket. 4 runs to it, 41 for the loss of 2. Resuming 33 for 1. They have since lost Dindley LBW to Rambaran in the previous over for 9.
I think what we have seen so far after lunch going from Sewell, I think he has actually put on a bit of pace. I don't know if it's a wonderful lunch that he would have had a while ago, but he seemed to be getting it through quite a bit more and extracting a bit more bounce as opposed to what he was doing a bit earlier in terms of that nagging line and length.
Maybe some good Vincentian food that he had at lunch. Straighten up in his shoulders, and some good callaloo and some good okras and so on. And certainly he's getting the ball to go on, to rush on to the batsman a little quicker. And the bounce is there.
Yes. You see Rambaran again.
So it's Rambaran from the southern end, left arm over now to another left-hander. Mahabir, forward defensive. There is no run. Skipper Mahabir is in the crease, 41 for 2. Rambaran, sort of an Akil Hussain type of bowler, you know. In he comes, and he bowls. Skipper defends this one, no run. He's not really flighting. He's keeping the ball on good line, good length, flat trajectory, and the batsman has to play. Rambaran in. This one outside the off stump, too wide to attract any shot from Skipper Mohabir, and taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. 41 for the loss of 2 as Rambaran rushing through these overs into bowl, and this one on the leg, lost his line and tucked away 1. They're going to come for 2. There might be some danger here with a good throw, but he threw at the wrong end. He got 2 runs. So Mohabir off the mark with 243 for the loss of 2. On his leg stump, he tucked it away, and he got 2 runs in the end quite easily, as the fielder threw at the, I believe it's the wrong end. He threw at the bowler's end rather than the wicketkeeper's end, and they were able to get through because Mohabir was very quick between the wickets, so they were throwing at Caesar's end. In. Stands up tall, forces that one out of his extra cover, and there is no run. 43 for the loss of 2. 43 for 2. Mohabir and 2. Season 15. Rambaran in. Again, stylishly he pushes that one back out on the onside, the endeavor over there that cost some runs, 2 runs, 43 for 2. But what we're seeing here from Sewell is that he should revert to what he was doing this morning rather than being carried away with any bunks, because what happening, he seemed to have lost his line a little bit with the bunks. Maybe that's what happened to James. But you see the bit of bunks and you could easily got carried away. But there's going to be a change of bowling at this the northern end. We'll have to get the name right. You know these names. Bowler.
Nick Ramlal.
Ramlal. Tell you these tongue twisters. Nick Ramlal from the northern end. He will be replacing.
So it's Rambaran and Ramlal.
Yeah, so it's Ramlal, another Lal. Remember you had Dinlial. Right? So it will be another spinner, Trinidadian spinner from the northern end. Lovely sunshine here. Seem to be a left-handed. Seems so to me. Based on the field that is set, there's a slip, gully, silly point, straightish mid-wicket. Long on, mid-off, cover. Interesting field. As in, this one flighted, and he has a deep square leg. I was looking for the deep square leg, but that one is a flighted delivery, and Caesar didn't handle it too well, but it stayed on the pitch. Again, we'll see if he will extract the bunks that we have observed after launch here. Ramlal in. This one flighted, tucked away by Caesar. He's got up to 15, 44 for the loss of 2, 44 for the loss of 2. And the next left-hander is skipper Mohabir. He'll be facing Ramlal.
Just seen from Ramlal so far, he's a bit slower.
It's slower, yeah.
Right? Just gives the ball a little bit more air.
Ramlal, left arm over, in. This one slower, flighted, and skipper Mohabir went on the back foot and tucked it away to the left of mid-wicket, and there is no run. 44 for the loss of 2. Guyana having been inserted by Trinidad and Tobago this morning at 11:15. In, flighted, and it was so slow that he had enough time to go on the back foot and pushed it out on the offside. But certainly, Rambaram pace is creating more problem because he's bowling a flatter trajectory. As Ramlal in, this one into the air, flighted. Now you'll describe it as a post right in front of me. You'll get around to that. Flighted, miscued it, and went over the head of Gully. Yeah, over the head of Gully, down to third man, but there's no run. But certainly a false shot there by Mohabir. Let's see what Ramlal doing. These flighty deliveries tend to create problems. As Ramlal in to bowl to Mohabir. Back he goes and tucks it up onto the onside. That one seemed to have turned. Very interesting over there indeed. 44 for the loss of the very, very interesting over from Ramlal. He's a different type of left arm spin. He's flighting the delivery. He's always flighted. And he created a one fall shot. And interesting to see as time way on how it goes with him and the Guyanese batsman.
Yes, a different opposition there for the Guyanese batsman as opposed to Rambaran, who we have seen earlier. I think Ramlal looking to flight the ball a little bit more, a little slower in the air. So the batsman have to be very careful and mindful of the shot selection against him. And perhaps sooner or later we might try to use their feet. If that's an option, they'll be willing to undertake at this time.
They'll have to be very careful using their feet because from what I've seen, it seems as if he's getting some purchase from the pitch. As Rambaran, faster, flatter in, forward defensive. No run. So it appears to me as Rambaran will be keeping things tight, trying to get a wicket, whilst Ramlal flighting and looking to get at the batsman by them to use their feet. To look up, as we say. Forward defensive again, and Caesar looking to get away from the strike. Looking for a non-existent single. but skipper Mohabi asked him to stay his ground. Rambaran in. This one he drives. Seemed to have hit the short leg on his body. Maybe a one bounce hit him somewhere on his leg, flew into the air. They were saying catch it, but it was hit into the ground before it got onto his body. In. Forward defensive again, no run, 44 for 2. And this is a test of patience here. The way Rambaram is bowling, not getting any opportunity to use your feet. You have to stay in the crease and bat from your crease. In. This one losing his line, losing his length, 4 runs. Losing his line, losing his length. Short on the leg stump, and he tucked it away quite nicely down to deep backward square for 4. The second 4 struck by Caesar. He goes up now to 20, 48 for the loss of 2, 48 for the loss of 2. A bad delivery and put away, give him the treatment it deserves. So let's see how he's going to respond now, because he was bowling a good line, good length. You're not going to use your feet, but that one he pulled down on the leg stump, and Caesar was able to get inside his wicket very, very quickly and pulled it away for 4. Rambaran in. This one driven back to the bowler, and he did not feel it. They're going to go for 1. I think they're going to come for 2nd. Well, Mohammed told him no. Just a single, 49 for the loss of 2 at the end of that over.
Well, that was the ending of that over was very poor there. A poor delivery down the leg side. Basically a free hit for the left-hander there. And Caesar was able to put it away, which he should do, seeing that he has been there from the very beginning and has not had a lot of scoring opportunities. So when you have opportunities like those presenting themselves, you have to make full use of those.
Especially in a situation where things are pretty tight.
Yes, very much so. Apart from that, it was another tight over, but just the ending of the over may have lost his way a bit.
He needs to be patient once you're bowling. If you're going to bowl maidens, you're going to bowl maidens. But he tried something and he pulled down and he paid the price. Now, Ramlal in. Mohabi is striking him on the pad. Not out, says umpire. Right. Flighty delivery. And this is it. Exactly what I said earlier. These flighty deliveries, he is going to be the key man here with these flighty deliveries, because Mohabi decided he is not going to stay there and punch. He is going to try and see how best he can score runs. In. Flighted. And the ball bounced around his crease, but he looked at it. Total remains on 49 for the loss of 2. Ramlal in. And here it is, he stucks this one away. That's Caesar. He goes up now to 22. Caesar's up to 22. It's 50. The 50 is up. 50 is up. And here, a bit of a clapping from the rest of the Guyanese team. 50 for the loss of 2. We're into over number 20 what? 23. As Ramlal in now to bowl. In flighted. This time he driving nicely to the left of cover. They're going to have 1. They settle for the 1. So Mohamed goes up to by 1 to 3. 51 for 2. 51 for 2. 51 for 2. Guyana having been inserted about by Trinidad and Tobago this morning after a delayed start of 45 minutes. As we look at Ramlal, left arm over in. Pushes at this one here, and the hands go around the heads. Wonder if he got a nick or something of this sort. I'm not too sure what happened. We are far away from it. But the hands went up. Certainly he was deceived in flight there from that flighty delivery there from Ramlal. 51 for the loss of 2. In. Jump driven beautifully for 4. Flighty delivery. And here's the skipper himself. Is that the skipper? That's Caesar? Caesar striking at 1. Straight, almost straight to the boundary for 4. His third 4 is down to 26. 26. And the Guyanese totally ended at over 55 for the loss of 2.
A very good end to that over again for Caesar, who seemed to be finding his timing and his form now. As you said, Ramla will give the ball a little bit more air. So perhaps it's a better scoring opportunity for the batsmen, but they have to also be very mindful that the more risk they take also, they can also present opportunities to the fielding team.
That is quite true, you know. But the thing about it, once there's a certain level of confidence that you're going to play your shots based on the delivery that is coming to you. So, the bowler, there's a new bowler.
Joshua Davis.
Joshua Davis. Well, this is more keeping in line with us now. Joshua Davis. Joshua Davis, let's see what he's going to serve up here now. I think that's the end of the spell of Rambaram, based on the conditions.
6 over spell.
6 over spell. What's his figures here, partner? Rambaram.
6, 2, 11.
Okay. The off spinner, am I right?
Yeah,
Joshua Davis. Joshua Davis. The off spinner from the southern end. Another spinner is the third spinner we are seeing here from the TNT squad.
comfortable name as well.
Yeah, very comfortable. Davis to bowl. Flighted, and he forces this one out to mid-on, and there is no run. So it's Mohabir facing Davis. Davis from the southern end to bowl to Mohabir. Flighted, and he's taking the outside edge. Certainly it was a false shot. He pushed at it. I believe that one turned. Took the outer portion of the bat and flew to the left of Gully. And there's no run. 55 for the loss, or 59. Am I saying right?
55.
55 for the loss of 2. Davis the bowl to Mohabir. Fly to deliver, and he swept this one nicely along the ground. It's going close to the boundary. They have 1, they have 2, and it's into the boundary now. As the sun hit it during that luncheon period, the ball is racing over the outfield a little quicker, and he gets another boundary. He's up to 7, 59 for 2. 7 to Mohabir, 26 to Caesar, 59 for the loss of 2. A good shot, flighted on his legs, and he swept it nicely down to deep long leg for a 4. As Davis needs to get back on his line. Into bowl to Mohabir. Forward defense again. Outside portion of the bat. He certainly is getting some turn from where we are here, because that ball, he's playing with a vertical bat. And as the ball is turning, he's actually opening the face, so it is falling in front of Gully. And there is no run. I would have enjoyed it, to be honest with what I'm seeing out there. As Davis into bowl to Mohabir. Mohabir drives out to cover. No run. Well fielded. It's the end of the over, 59 for 2. Another interesting over.
Yes, interesting in terms of a little bit of spin there for the TNT spinners. It's just a matter of them being patient and consistent with their lines and lengths. And what we have also seen so far after lunch is that the Guyanese batsmen have actually accumulated boundaries in each of the overs that they've faced so far. So whenever you're having a boundary per over, it always relieves some of the pressure on you as an opening batsman and as a middle order batsman. And Caesar has been there from the start as well. I'm sure he will appreciate the little impetus in terms of his scoring rate.
Yes, and the thing about it, they have eased the pressure because they're getting boundaries, and with the outfield drying out slowly, the ball is racing across a little faster than the pre-lunch session. Ramlal in forward defense. It could be out caught. There is a push at this one, but certainly that one turned, and with his bat very close to pad, it lobbed up the leg slip, and there was a vociferous appeal, and umpire right says not out. 59 for 2. Ramlal in. He's only driven beautifully over wide long on for a boundary. Flighted on his legs, and he clipped it beautifully over long on for 4. Another boundary. So he goes up now to, that's Caesar?
Caesar, yes.
He goes up now to 30 with that boundary. And the total is on to 63, but certainly a positive shot.
Yes, that is the kind of intent we have seen so far after lunch from Caesar. The ball was a flighty delivery again, as I said before, and that is always going to present opportunities for the batsman.
Ramlal in, Abbott is run. 63 for 2, your Abbott is run. But some very positive, the Guyanese batsmen are very positive since lunch. They're looking for every scoring opportunity. This one, he lifts this one again, over long on the same area. That's another boundary. There's 4 more runs flighted in his general area, and he gave it the same treatment over long on for another boundary. He goes up now to 34, and the total races on to 63 for the 2, but certainly a sport of scoring.
Yes, very much so. Once again, another flighty delivery. Perhaps the captain needs to support the spinner here a bit more and perhaps pushing back long on a few more meters closer to the boundary line.
And straighten the mid-wicket, so he'll be forced now to play across the line. But they're inexperienced at this stage. Let's see what has happened. Let's see how Ramdal will respond to those 2 boundaries to bowl. Time he tucks this one away on the onside, no run. That's to Caesar. Caesar's on 34. And certainly he has been hitting a few boundaries. He has what now? 3rd boundary, and before lunch he only had 9. So he's really and truly raced on a little bit. Ramlal in. Back he bows, and an iffy type of shot outside the off stump, looking to guide it past slip, mistaken cleanly by the keeper, but certainly it was a get out shot, attempting to run that one down. There's a high risk shot. Ramlal in, forward defensive, and there's a appeal for both stumping and caught behind, not out. Good response from Ramlal after being struck for 2 boundaries in that over. 63 for 2 as interesting cricket continues.
Yes, a very good end to the over there by Ramlal. Looking at his bowling action, I think he's looking like a left-arm Chinaman type of bowler, having some turning away from the batsman, some turning in. Just a matter of him finding that right length, not flighting the ball too full. As we have seen, when he goes too much up into the half of Caesar, he's prepared to go over the top. So just a matter of finding that in-between let and letting the ball turn in either directions and bringing the guys around the bat into play.
67 for 2. 67 for 2. Scoreboard was a bit slow a while ago. I was saying 63, but 67 for 2 as Davis outside the off stump, spinning away, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. 67 for the loss of 2. Ghana have me inserted to bat by Trinidad and Tobago as Davis from the southern end to bowl to the skipper. Mohabir outside the off stump, not interested in any shot, and there's no run. 67 for the loss of 2. 67 for 2 as Davis from the southern end, the off spinner. This one driven, looking to drive outside the off stump. The bat seemed to have struck the pitch itself, taken cleanly by the keeper. It wasn't to the pitch, it went through rather than allow it to go by. And no run. 67 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago looking for a breakthrough, but Mohabir and Caesar defying. This one again, that one definitely spun across him. There's no 2 ways about it. He played with a vertical bat on the back foot, and one can see the keeper going to his left and taking it. Certainly that one spun. But as the pitch is easing, making life easier for batting, so to speak, and the spinners are now seemingly getting some purchase from the pitch. Outside the off stump, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. 67 for 2. But the battle continues. The Trinidadian spinners against Mohabir and Caesar. 67 for 2. Davis in. Outside the off stump. Allow it to go by the end of a maiden over. Very interesting situation. 67 for 2. Another over there by Davis. Testing Mohabir.
Yes, a very good over there by Davis. Just getting a bit of turn and a bit of purchase off the wicket. Mohabir looked very watchful. Right? He knows that his partner would have taken some runs from the last over. So just a matter of him just staying there and building a partnership with Caesar.
Well, the partnership so far is at a 30. Second wicket fell in total was on 37. So it's now 67 for 2, and it seems to be another bowling change. Is it another spinner? Bowling change, spinner. Who's that? Basan Singh. Do we have Basan Singh there? Basan Singh. It looks like an off spinner. No, that's leg break, googly bowler. Seems to be a leg break, googly bowler. Diet of spin bowling, my brother. Sure. Sing from the northern end. So hit into the air and it's gone all the way. Flighty delivery. And
Caesar, yes.
Caesar picks that one up. Caesar picks that one up and landed it over the man at deep mid wicket, just over his head, and that's the longest boundary for a 6. Flighted, and he really decided he's going to continue to be positive as he has done since lunch. As it Singh, the right arm leg break googly bowler in. Flighted and on the leg stump, looking to cartwheel him somewhere again. But striking him on his pad, no run. He's up to 40, 73 for 2, and Guyana certainly having the better of the exchanges since lunch. 73 for 2. Singh, right arm leg break bowler in. This one driving outside the off stump to mid off, and there is no run. 73 for 2, and he's been encouraged by his teammates to tell him to keep going, keep going. Seems to have been out a different mode since lunch. Singh in. Back he goes, looking to dab that one. Looking to dab it, and apparently he's been spoken to by the umpire. That's Singh. I don't think it's an official warning. He's speaking to him. Maybe he's encroaching in the danger area. Think if my cricketing knowledge tells me that. Singh in. That's one outside the off stump, taken cleanly by the keeper. The end of the over, 73 for 2. 73 for 2, and the umpire's looking at that same area again. Yes, we can see him already looking at it, and Singh will have to be very careful. 73 for 2 at the end of that over.
Yes, another good over there by Caesar and Guyana. Right, he's been able to find a boundary in most of his recent overs. He has actually raced along to 40 here in a rather quick time. So it's a matter of slowing down the scoring rate for Trinidad and Tobago, as well as keeping it a bit tight.
So Davis, the off spinner from the southern end, in. Outside the off stump, allowed to go by skipper Mohabie. No addition to the total, 73 for 2. 73 for 2. As we look at Davis, the off spinner. Too far outside the off stump, taken cleanly by the keeper again, no run. Slip, gully, city mid off, backward point. Cover, extra cover, wideish mid off, long on, straightish mid wicket. Davis in. Driving outside the off stump, peeling off the edge, down to that man at backward point, no run. It's a difficult field to bowl to, Osnet is a 7-2. There's only a long on and a straightish mid wicket. The other 7 are on the offside. Free in catching position. As Davis in. And here's Mohammed looking, playing a naughty shot, I would call it.
I think there's a consequence of the tight bowling in the last over and this over as well from
played a naughty shot, just stood there and just swipe, as we'll tend to say. Taken cleanly by the keeper, there's no run. In. This one out to cover, no run, well fielded, 73 for 2. And Guyana slowly but surely coming out of the situation from this morning in the form of Caesar in particular, who was very, very obdurate this morning, as Davis in, flighted. He's driving and there's an appeal. Not out, says the umpire. An appeal for caught behind. Not out, says the umpire. The end of a very good over indeed there by Davis. Bowling into a 7-2 Asnet. I'll be honest with you, I'm off spinner. 7-2 was an off spinner. It's not easy to bowl. You have to be right on top of the button, keeping it in a particular area consistently, because any ball slightly off target, you're going to go for some runs.
Well, I think the captain would have noticed the tone that he was extracting in the previous over. So I guess with the ball moving away from the left-hander, it's a reasonable feel, provided that the bowler is able to maintain his line and his length as it should be. That was another testing over there. I think Mohabir is actually getting a little bit impatient with the ball turning away from him and him not getting the scoring opportunities that perhaps Caesar is getting at the other end.
Singh. Rubbing his hands on the turf. And then given a little speaking to by umpire at this northern end. In he comes, he bowls. And here it is, the umpire is going back to him. I think he may be in for a warning, you know, to be very honest with you. Umpire. It appears to me as if he has given him a warning. We've seen that finger has gone up. I rather suspect he has been given a warning. I rather suspect that is what happened last night. What you make of it?
Yeah, this is the second time or the third time he's actually speaking to him on that issue. And as a leg spinner thing, I think your momentum should actually take you across. I'm not really a spinner. Back in the day, I was a fast medium, but he should be able to get off the pitch rather easily.
Again, another flighty delivery. The umpire did not do any speaking to a warning, anything of the sort. Caesar just pushed it back to the bowler and there's no run, but he hasn't even made an adjustment, which is Singh. In he comes, he bowls. Back goes Caesar, looking to cut that one, miss, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. The umpire is going up again. we can only speculate what is happening out there. As I said, Singh has not made any readjustment to say, well, go around the wicket. In, flighted. Stop there by short leg and there is no run. Stop the advancing Caesar, who seemed as if he's going to take the fight to him, continue as he did in the previous over, where he slammed them over mid-wicket for a powerful 6. Now, let's see, Singh in. So one driven out to long off, and there is no run. 73 for 2. 73 for 2. The battle is really on, is a mind battle he's going on between Caesar and Singh. Singh, right arm leg in, outside the off stump. I think what has happened from what I can see here, if my eyesight is as that good, seems as if he's bowling wider the crease now, and you're going to lose a little bit of the line and length he was bowling. So the umpires there looking at the same area, but he may be wise enough to go on the opposite side and see what happens.
Yes, but nevertheless, a good over.
It's a very good over.
Made no over, actually. I think it's important for Caesar not to get carried away as well with his increased tempo. Still have to have the intention to bat long as well and put away the bad balls whenever they come along.
With this 7-2 field here now, Davis will continue the off spinner from the southern end. I'll get to the field placing in a while. Davis in. Mohabir driving his out caught. That is what's expected. Driving outside the off stump, taking the edge, finally, and he is gone. We'll have to find out who the catcher is, but they're persistent with this 7-2. He has kept the line, and he has gotten a reward. 73 for 3. Guyana have just lost the wicket of Mohabir for 7.
Yeah, last over we were saying Mohabir appears to be getting a little bit frustrated He was not getting the ball away as much as Caesar has been since lunch. And the right arm off spinner there, Joshua Davis, has actually been bowling some very good lines. He has had the ball to turning away from the left-hander. And I must also applaud the captain of the TNT team for actually putting in that particular field where he had about 2 slips and a gully there, as well as a short leg for the right arm spinner there. So even though it was a 7-2 field, the bowler still has to bowl according to what set of field he has actually set. So that was a very good planning there. It's good as a captain when you plan a particular dismissal and it actually comes to pass, as we have seen there. Right arm off spinner, turning the ball away from the left-hander, taking the outside edge, and a very good catch. It was a sharp catch as well because Mohabir would have slashed hard at that delivery, and the player in the slip there took a very good catch. Right? So it's a very good half an hour after lunch for Trinidad and Tobago. Dismissing 2 Guyanese batsmen, and very good spell so far by Joshua Davis.
I thought the Guyanese were getting on top of them since lunch, but that is Caesar who's really getting at the bowling. But now Mohabir being pecked down. Eventually got caught at second slip there. Off spinner flighted, driving, edge taken, catch well taken by Andrew. As we see Davis continuing now to bowl to yet another left-hander. As Yearwood flighted outside the off stump. Loudest to go to the keeper, no runs. 73 for the loss of 3, and the battle is really and truly on here. Davis is really creating problems from the southern end. He's bowling to a 7, to a sort of defensive type of field, but creating problems. Back goes and forces out to a backward point area, 73 for 3. And the Guyanese batsmen have to be very, very careful. There's a slip, first slip, second slip, gully, silly mid off, backward point. It's really a tight ring. As Davis in to bowl to Yearwood. Yearwood goes back and is beaten with the one that spun across him. How he didn't hit the edge, I don't know, but he's still batting 73 for 3. And Davis is definitely creating some problems for the Guyanese batsmen. Davis, the off spinner, getting some turn, some punches out of this track to bowl to Yearwood. Outside the off stump, and through to the keeper, and there is no run. And they will have to find a way out as to how to deal with him, because he definitely is creating problems. The runs has dried up at his end. And he has taken the very valuable wicket of the skipper Mohabir for 7. As in comes Davis. Flighted again, I'm not beaten. Beautiful off spinner there. Right in line. He pushed at it, missed, taken cleaner by the keeper. And Trinidadians now turning on the screws in relation to the 2 spinners who are employed, Singh and more so Davis.
Very good over there by Davis. Typical off spinners dismissal to get rid of the captain there, Mohabir. And we have another left-hander in as well. So he's taking the ball away from these left-handed batsmen. Then the key for the batsman is picking up the line early. So you know that the ball will be turning away from you. So it's a matter of picking up the line early and being able to leave some of these deliveries alone.
Singh in, forward defensive. That is Caesar. He remains on 40. Yearwood yet to get off the mark. 73 for 3. 73 for 3. And suddenly the pendulum is slowly swinging towards Trinidad and Tobago, and their 2 spinners. Singh in. And he forces this one out to mid-off, and there is no run. So he remains stranded there on 40. And against this right arm leg spinner from the top end and the off spinner from the southern end, they're not giving anything away. So you'll have to fight your way out of the situation as far as again these batsmen are concerned. Singh in. Forward defensive again. This one turned across him. Out to short leg, no run. And certainly they are really and truly into their work. As it's Singh, right arm leg spin googly bowler from the northern end. So ball to Caesar. Caesar driving over his head for a 6. Flighted. Maybe it's a googly, he spotted it and he hit it fairly straight over long off for 6. He's up to 46. But certainly in the situation here, a good shot by him, easing the pressure, I would say. 79 for 3, wasn't it?
Yes, I think Guyana will be depending a lot on Caesar now, seeing that he has been there from the start. You've seen all the bowlers, he knows the conditions very well, and he's now increasing his scoring rate gradually in the recent overs.
Singh, from this to another end, in. Forward defensive, and you really drag them out of his crease to play that forward defensive shot. You can see him stretch foot long to defend it. Certainly give it as we tend to say in local parlance, he allow him to look up the eye level he's bowling at. It's interesting to see what happens, because if Caesar is to out at any time, we'll really see what is going to happen with the rest of the guy and he's batting. Singh in. Again, completely beaten with a googly there this time. Pushing at it, bat and pat close together, and spun across him, taken cleanly by the keeper. No run, just the 6 in the over, 79 for 3, and the battle and truly is really on here at Park Hill.
Yes, it's a good end to the over there, beating the outside edge of Caesar. I think there's a length that he needs to concentrate on a bit. We have seen that if you get too close to Caesar, he's willing to actually use the long handle, as they would say, and go over the top. So you need to pull back your length a bit and just keep him there a bit. Dry up his scoring opportunities, because since restarting after lunch, we have seen that his scoring rate has actually propelled.
The man who's creating, asking a lot of questions of the guy in his batsman is Davis, the off spinner from the southern end. In. Back he goes and forces it away nicely through the covers. It's going to go close to the bung. If it doesn't reach there, I think it will reach. 4 runs. That one flighted but shorter, and onto the back foot went the airwood and punched it to the right of cover on this outfield, and it's gone for 4. The outfield is drying all the while and certainly raced across the outfield for 4. He's off the mark with 4. It's 77? No, 83. 83 for the loss of 3. A good shot.
Very good shot there by Yearwood. Good shot to get off the mark, actually.
Davis, I think that's the first boundary scored off him. In. Outside the off stump. Taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no. I think that's the first run scored from him, because he's really been tight. Very, very tight. And creating problems. But Yearwood, like he's going to respond to him with his bat. Davis in. Forward defensive. Back to his normal line length. Flighted. He defended well, and there's no run. But Guyana is known for a lot of batsmen who can play spin bowling.
Very much so.
As Davis in. Oh my goodness. Flighted. Tried to hit a vertical bat straight down the ground. Played at it. The ball certainly turned. Missed the bat. Taken cleanly by the keeper. And that one bounced a bit too as well. Keeper took it somewhere around his chest. That one really bounced. I'm not too sure if it hit one of those footmarks from Singh. I'm not too sure. As Davis into bowl. Outside the off stump, too far out. But remember, he's bowling with a 7-2. He has to keep the line. 83 for the loss of 2. 83 for 3. 83 for 3. Guyana batting here against Trinidad and Tobago. As Davis to bowl to Yearwood. Yeah, oh my goodness, that one spun. Cramped him for space. Could only defend it, and it stayed from his bat onto his boot and roll out to seal it out. But a very good over there by Davis, in spite of being struck for a beautiful 4.
I get the impression that Yearwood is anxious, he's raring to go. And if he's given any opportunities, we would see him playing the aggressive shot at some point in time.
Yeah, but the thing with it, he should look at his look at the position of his team and recognize this is not 50 over cricket. This is 3-day cricket. Try and, as we'll say, gut it out and stay there as long as possible. The same thing happened to Caesar. He's been batting this since morning and gutted it out. Singh in. This time he pushed this one up to long off, and he gets a single. He's up now to 47. He's up to 47, 84 for the loss of 3. Interestingly enough now, Singh will then, first time will be bowling to Yearwood. So we'll see how this one pans out, because Caesar has been the main anchor for the Guyana is batting thus far. 84 for the loss of 3. 84 for the loss of 3. As we look at Singh to bowl to Yearwood with a slip, backward point, silly mid on, leg slip. Singh into Yearwood. Yearwood forward defensive, no run, total remains 84 for 3. So saying slip, leg slip, silly mid off, backward point, long off, long on, straightish mid wicket, and a deep mid wicket. Singh, you have to get his figures. I think he's gone for a few. Singh to bowl to Yearwood. Outside the off stump, allowed to go by to the keeper, and there is no run. 84 for 3 as Singh continues the right arm leg spin googly bowler from this the top end, the northern end. Here at the Park Hill playing field, flighted. Yearwood forward defensive, looking for a non-existent single. And there is no addition to the total of 84 for the loss of 3. 84 for 3. But Osnet seeing some dark clouds in that general area where the rain tend to come from. I'm not really too optimistic, except some wind is blowing and blow it away. Singh in. Yearwood struck on the pad there. The one spun across him. Maybe a bit more turn than he anticipated. And clearly not out LBW. It spun across him. Maybe beating leg. And there's no run. As we look at Singh to bowl to Yearwood. And a pitch that certainly is giving some assistance. Maybe the moisture is going. Sun baking it. Singh in. Forward defensive. No run. The end of the over, 84 for 3. And certainly it has really been a grind since lunch, barring the couple of boundaries scored by Caesar.
Yes, that's a very good over there by Singh. Just keeping Yearwood quiet. As I said to you before, he appeared to be a little bit anxious to get going. Right? And I think as long as Trinidad can exert the pressure on him, I think sooner or later he might give in. Right?
Something very similar to what happened to the skipper, Mohabir. The pressure was on and he just played a loose shot and got caught. So who knows? Let's see how it goes. These spin bowlers are testing the patience of these Guyanese batsmen. They're really been on target, and you have to keep your head on in order to steady and grind it out, as we tend to say. It's not 2020 cricket, it's not 50 over cricket, this is 3-day cricket. As Davis from the southern end, forward defensive goes Caesar, no run. He has been the anchor so to speak, but those clouds are getting a bit darker and darker down in that area, hasn't it? Just hopefully that it blows over or away. Davis, the off spinner from the southern end. Outside the off stump, taken cleanly. There's no run. Davis from the southern end. Ball to Caesar. Forward defensive again. Somewhere around middle and leg. Pushed at it. It 85 for the loss of 3, 85 for 3. As Davis, that one was pushed past Silimedov to the left of cover, and they had a comfortable single. 85 for the loss of 3. As we look at Davis in, allow this one to spin by outside the off stump, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. Maybe a bug has gotten into the throat. As Davis, the off spinner, bowling a very, very good spell. We'll give the figures on him at the end of the over. Davis from the southern end, really, really keeping things tight for Trinidad and Tobago. Into bowl to Caesar. Back he goes and force this one out. One, they cannot come for the second. And another single was 87. 87 for the loss of 3 at the end of that over.
Yes, so that was a very good spell there. Davis bowling 6 overs, 3 innings, 1 for 10. He really troubled the Guyanese batsmen, and he also had the prize wicket of the skipper Mohabir during that spell as well. So 86 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Is it 87?
87.
The scoreboard is saying what?
The scoreboard is saying 86.
86. We'll go with the scoreboard. 86 for 3.
For the loss of 3. And we're going to have Singh again.
Singh will
coming
continue.
into his 5th over. So far, 4 overs for 13. Right, as we're going to see Singh from the southern end, bowling to Yearwood. He's rather bogged down so far as Singh bowls. Rather full delivery, digs this one out straight to mid-off. There's no run. So what we've seen from Singh so far, he's willing to flight the ball. He's also extracting a bit of turn as well. He was almost won by the umpire early on in terms of running on the wicket, but he has been able to deal with that. As Yearwood, yes, it's caught. Caught at mid-on, a flighted delivery. As I was mentioning to Gunny earlier, and Yearwood appears to be quite anxious to get going. And this one, he wasn't able to get over it, and he just hit it straight to the guy at mid-on, and it was a very comfortable catch. So that's the first wicket there for Singh. Much deserved wicket, I would say, considering the tight nature of his bowling, especially to Yearwood.
The good thing about it is that they have been putting the pressure on the Guyanese batsmen. It's only Caesar who has stood between them, because they really been bowling some good deliveries. And as I said, if Caesar falls at any time soon, you could find a capitulation of the Guyanese, because Mohabir, as you said earlier, was anxious. He got out. Yes, it was a good delivery. And here it is, Singh now taking the wicket of Yearwood for 5. So it's 87, is I right? 86 for the loss of 4. And Ghana have to be very, very careful with these spin bowlers that are on. And they are troubling them. They are not getting away in terms of scoring as freely as they probably want to. And they're taking up the wicket every 10-15 minutes, so they have to be very, very careful. With only Caesar, the one seemingly want to stay there.
Yeah, I think he would be very disappointed with his efforts there. It was a flighted delivery. He didn't get hold of it. Looking back on it, looking back at the shot, perhaps he would say to himself that was not really needed at this point in time, considering that is a 3-day game. And no, you see what there's Trinidad. Man for Guyana is Zachary Joda. Right, I think it's important now to build a partnership with Caesar. He has been there from the very beginning. Right, he has looked good. He has been able to put away the bad balls when he received them, and he's also walked the singles as well. So it's just a matter of building a partnership and ensuring that Guyana posts a respectable total to challenge the Trinidadians.
Yes. And there's a little bit of a water break here. In light of the fact that it's now just around 16 minutes to 2. A deserved water break, 86 for the loss of 4. And gradually, what is happening is that the Trinidadians are making some small inroads that could turn out to be significant based on how things are going. As I said, if Caesar finds himself being dismissed, you can find Ghana in real problems, because the Trinidadian spin bowlers, there are 4 of them we've seen so far, are creating real problems. Yes. And a couple with Zachary, a couple with the opening bowler, that's Agard, who really bowled well this morning. They're a bit of a problem here, and they need the batsmen to stay there and bat and bat and bat. Support Caesar. That's basically what is needed here. But the battle will continue as the spin bowlers continue to operate. But I am a little concerned about those dark clouds we're seeing down on the eastern side.
Yeah, we're seeing a gradual change in the weather. Hopefully it misses us. But so far, if you're looking in the direction at which the weather normally comes from, it is not looking too friendly at this point in time. All right, so the new batsman is Zachary Joda, right-hander. So that would be perhaps beneficial for Singh, bowling to a right-hander for the first time. As he moves in from the southern end, bowls to Joda. Good delivery, bringing him forward. Ball goes out to the man at cover. There's no run. Oh, Judah. Okay, so far Singh is in his 5th over. He has 1 wicket for 13 runs. Very good spell. As he comes in again, bowls to Joda. He's going back, punching this one to the man at cover. There's no run. Bit short there on the short side. I think he perhaps need to flight it a bit more, considering he's a new batsman. Just get it above his eye line, as they would say, and try and see what Joda is up to. Singh again runs in from his southern end, bowls. Delivery just turning away a bit from the batsman. He guiding it to the man at gully. There's no run. Score remains at 86 for the last of 4. Of Caesar at the non-strikers end. Has been there from the start, opening batsman. He's on 47, I think.
48.
48, yes. Singh runs again from us, away from us, bowls. Foolish delivery and just digging it out back to the bowler. So good over.
A maiden wicket.
A maiden wicket.
From Singh. They're flighted, creating problems to the batsman. And Joda doesn't seem too settled. He's just arrived rather than get the meat of things, feel the pitch itself, the surface, and to be able to try and extricate Guyana from this. I think the innings is at a crossroads. I think this. Yeah, I think he needs to support Caesar, stay there. But for the couple of deliveries he has faced, he actually drove one back and he seemed hurriedly wanted to get off the mark. So I'm not this anxiety that step in, but he needs to concentrate.
As we have Davis again from the northern end, bowling. It's delivery a bit wide outside the off stump. Caesar shoulders arms. Goes right to be taken by the keeper. Caesar now, I think he might be a bit more cautious in his stroke play than he has been since lunch, considering it's an off spinner turning away from him. As Davis bowls, Caesar comes forward, looking for non-existent singlers, Gunny Hines would say. And he's sent back by Joda. There's no run. They need to run out each other at this point in time.
Anxiety has stepped in the arm, hasn't it?
Yes. Scoring rate has been stifled as Davis, very smooth run up, runs in, bowls, flighted delivery. Caesar comes forward and strokes it out to the man at mid-on. Gets another single, moves on to 49. We now have Jordan strike to the off spinner for the first time. Change of field. As we see a man going out at point. There's a leg slip, a short leg, a gully. So quite a bit of players around the bat. Welcoming Joda to the crease, which is good to see. So Davis will now come over the wicket to the right-hander. He's in the middle of a very good spell. As he moves past the umpire now and bowls to Joda. A flighted delivery and he's driving out to deep cover. Can they come back for a second? Yes, they could. Rather long boundary out there. So it's a good drive to come off to get off the mark there by Joda. He gets 2. But I think Davis would not be perturbed by that shot really. It's actually driving against the turn, the anticipated turn. Joda seems to be a guy who is willing to play shots as well. As Davis comes in again, balls to Jordan, he's leaving this one outside the off stump. Good leave. Good to see, just to get your eye in, see what the wicket is doing, see how much tone the bowler is extracting, the bunks. All of these things are things you need to be mindful of as a batsman. As Davis comes in again, passes the umpire, bowls. This one a bit short. Joda comes back and pushes it out to mid-wicket. There's no chance for a run there. It's the end of the over. It's 89 for the loss of 4.
Another good over there by Davis, keeping things tight, keeping things in check. And Joda seems as if he wants to play his shots. But unfortunately, you have to be very, very careful. You have to learn to defend if you want to attack. And you cannot expect. He's been watching the proceedings since play started, and the spinners especially they are creating some problems. So he has to tell himself, I am staying here along with Caesar and give him the necessary support so that to be able to extricate Guyana from the position they're in. At 88 for 4 is not a nice position, because one wicket here, anything can happen, because if you add 2, 88 and 84, 86 for 4 plus 2 is 86 for 6, and you have to be very careful.
Yes, so it's going to be Singh again. Impressive leg spinner. Comes in, bowls to Caesar. He's pushing this one out to point. There's no run there.
He's on 49. I'm wondering if he's looking at the scoreboard. He's on 49, so maybe looking to chalk up a half century. He needs not to get anxious.
Very much so. Just played well all along. Just a matter of doing what you've been doing before. As Singh comes in again, bowls. He's driving loosely. And I think he's actually going to get his half century here. Flighted delivery was not the best of shots to reach to your milestone. But nevertheless, it has been a very good innings here by Caesar. Started out this morning very watchful. Had to endure some very good fast bowling from Egad, yes. But he, and Sewell, yes. So he stayed there, and now he's reaping the rewards, right? And he's actually punished the spinners whenever they've been too full. He has a couple of sixes as well. So it's a very good innings, and hopefully he continues for Guyana's sake. As Singh comes in again, bowls. It's a little bit short, and that's a very sharp chance there at silly mid-off. It's a short delivery. Joda went back, punched it straight into the lap of the fielder there. Can't really put that as a chance there, Gunny. That was very sharp.
Some of these chances, they stick or they don't stick.
Yes, very much so. As Singh runs in, fighted delivery to Jonah. Very good. I like that. Very good delivery. Just flighted turning away. Tempting Jonah there, as we can say. We can safely say he's just looking to unshackle himself. As Singh goes in again, bowls to Joda, goes back. It's a shortish delivery and plays it out to the guy, the fielder at silly mid-off. So it's good bowling. Bowling by Singh here, just keeping the batsman honest. Singh again. Passes umpire, bowls to Joda. Faster delivery there. Hitting it out to point. Wants a single. There's no single there. A slight misfield. But that was well cleaned up there by Sival. And that's the end of the over there for Singh again. Another challenging over where there was only a single from it. We saw Caesar bringing up his half century in that over as well. A well played 50. So it's now going to be Davis from the foreigners. As we look at the weather, Gunny, it's not looking promising.
Definitely, it's not looking promising as the dark clouds we're seeing has expanded to its right and to its left. It's a question if there's any wind underneath to lift it over, because certainly it is definitely getting dark down in the area that we expect the rains to come from. But we'll keep our fingers crossed that they will drift to our left, as at where we are located to the left, and head up to the Georgetown and North Windward area.
Yes, as we have Davis starting a new over. Very impressive, bowling to Caesar. Flighty delivery. Caesar is coming forward and pushing it back to the bowler. There's no run. Very compact player, Caesar. As we look at Davis again, the 7-2 field. A lot of guys around the bat. As he comes in again, bowls to Caesar, flighted again outside the off stump. Good leave there. The ball turning away from the batsman. Caesar, being there for as long as he has been, should be able to pick up the line of these deliveries very early and know what they're doing. As we see Davis again, passes the umpire, bowls to Caesar. Delivery is coming forward and hitting it out to the field at mid-wicket. There's no run. So 90 for the last of 4. Guyana, remember Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss, sending Guyana to bat. As we have Davis coming in again, bowls. Short of a length. And Caesar just shoulders arms, leaves that one to go by to be taken by the keeper. As we see a slight change in field, you have the mid-off and the long on and the long off coming up a few meters from the boundary. Perhaps trying to entice Caesar to go over the top here. As Davis comes in, bowls, flighted delivery, and well played with soft hands there by Caesar. So just testing his temperament here, Caesar. He has just crossed his milestone, and it's just a matter of him starting over again from scratch. And then hopefully go on to have a big one, make a big score here for Guyana. As Davis runs in, bowls. Caesar is forward again. Good delivery, well played. It's another main over by Davis there, Gunny Hines.
Another tight, real tight over there from Davis. Batsman gave him no opportunity to score. He has to defend the 6 deliveries. And 90 for 4, Guyana. But not good news, but I get the distinct impression the rain is going to be with us. Not too far from now. Be honest with you, it is matter of when, because it definitely has not going up to the north wind with the areas. I suspect Georgetown area go up that way. It seems as if coming bang straight on here and the ground staff are moving towards the covers. That is a sign that it is going to come.
Singh comes in again from the southern end. Ooh, and that's a good delivery. This one a little turn and bounce there from Singh. He has plugged away that length all day. And Joda there just perhaps should have been forward to that delivery. Went back and he was beaten. So good start to the over here by Singh as he runs in again. This time bowls to Joda. Its delivery is flighted outside the off stump. No threat to the batsman there. And Joda is shoulders arms. He hasn't really been able to get away as such since he has come to the wicket. He's struggling to rotate strike as well as find the boundaries. As Singh bowls and he punches this one. A good looking shot. Should be able to get a single, yes. Good feeling there by James. Restricting the batsman to 1. So that's a very good back foot punch there by Joda.
I think we must compliment the Trinidadian fieldsmen. They have been really feeling very, very well indeed. Nothing has really slipped through them.
Yes, and that's very important to back up your bowlers, and it keeps the pressure on the batsmen, knowing that the fielders are there supporting the bowlers. So there's a guy out at square leg, deep square leg for Caesar, as Singh comes in, bowler, flighted delivery, and he's driving now, and that's a good opportunity there, good effort. Good effort from the fielder there at cover. It was a flighted delivery by Singh, and there's going to be some overshows there. Quite sloppy, a little bit sloppy there by Trinidad. We're just praising them in terms of their efforts in the field, but that was a sloppy piece of cricket there, allowing the batsmen to get an extra run. But,
yeah, but what really happened is that the return struck the stumps,
yes,
and it ran away. So it was good feeling. It was short of him as a catch. Good feeling. The return hit the stump. Had anybody been out of the crease, it would have been gone. So it ran away, and these things do happen.
True. Very much so. As Singh, a quicker delivery. Caesar goes back. His back foot and just pushes it out to cover. There's no run. So Caesar just need to be careful here. Don't get too carried away. That last opportunity was just stretching a bit loose. As Singh flights again. Okay, no, that's better from Caesar. Letting the ball come to him as opposed to stretching and trying to meet it. The rain seemed to be drifting
I was
to our
about
left
to
as
say to
we,
you,
as we speak.
my knowledge seems to say that we expect it to go that way, and it is definitely going that way.
So a
There's a
geography skills coming in there.
Georgetown, North Windward area. Definitely the heavier part of the clouds is drifting to our left towards North Windward. And who knows, we may not get even a shower in here. The way it is looking, because the center of it, we expected to come in here, seem to be clearing up. I mean, you are younger than I do. But from what I can see, the center is definitely clearing up. To the right out, that's going towards Argyle area, the dark cloud going that way, and the bulk of it is going the way that I expected it will go.
So thankfully we will not have any further interruptions. Right? If for our viewers now joining us, we would have started 45 minutes late this morning, 10:45, due to some overnight showers and early morning showers as well. So we're going to have Davis again in the middle of a very long but effective spell. Ball into Joda. He's going back, punching it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I have a funny feeling, Asnet, the rain is not going to come. The way I'm looking at it all the while.
Yes, hopefully Mr. Hines is right. As Davis comes up, balls flighted delivery to Jonah, and he's going back. Perhaps should have been forward to that delivery. It was a relatively flighted delivery.
I would really love to see him flight one, for him to use his feet to see what is going to happen.
Yeah. As Davis comes in again, bowls. Oh, and he's forward this time, long forward. I don't think the umpire would send that. That's a good stride. He got a good stride in there, which always put doubts in the umpire's mind.
Yes, I believe he was struck outside the off stump as well too.
Yes. So, a very ambitious appeal there by the Trinidadians.
I think they're overly ambitious to look for an LBW there.
As Davis again comes in, ball to Joda. Flighted delivery. Well played there by Joda. His teammates echoing the same sentiments of well played. So it's a good testing spell here. Both the batsman and the bowler seem to be cat and mouse, as they would say. Is who's about to break force. As Davis comes in, bowls a short of a length delivery, he's punching it. Looking for two, not going to get it though. Very good feeling there once again by the Trinidadians. Right, so Jonah just punching that one out to deep cover, deepish cover. The outfield, as we said before, is not as quick as it used to be, as normally is, because of the overnight showers that we would have had. So we now have Caesar on strike, and the field as usual is a 7-2 field. As Davis runs in, bowls to Caesar. Short of a length, a bit quicker as well, and well played there by Caesar, watching it all the way straight into the wicket-keeper's glove. So yes, end of another over there by Davis.
And on the end of another good over, and this intriguing cricket is continuing, bat and ball, in relation to the game whereby Guyana trying to extricate themselves from 4 wickets being down and recognizing the innings at the crossroads. But I think some very sensible batting here by Caesar. Despite the situation, he's not giving him any opportunity to get him out. He's really staying there to grind it out and hope that he will get support from the rest of the batting. And so far, despite Jordan giving you the impression that he's anxious, he's really want to get on with it, he's still there, and that is important as far as Guyana is concerned, while Trinidad and Spin is looking to effect another breakthrough.
Yes, so Sing it would be again from the southern end, bowls to Joda. He's going back and punching this one to a deepish cover. Right. And he gets a single again. So in the last couple of overs, we have seen Joda just getting the singles, which is good. It keeps him flowing, it keeps the body flowing, his hand-eye coordination getting better. Right. It's always good to just keep the scoreboard ticking over. It's now 95 for the loss of 4. As Singh from the southern end, the ball into Caesar, flighted delivery. Oh, and that's a good one. That's a good one again. That is the line that has been troubling Caesar in the last couple of overs there. That's a little flighted delivery. I don't know if he's getting a little bit of drift away from the batsman and spinning it back. But Caesar has been found wanting on that particular length, as we've seen in that last delivery. Once again, the umpire seemed to have some issues with Singh and his encroachment on the playing area. As Singh bowls. Looks to be a googly that time. Finding the outside edge, but going down. But fielded there at slip. So what we have seen is that even though Caesar has been there from the beginning, the very beginning, the spinners have still been able to trouble him to some degree. As Singh comes in, bowls, and Caesar is forward. Good looking defensive stroke there, out to the man at cover. There's no run. So 95 for the last of 4 after being insulted by Trinidad and Tobago. It's Singh again to Caesar. Ooh, and that's a googly. That one torn and bounce. The bounce that we have seen all day basically from since the very first over. Singh is able to extract a bit of bounce there, and that one seemed to have gone in the other direction and beating Caesar all ends up. There's a good testing over here. Hopefully he can finish it in the same manner. Good. A bit quicker through the air. And Caesar just letting that one go outside the off stump. End of the 39th over. It's 95 for the last of 4.
Yes, another testing over there by Singh, and he's definitely settled into a beautiful line and a beautiful length and troubling even Caesar, who's been there since 11:15. So certainly it's a very good ploy being employed here by Caesar, and that is to stay there. Maybe some of these youngsters, hasn't it? They are not accustomed to batting for any long length of period. They're so accustomed to the shorter version of the game. But we are seeing the test of patience here by Caesar. But generally, batsmen in the Caribbean still in the 2020 mode.
Yes, and we'll come back to that later on as Davis is flighting this one and Joda is hitting it out to a deepish cover once again. The outfield, as we said before, is not the fastest. So on another day, perhaps he would have been able to get 2 runs easily or perhaps 4. But today, because of the overnight showers we had, it's a single. So he brings Caesar back on strike to face the left-hander. And as my weather forecaster next to me has said, the rain seemed to have gone in to the left of us, which is good. That's a good delivery there by Davis, beating Caesar all ends up. It appears to be type of wicket where you're not completely in, you know. Normally you would say you're playing yourself and then it gets easier from there. But so far what we have seen is that even though you're in, as in the case of Caesar, you can still be troubled by the bowlers. So Davis again comes up, bowls. That's a bit wide this time. Caesar shoulders arms and allows it to be taken by the wicket keeper. Has been very as Davis. A nice smooth run up. Comes in, bowls a flighty delivery and is beating Caesar outside the off stump. That one would have torn a little bit, just enough to pass the outside edge. And we're now seeing Joda going down to have a word with Caesar.
Yes, in spite of him being there for the 3 hours or so, he's still being beaten every now and then by the spin bowlers. But at least to his eternal credit, he's there.
Yes, as they would say, you can't score runs in the pavilion, so when you're in the middle, you always have the opportunity to score runs afterwards. As Caesar is driving, a quick single there, misfield by the fielder at mid-off. Perhaps that was an opportunity there. It was a very close single.
Maybe had he picked up cleanly, as the first fumble we really seen from the Trinidadian fieldsman, had he picked up, I think that Caesar would have been some problems because he struck it and he ran. And Joda was slow in responding. So had the fielder picked it up cleanly, who knows what could have happened. But fortunately for Guyana, he did not, and they were able to make it a comfortable signal at the end of the day.
Yes, almost a suicidal single, as they would say. But all is well that ends well. He's now on strike again, and we have, is it a new bowler here?
Is it the same Singh?
Singh.
Looks so. Same Singh.
Singh, yes. As Singh comes in again, bowls. It's a bit wide outside the off stump. I think he's looking for that length he would have beaten Caesar with a couple of overs ago, just on a good length outside the off stump, spinning back. have him stretching a bit, bringing these two guys in. You have to cover, basically two guys in the cover region. He's now choking out to one of them there.
He reminds me very much of, you're a youngster, he reminds me very much of Leonard Baishan out of Ghana, former Western European batsman. Same obdurate type of batting, no big set of flair, no big set of shots. By the time you look, he has centuries.
Sing again. He's going back and playing that one straight to the field at point.
Yes, so, you had these type of batsmen like a Larry Gomes, steady by Richards and all the flamboyant persons around him. By the end of the day, you see he has a lot of runs on his belt.
Just batting, the art of batting. There's a full toss, you get in a full toss this time, he hits it out to long on. Should be a single. Yes, it is. Not a big boundary out there. That was a full delivery there by Singh. One of the few bad balls, as we'd say. But Caesar wasn't able to capitalize on that occasion. The score moves on to 98 for the loss of 4. So we have Joda back on strike. As Singh goes in now, bowls to Joda. Short of a length. Joda is whipping this one to short mid wicket, and a good stop there. And number 17, I think that is Ramlal. I think. Good stop there. Feeding has been very good, as we would have mentioned before. Just keeping the batsman honest. As Singh moves away now from us. Moves to Joda, a short delivery. Pulls it. Can they come back for a second? No. Good feeding again. Good attacking fielding. It's only a single. So it's another over there. These overs been seemingly going by very quickly.
Yes, very quickly. The spinners are bowling 2 overs within 5 minutes. They've really been going quickly, and if there's no run, they will bowl 3 in 6. That's how quickly they are getting through these overs. Yes, going back to the type of batting, as I said, he reminds me of Baishan. And you really do not have that type of batsman anymore in the Caribbean. Yes, everybody playing the slap, bang, shwang, shwick.
I think the closest we have is Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, well, he's playing Test cricket. He's doing the right thing.
Yes.
You might say he is slow, but the problem with it, he stays there, which is the correct thing to do in the longer version. But because of the number of 2020 matches being played, still I believe, not veering off from what we are doing here, still I believe they need to think the game a bit more in the shorter version, because they're just getting themselves into all sorts of problems by not really thinking the game.
Yeah, very much so. I agree with that statement totally. I think there's a match today actually going, I think. New Zealand.
Yes, West Indies against New Zealand. We'll try and get an update for you.
Okay,
there's a change of bowling.
Rambaran, yes. His name's Rambaran is back into the attack. Left arm spinner. Very impressive so far. Giving the ball a bit of air when needed.
I think it's a good change by the skipper.
Yes, I think Davis would have bowled a very long spell. So he needed a bit of rest there as Ramba bowl, and Joda is driving out to the man at cover. There's no run. No run. So Rambadan is back into the attack. He's in again. Bowls to Joda. Long forward. Don't think the umpire would entertain that appeal. So 99 for the loss of 4 as Rambadan bowls. He's going back Joda and punching this one out to deep cover. He'll get a single. So he has not looked bad so far. He has been able to punch the ball through the gaps, accumulate some singles and keep out the good ones. So
that's 100 up.
So it's 100 up for Guyana. So applause from the pavilion. 100 for the loss of 4, 41 overs. It has been a slow but steady progress. A run rate of around 2.5 runs to the over. As Rambaran comes in from the northern end. Place has gone a little bit overcast, but no immediate threat of rain. As the sun has gone in a bit. As Rambaran bowls and Caesar is there, showing the full face of the bat. This one goes out to the man at cover, and there's no run. 100 for the loss of 4. Rambaran, left arm orthodox, flighted delivery. Caesar is driving this one up to mid-off. There's no run. So, end of the over there. A good comeback over there by Rambaran. Maybe not as threatening as he was earlier, but still a very tight over.
Yes. He's maybe warming up, so to speak, trying to get into his rhythm because tea time is the next 20-25 minutes. And the 170 minutes, slow going, but important that the batsmen stay there. And the Guyanese innings have been built around this 52 so far from Caesar, and the others are 54. This inning been built around Caesar, and the others are supporting him. Joda, despite he look a bit tentative, look as if he wants to score runs quickly, he has settled in so far. Let's hope he continues.
Singh comes in, bows to Joda. He's long forward. He has a good reach, though. Good height and good reach. So
he's a tall man.
Yes.
So once those deliveries are flight, he can easily reach out. But what the good news is that the rain has gone.
Yes.
That's the good news.
So Singh again comes in, bows to Joda. Oh, and that's a good delivery again. I think we have seen that before. Just pitching on a good length. Joda perhaps should have been forward a bit. He's on his back foot. The ball spun across him. And
Tall man should have been pushing forward.
Yes, and going past the outside edge there. So Singh again comes in, bows to Joda. Flighted deliveries, flicking this one a bit in the air, a bit risky. Just a slightly away from the mid-wicket fielder there. So it's a good testing over here by Singh. I think has bowled well and perhaps deserved more than the 1 wicket he has so far. As if these Sus again comes in, bows to Joda. Flighty delivery. Good stride forward again by Joda there. Good reach, as we mentioned before. As the kind of stride forward you need to perhaps make more often against Singh, who's getting the ball to turn a bit away from him. Singh comes in again, bowls, he's back, and and that's a sharp chance. It actually went down. It was an edge, but it went down, and the fielder on his way up found it very difficult to go back down to take that catch. It would have been a very good
technical
catch.
side is that he was on his way up and the ball was down.
Yes.
Had he stayed down, he certainly would have dropped straight into his hands.
It's a very sharp chance there. As Singh comes again, flighted. And Joda is reaching out and pushing it out to the field at cover. So a rather sharp chance there to the man at gully. On another day, perhaps he would have.
As net, these kind of things, sometimes you are there. To me, it's technically a chance, but it's difficult to really.
It's a difficult chance, yes.
Yeah, because he was on his way up as the batsman was playing. He was on his way up just a split second too fast, and the ball actually died on him. And by the time he looked to get his hands back down, the ball struck his hand, his fingers, and that was that. One of these things.
The best slip fielders, stay down as long as possible.
Yes, I agree with you.
As Rambaran comes in again, bowl a good length. So in terms of good slip fielders, Gunny, who has been some of the best you have seen in your...
In relation to?
In terms of slip fielders.
Many.
We'll come back to that after this delivery as Rambaran. It's a dead ball.
You're too young, Ian Redpath was a tremendous slip fielder. Viv Richards, tremendous slip fielder. That's what I'm saying, Viv Richards, tremendous slip fielder. Mark Waugh.
Yes. As Rambaran bowls, and he's pushing this one out to point. There's no run. It's a very tight, continues to be very tight. Rambaran not giving anything away.
Brian Lara.
Brilliant slip fielder.
Okay. As Caesar again, he has been rather stuck so far in terms of his last 15 or so deliveries. He has not actually been scoring freely. Hopefully that doesn't affect him in any way. He has shown good temperament throughout his innings so far, and hopefully he will continue. As Rambaran bowls a flighted delivery and he's driving with one hand coming off the bat there, Caesar. Just need to get back to his basics and do what he has been doing all along. He should be good. Rambaran is testing him here. The delivery was a bit more flighted. as he comes in again. Bowls, flatter trajectory this time around, and Caesar is just playing that one straight to the man at silly mid off. No run. This is 100 for the loss of 4, 43 overs completed so far as Rambaran comes in, bowls, flatter delivery, straight. And Caesar is just playing that one to the man at mid wicket, and there's no run. So Rambaran doing what he has done all day basically in terms of just bowling a good line on length, keeping the batsman honest, not giving much away. And I'm sure the skipper would be very happy with his performance so far as he leaves past the umpire once again. Bowls a flighty delivery, and Caesar is driving it, is forcing it out. Rambaran feeding off his own bowling there. Very good over, a main over actually. And that's the end of the 47th over completed. The score is 100 for the loss of 4 wickets.
So they have upped it a little bit because they're going at 1.9. They've gone over by 2.1 or something there about. It's really slow going, but in the circumstances, Guyana is doing what they should be doing, and that is to stay out there as long as possible and do not get dismissed too quickly for 160 and give Trinidad all the time to bat. So if they're going to reach that total, they're going to take up a lot of time, which is important.
Yes, as we see Singh coming again from the southern end, he's bowling a flighty delivery to Joda, and he's a long way forward, pushing it out to the man at city mid-off. There's no run. Singh just testing Joda here, flighting a few, and seeing if he's willing to go over the top. Singh again, flighty delivery again. He's driving, looking for a single here. Good feeling, very good feeling there by the man at cover. Diving stop and preventing the single there as well. So that's been a hallmark of Trinidad for the throughout the day in terms of their fielding. They're willing to throw themselves around and prevent any runs from accumulating. As Singh bowls and he's sweeping, good shot. Perhaps would be able to get 2. No, it would be a risky second there. So sweep shot there from Joda. Delivery flighting on the line of the leg stump, and he was able to just swivel on it a bit and get it down to fine leg and getting a single, adding to his total. He now moves on to 9. As we see Singh again, this time bowling to Caesar. Singh, flighty delivery. Caesar is driving. And should be able to accumulate a single here. There's a long on and long off in place. So he gets a single. I think that's what Guyana needs to do a little bit more often in terms of rotating the strike. There's a lot of gaps in the field. Take minimal risk. And just keep the scoreboard moving. So Joda is back on strike, the tall, lanky right-hander, as Singh bowls again. His delivery is outside the off stump. Joda is leaving that. Just started a bit wide and went even wider. So that was a good leave there by Joda. Was actually settled down quite a bit. Was quite erratic at the beginning of his innings as Singh comes in, bowls again. Good delivery, good testing delivery. He's leaving that one again. Well taken by the wicketkeeper there. And it's the end of the 48th over. The score is 102 for the loss of 4.
102 for the loss of 4 is sort of a recovery here from Guyana from where they were. And they are really putting their hands up and be counted in the form of Caesar and now Joda. And Joda, when he came in, looked a bit iffy as if he ready to sort of take the attack to the bowlers, but he has since settled, and they are making the Trinidadian spinners work and work and work for the wicket if they are to effect a breakthrough anytime before tea. So it's really a question of now keeping their sanity. CS 20-3. It's now 25 after 2. This left arm spinner, that's Rambaran, outside the leg stump and clipped away by that's Caesar. It goes on to 1-54.
So that's a very good manipulating of the field there. That one was on the line of the leg stump, and Caesar just clipped it around the corner and got a very easy single. So that was not a very good line there by Rambaran. But he now has to contend with the right-handed Joda. He'll be turning the ball away from the right-hander, so he should be quite. As he flights this one, he's driving it straight back to the bowler. There's no run. So there's a slip, a gully. There's now a change in the field. We now have 2 slips and a gully. Man at point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And there's a silly mid-on as well. As Rambaran comes in, bowls, flighty delivery. He's driving. Good stop there by the man at cover. Very good fielding once again. Just keeping the batsman on strike. So Joda coming into his own as the innings progresses. It's Rambaran again from the northern end. Passes the umpire now and bowls to Joda. Short of a line delivery. He's punching this one off the back foot. Looking for 2 as usual, but I don't think they'll be able to get it. Fielder there, very quick. Good return back into the wicketkeeper. And they get another single. So Joda, another single for Joda. The score now is 103 for the loss of 4. Caesar is back on strike. He's on 54. Joda is on 10. As Rambaran comes in, moves to Caesar. He's driving back to the bowler. Ricochet there, back onto the stump. But thankfully, Joda was very alert. We've seen that type of dismissal before, where the bowler has been able to just get a hand on it and diverted it back onto the stump, which would be very unfortunate.
Has it ever happened to you?
No, I can't recall in my short playing career as Rambaran is bowling, is flicking, and the man at mid-wicket stopping at delivery as well. So a single from that over from Rambaran, and it's 104 for the loss of 4.
Well. The players are out there, the cricket is going on. Runs are ticking by one. The spurt of scoring just after lunch, the number boundaries has stopped following the dismissal of the skipper. That's Mahabi, as Caesar was taking the attack to the Trinidad and slow bowlers. But since then, things have quietened down, and they are trying to preserve their wicket, whilst at the same time accumulate whatever is there on offer. So I think it's a good approach by the Guyanese batsmen in Joda and Caesar, and the Trinidadian spin bowlers really have to work for success.
Yes, and it will be Singh again, the right arm leg spinner. Was bowled well so far, threatening the batsman at various points in time. As he comes in and bowls to Joda, and he's punching this one down the ground. The man at mid-on comes around and prevents any further runs. A bit short there by Singh, perhaps trying a quicker ball there, but it just was a bit short, and Joda went back on his back foot. A very tall guy, so he had enough room to go back and punch it to mid-off for a single. We now have Caesar on strike as Singh comes in. Bowls a flighty delivery, and Caesar is coming forward and just stroking it back down to the bowler. Very good competitive cricket there. Good bowling, requiring good, careful batting. And Caesar is holding his innings together here for Guyana. As Singh bowls again a flighty delivery, and is just stroking this one down to long off. And he will get a single, come off strike again. The score moves on to 106 for the loss of 4. So just looking for the singles, Guyana, accumulating as much as they can, trying not to lose a wicket, especially with the tea break coming up very soon. You don't want to lose a wicket at this point in time. As Singh comes in, bowls. It's dragged down delivery. Should have perhaps very disappointed with himself there, Joda. It was short, wide, and he managed to pick out the fielder at extra cover. So perhaps Singh is getting a bit tired here. We have seen in this over a couple of drag down deliveries. As he comes up again, bowls, flighted delivery, and Joda is long way forward. Pushes this one out to seal him off, and there's no run. 106 for the loss of 4. Guyana being insulted by Trinidad and Tobago this morning to bat. And we've seen lovely weather conditions here, good for cricket. As Singh flighted delivery, but a bit wide. And Joda actually left that one alone. He's looking rather suspiciously at the umpire, perhaps looking for a wide. But perhaps if it was a limited overs cricket, that would have been a wide. The umpire is Joseph, not paying him any mind. It's the end of the over. 106 for the loss of 4.
Yes, 106 for 4, and certainly the Trinidadian spinners have been made to work and work and work. But what I would like to say, Asnet, is that as the ball gets a bit older, it gets a bit softer. So that prodigious bounce that we saw earlier is not pronounced anymore. So it's basically you're back to basics in terms of keeping a good line, good length. The bounce is not there, and the spinners are not as effective in terms of the bounce as against earlier in the day.
As Rambaran is first delivery is driven out to a deepish, long off region. Perhaps they could have gotten a second there, but good feeling once again. He attacked the ball there, the fielder, Trinidad and fielder. So another single for Caesar. He's been able to accumulate some singles in the last couple of overs.
Maybe Agard can come back in for a little spell just before tea, maybe over 2. See what happens.
Yes, good point there, Gunny. Just to test these two batsmen as Rambaran pulls and he's driving there, Joda out to cover. And there's no run. Yeah, the left arm seam was very impressive this morning. It's good to see him come back for a second spell. Normally, if your fitness is up there, you should be able to penetrate as well in your second spell. As Rambaran is bowling and he's punching this one out to point, and there's no run.
Yeah, but it won't be too much of a spell because it's tea, so he probably will get in 2 overs and come and relax. Yeah. 20 minutes off, have something to drink, eat, and get back out there. And, 2 overs, 1 out.
As Rambaran bowls and he's punching again, the field at point, very dynamic, prevents any sort of run there. Good feeling once again. I get the feeling that the batsmen are getting more and more comfortable against these spinners. So
the ball gets softer too.
So your point of actually bringing back your opening seamer is a good one. As someone is just walking across the side screen there for a second there. Rambaran comes in again, bowls to Joda. He's back and is pushing it up to the...
but Asna, there's no need to walk in front of the side screen. There's the road behind.
Very much so. But these are some things that, you just can't get away from at some point in time. As Rambaran just pushing back mid-on a bit. He comes in, bowls, and Joda is back and just punches it back to the bowler with no run. So it's 107 for the loss of 4.
Yes, 107 for 4. This partnership has put on 21, but they have been there for a very, very long time, which means they are wearing down the Trinidadian slow bowlers. And I would have thought really and truly with just a couple of minutes to tea, it could have been given an over or 2 because of the spin.
I think it will be Ramlal will be coming back.
Yes, apparently they're not going that route and they're going to continue with the slow spin bowling.
Yes, it will be Ramlal, the left arm spinner, who would have been What bowler spell earlier as he bowls. He's flighting this one, and Caesar there shoulders arms. I think Caesar would have hit him for a couple of boundaries in his first spell, just after lunch. So this would be very intriguing. Can Caesar curb his? So this would be very intriguing. Can Caesar curb his natural instinct to go after Ramlal? As he have done before, as Ramlal flighting this again, and a good delivery. It looks to have been the googly coming back into the left hander there, and it's a good start here. Ramlal, I think in his first spell he was a bit too short at times as well as too full. Just need to find that in between length and let the ball do the talking. As Ramlal comes again, this one is short and he's cutting but straight to the man at extra cover. There's no run. So Ramlal, very slow pace. He's a slower trajectory and than Rambaral. As Ramlal bowl, he's flighting this one and he's just flicking it out to the man at mid wicket. No run. It's a good start in his second spell here for Ramlal. As he goes in once more, bowls to Caesar. Oh, and that's jumped on him quite a bit there. Bit of bounce, so we were just alluding to the fact that perhaps the bounce is not as pronounced as it was before, but we just seen Ramlal having that delivery jumped a bit on Caesar there. So Ramlal again comes in, bowl a flighty delivery, and he's leaving this one alone outside the arm stump. But good over there, good challenging over there, good comeback over there by Ramlal. There, Gunny.
Yeah, had he stayed his ground, the man had shot, like you would have taken an easy catch. Because he actually shifted from the time the ball bungs, but had he stayed where he would have dropped straight into his lap.
Once again, I think natural instincts take over from the time you see the ball is a bit short, you start to take evasive action.
No, that is quite normal. That's quite natural. I got a few knocks already feeling a short legs. So the moment the ball is short, I tend to get out of the way. You know, but not faulting him in any way, it's just that these things do happen. But see, sometimes, you know, when the ball bounces like that, depends on the batsman if he's going to come and attack it and run. If he's going to play forward and the ball is doing anything, you stay. You never know what's going to happen.
So it's Rambaran again as he goes, a bit short, and he's whipping this one. A good-looking shot. Should be able to get more than one here, and does. So 2 runs there for Joda. Good wristy shot there. Through mid-wicket, and the score moves on to 109 for the loss of 4 wickets. So Rambaran, 113, sorry. Oh, sorry. So Joda moves on to 13. A slight misfield here, close one. Oh, it was a close one there. There was a slight misfield in the covers. Joda went back, pushed it into the cover, sorry, and a misfield there, and you know the old said he never run on a misfield, but they did, and thankfully he was able to complete his ground there. So the score moves on to 110 for the loss of 4. Joda moves on to 14, and Caesar is on 56. So Rambaran, it would be again, coming from the northern end. Bowls, and Caesar is just flicking this one behind square for an easy single. Moves the score along to 111. Caesar, his personal tally goes up to 57.
You know, the English commentators had a saying with the 1-1-1. You know what it's all about? I know you're a young man.
Is the umpire there? Nicky what? Is it Nicky what?
Nelson,
yes,
yeah.
Something along the line. As Rambaran bowls, and Joda is just pushing this one to mid-wicket for no run. Rambaran has been a bit short in this spell, though. He has allowed Joda to just go back on his back foot and get more comfortable on the back foot there. As he comes in again, a flighty delivery this time, and Joda is just pushing it out to cover.
That's what you should be doing. Flight the ball now that it's gotten softer, and try to lure him out of his crease.
Yeah. So it's Rambaran again, bowls. Bit short again, as we were just alluding to, and it's just flicked out to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So it's the end of the 55th over, I believe, if I'm stand corrected.
I'll get started.
And it's 111 for the last of 4. 53rd over. So 53rd over. And 53 overs, yes. So it's 111 for the loss of 4. Based on the time, I believe this might be our last over before lunch. Before tea, sorry. And Trinidad will be looking for a breakthrough, while Guyana will be looking to at least carry on without any further loss of wickets. So it's Ramlal again, the left arm spinner. Oh, and that's it's out. It's out. That bit of bounce again by Ramlal there. Caesar moving forward. I think this delivery would have spun back into him, taking the inside edge, and the man at sitting me down, taking a very easy catch there. So I was just alluding to the fact that Trinidad was looking for a breakthrough before tea, and Guyana, on the other hand, would be very disappointed to have lost that particular wicket, especially seeing that it's Caesar, who have been there from since the start and played very, very well, negotiating all the bowling options that were thrown at him. And Guyana will be very disappointed with that. But not to take anything away from Trinidad and Tobago. They've worked hard, they've toiled hard. The wicket has not really been offering a great deal, but they have been able to stem the flow of runs, and at the same time, they have also been able to chip away at the wickets of Guyana. So it's 111 for the loss of 5. The key batsman there being Caesar, actually going for 59 of 142 balls. He would have hit 5 4s and 2 6s. So he was caught by Justin Jagassar, bowled by Ramlal there just before tea break. We have Joda, who is not out on 14. Very slow going, 14 from 55 deliveries. Ramlal, that was his first wicket. He has 4.1 over. 4.1 over, sorry. 1 main, 1 for 15. Just a recap of what happened so far. We had Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and sending Guyana to bat. We had Orlando James, 4 overs, none for 15. We had Zachary Siwa, 6 overs, none for 13. Rambaran, 11 overs, 1 for 19. Ramlal, 4.1 overs, 1 for 15. Joshua Davis, 10 overs, 1 for 16. Vasant Singh, 12 overs, 1 for 24. Top scoring for Guyana, we have Tomani Caesar, who was the last wicket to go just on the brink of tea there, 59. We have Rampatab Ramnath, he went for 16 from 34 balls. Mavendra Dinial, he was LBW bowl, Rambaran for 9. Alvin Pradeep, he was caught by Andrew Rambaran, bowl Joshua Davis for 7. Yearwood, he only made 5. And we have Zachary Joda, as we said, not out on 55. So it has been a very competitive game so far. I think I would just give Trinidad the edge, considering the fact that they were able to remove Caesar just on the brink of TD Ghanaians.
Yes, Osnet, I think that wicket is a crucial wicket just on the stroke of T at 111 for 5 with Caesar well entrenched with 59. And we'll see what happens after tea. But so far, I think the batting, how many? This partnership added 25 in a very long time, but they were just very important because had they lost the wicket immediately after 86 for 4, who knows what will be the situation now, but they really try to reposition their team at 111 for 5 now. They have to rebuild. The Trinidadian bowling, I think they're very steady. They were very, very steady. And it's a question of what happens after tea. So at tea here in this game between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana, Guyana being inserted to bat at tea 111 for 5. So for the time being, back
After T, first delivery there by Ramlal, a bit quicker. The new batsman being Jonathan Rampasad, left-hander. So Ramlal will be looking to find his length once again as he comes in again, bowls to Rampasad, and this delivery, a slow delivery outside the arm stump. He's leaving that one alone. Rampasad, a tall batsman. Quite a few of these Guyanese batsmen are pretty tall, so they have a bit of reach. As Ramlal comes in again, bowls a flighty delivery this time, and he's hitting this one. Could be caught. Yes, it is. Yes, a very good catch. Very good catch there by the man running back at mid-off there. It was a flighty delivery. The batsman there trying to go over the top very early in his innings without actually playing in himself. And that was a very good catch there by the field at mid-off. Just running back, taking that one. So it's now 111 for 6. It's a wonderful catch there by Kyle Ramdu. Just been informed. As Guyana now losing their 6th wicket. So a very disappointing start after T. They would have been looking to rebuild quite a bit and get another partnership going, considering they would have lost a wicket on the last wicket before T. So to lose a wicket within the space of 2 balls again would have been very disappointing for Guyana at this point in time. But that was good bowling there by Ramlal, just flighting it quite a bit and just lowering the batsman there to try and play a shot. Perhaps they were not as set load as yet to be playing.
Yes, Osnet, quickly after this, I said once Caesar gets out of the way now, Guyana will be ending up in some kind of a problem, because from the approach from the other batsman, and he's the one who actually held the innings together. You see Rampasad coming in and didn't get the feel of the pitch to try and say, let me grind it out along with Joda. And he perished. So the new man in is Ramsamy.
Very interesting names. Some very interesting names here. We're getting used to them, hopefully. Within the three days that we're here, we will be able to perfect these names afterwards. So it's Ramlal to Ramsamy. He's bowling. His delivery is quite a bit short. Goes back, punches out to mid-on. There's no run. So Ramlal here just beating the batsman with his slow pace and just looping it a bit, flighting it a bit above the eye lines as he comes again. His delivery looks like the googly, that one, just turning away from the right-handed batsman there, Ramsamy. And there's no run. So the end of the over, it's 111 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yes, Osnet, and right after T, seeing Trinidad picking up a very, very, very quick wicket, and has really tilted the balance right into their area. The thing about it is this: as I said, if Caesar gets out quickly, I rather suspect the tail are going to capitulate against this Trinidad and slow bowlers, because we know the propensity of people who bat in lower down the order and tail. You don't really expect too much from them. Yes, they can hit a 30 or 20, whatever. When terms of staying there and grinding it out, you don't really get it from people with very low order and tail enders. So to me, it's a question of how quickly will Trinidad be able to keep the cool, keep their composure, keep the ball on the wicket, and see what they have to offer, because they have 2 men in. No, Joda is still there. You have Ramsamy in, and it's a question of what's going to happen from here on in, in terms of the innings at 111 for 6. They're more than enough that are past the crossroads.
Yes, so we're going to see Saiwa, Zachary Saiwa, coming back.
Is something wrong with Egad?
I'm not sure about that, Goni. So Saiwa from the northern end this time, bowling to Ramsamy. Full delivery, just pushing it back to the bowler. Yeah, so Goni was asking about Egad.
I would have thought that Egad would have been given a second spell, and so I was a bit surprised to see Sewell. Although he bowled well, let me make it clear. But the impressive bowler was Egad.
Yes, a very good point there. To see why it is to bowl to Ramsamy. He comes in now, bowls to Ramsamy, and it's a full delivery. He's coming forward and stroking it out to cover. So it's a big repairing job here to be done here by the Guyanese batsman, Gunny.
maybe Osnet, in light of the fact they really down to the number 8 batsman, I would have continued with the slow ball in the other end. Get the ball up to the eye line and see what happens. I would have gone that way. But that's this captain's decision. We have to live with that, and we speak what we see.
Very much so. As CWI comes in again, this one is down the leg side. And well taken there by the wicketkeeper. But being very neat and tidy behind the stumps, must be said. CWI, very impressive first spell. He came in first change. He was able to stamp his authority right away by not giving away much, bowling a very straight line as well, not giving the batsman any room to maneuver and score freely. So he'll be looking to clean up the tail here, as they would say, as he comes in once more. Bowls a slower ball, I think, and that's a very good shot. One bounce into the fence for 4. So there was actually a fielder long leg.
It's a fielder there, you know, it's because we are upscored by the pavilion.
Yes, and it was very close to him, but it was a very good shot. There was a poor delivery though. Looks like an attempted slow ball. And Ramsamy was able to get off the mark there with a flick over deep fine leg. One bounce into the fence for 4. So there's a very good delivery to receive up front to actually get off the mark.
Yes, I can give you the scores in some of the other 2 games. I got the scores a while ago. Where are they? I got the scores from the other 2 games, but you can go right ahead. They are somewhere written down here. Oh, look them here. After this
delivery, so CWI again is coming in. Bows to Ramsamy. He's back and punches it back to the bowler.
Yeah, Jamaica 168 for 3 versus Barbados at Cumberland with Jordan Johnson 96. He got out. And win was 180 for 5 against the Leeward Islands at Annesville with Justin Beckford 52, Aki Mogis 80, and Story Edwards 51 not out. Tariq Edwards.
Okay, so those are the scores from the other games playing simultaneously. See what comes in again on the leg this time. Heading down leg side, a very ambitious appeal there.
New Zealand were 27 without loss after a couple overs. Remember they started late.
Okay, so that's
the West Indies in Jamaica. Yes, at the real first full over after tea. Just a 4 struck there by
Ramsamy.
Is Ramsamy? Yeah, Ramsamy is the one who got his 4. He's off the mark with 4. 14 is Joda, and we'll see what happens here. But they have made the decision; they will live with it. But you know, I believe on this pitch, with the way things have been going, the slow bowlers have been really pinning the Guyanese batsman down. Ramlal and somebody like a Rambaran from the other end, or Davis, Moso Davis, will be testing the patience of the lower order, especially with that line he was bowling. He's really bowling well.
Yes, so it's going to be Ramlal again, the slow left-arm bowler. Seems to have in his armory a googly as well. So it's going to be tricky for these lower order batsmen. It's a good flighted delivery, and Judah was been there for a while. Would have seen quite a bit of what is happening on the pitch here and know what he can and what he can't do. So it's Ramlal once again. Short delivery, and he's coming back and pulling it straight to the man at mid-wicket. Would have been perhaps disappointed there. That was a very short delivery. On another day, should have been pulling that through mid-wicket for 4. So it's Ramlal once again from the southern end. He comes in now, bowls. Another slow delivery, short again, and he's hitting it. Oh, it's a slight misfield there by the man at mid-on. That's something we have seen a lot today. Trinidad has been very good in the field. So it would have been very disappointed there to have conceded a single there. Perhaps it could work out to be a blessing in disguise, because we now have Ramsamy facing Ramlal for the first time.
Osnet, I'll say something to you at the end of the over.
Okay, noted. As Ramlal comes in, bowls, flighted delivery, he's forward, pushes it out to point, and there's no run. There's a good. So Ramlal is very slow in the air. He's a cunning kind of customer. Sorry. Comes in once again. Bowls a flighted delivery once again. And he's pushing it out to cover. There's no run. So Ramsamy was looking to play himself really, get used to the conditions as Ramlal comes in again. Not a flighted delivery. He's pushing it straight to the man at mid-wicket, no run. So it's the end of the over there, and it's 116 for the loss of 6.
Yes, 116 for 6. The Trinidadians have gotten a very, very quick wicket after tea, and they continue to look to exert pressure, maybe to keep the Guyanese score as low down as possible, maybe under 150, thereabout. I suspect that's probably what the target is, keep them under 150, but the Guyanese themselves should try to get past that total. But you spoke about blessing in disguise. I do not believe no blessing is come by disguise.
Okay.
A blessing is a blessing from the Lord. It's no disguise.
Very much so. It's just an old saying, I guess.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't believe in it. I believe a blessing is a blessing. It's not a disguise.
Fair enough there, Mr.
That's
Hines.
my opinion, eh?
No problem. As we get to see Sewell from the northern end this time again, comes in, bowls to Joda. A nice shot there off the back foot. I think with Jonah, he has played a lot of good shots, but he has been finding the fielders as well, which can be very frustrating for him.
That's quite true. But he continues. The important thing is that he's there to try and see how many more runs he can add to his team's total.
Yes. So he'll be looking now to shepherd the tail, as they would say, and bat as long as possible. As Sewell comes in, bows to him. Once again, he's forcing this one off the back foot, and the man at point is there again, straight to the man at point. He has no run. So it's 116 for the loss of 6. Guyana, after being insulted by Trinidad and Tobago this morning, in what was pretty overcast conditions, some overnight showers. But the day has gone pretty sunny for the most part, as Sewell comes in, bowls. He's driving this one, peel off the outside edge, and he should be getting 2. No, very good fielding there. We've seen quite a bit of that where we are thinking to ourselves that there's an easy 2, but the fielding by Trinidad has been such a high standard that they've restricted the batsmen to 1.
And they've been pretty quick across the field, to be very honest, you know, and they have restricted the batsmen. Instead of 2s, they can only take 1.
I also think that the outfield as well, the sogginess of the outfield will have contributed as well to some of these singles not being more than singles. As Sewell comes up again and Ramsamy is there, a very tall guy, and just punching that one out to cover, and there's no run. And the score remains at 117 for the loss of 6. Sewell, the tall right-arm fast bowler from the northern end, comes in again past umpire, bowls. And that's a good delivery. Good Yorker length delivery. Missed everything basically there. And
the only thing he didn't hit is the wicket.
Very much so.
Went right under him, past the off stump by centimeters. As you said, the good old days where we call it a quarter vanish.
Yes. So there's a good delivery there to Ramsamy. Let's see what he follows that up with. As he comes in once more, bowls. A good length, and Ramsamy is forward and just plays this one straight up back to the bowler. Very good over there by Zachary. And the score is 117 for the loss of 6.
Another good over there from Sewell, really keeping the ball right on target, as he did from his first spell, right on target. You miss a hit, unfortunately for him, by the proverbial quarter vanish. He missed the stumps a while ago, the 5th delivery that over. But certainly he's been pretty impressive with this line and length bowling, keeping the batsman thinking and guessing. He keep plugging away at those stumps there, whilst the other bowlers continue to do their due. So it's interesting to see how Ramsamy, he would face Ramlal. Interesting to see what happens. As Joda is going to take it.
Joda is on strike now.
But they should try and open the field a bit and give him a single towards getting the number 8 batsman in.
Very much so, Gunny. A flighty delivery here again. He's driving straight to the man at silly mid-off. Always curious as to why they call that position silly mid-off, but as I got told, I get to realize it's a very silly position to be in.
You are very silly to feel it.
As Ram comes in again, bows over, and that's the googly there. They seem to be getting the googly to tone quite a bit. And we have seen that on a few occasions there. Good flighted delivery, batsman coming forward there.
Unfortunately, that I had to field it a couple of times playing in the regional first-class cricket. And I remember distinctly one of my most memorable catches was a short leg. I'll tell you that after this delivery.
Okay, as Ramlal comes in once again. A flighted delivery this time, a bit wide. So the batsman had enough time to just leave that one to go through to be taken by the wicketkeeper.
After taking a few lashes on the shin.
As Ramlal comes in. Bowls on his back and is punching this one to cover.
Leslie Reefer was batting and he clipped Thomas Kentish off his legs and struck me right on my right collarbone, and went up into it. I said, I'm not taking no lash for nothing.
As Ramlal will come back to that gun, he has this one is a bit short and he goes and he sweeps this one. He should get more than one here. Yes, they definitely will come back for a second. Well played, well run. So you were telling us about that?
Yes, it struck it on my collarbone, went up into the air, and it went away from me. And I had to do quite a bit of a juggling with football, 2-3 times, kick it in the air, and finally caught it. And I said, right, this is good. I was happy. Yes, I got a blow, but at least you are going out.
Very much so. I think sometimes they put the junior cricketers. Like
put the pain away and realize that Reefer had to go. But quite a lot of work was done on the shoulder from the physio.
As Ramlal, a flighted delivery again. Hitting it straight to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So it's the end of the over. It's 119 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, 119 for
Guyana.
6 as the play continues here. But going back to that, when it struck me up, a couple of duckle with the right foot. I played a little bit of football and was able to haul in the catch. And I said to myself, hey, I have taken the blow. You're going out back to the pavilion to sit long as one more has gone for us, which is the win was at the time in Barbados. I've taken a few knocks there, but more often than not, once it bubbles up anyway, I'm going for it.
I think David Boone was a very good fielder there.
Yes. Gus Logie was a brilliant fielder there as well.
I've watched
but
quite
see,
a few
the problem with that was the fast bowls were bowling just short of a good length up in the rib cage, so he was fairly protected.
As we see, Saiwal comes in again, flick to mid-wicket, a good chance for a single, and he gets it. And he gets it. That is Ramsamy. That's a delivery on the leg stump, just walking it out to square leg and call through for a single. So it's now 120. Yes. Saiwa comes in again. Oh, and it's a bit of inside edge there. Back out to square leg and no run. So that straight line that we have seen Zachary bowl for the entire morning actually. A few times he have been offline, but for the most part he has been very straight with his line and his length. As we see him coming again, this time bowls to Joda, and he's punching this one out to cover. Finds the feeder there once again. And there is no run. 120 for the loss of 6 wickets. We're in over number 59. So
what about your thoughts of reintroducing Davis from the 7 end?
Davis.
The off spinner.
Oh, the off spinner. Yes, I think he should not be far away. As we see Saiwal coming again. Bowls. And he is a slow ball that looks to be a change of pace there, and defeated Jonah there outside the off stump.
Tend to call that variation.
Yes, a bit of variation, which is more accustomed to seeing in the shorter version of the game, but it can be just as effective in the longer form as well, as long as it's disguised well.
That was a very good slow delivery. Caught the batsman off guard.
Saiwa again comes in to balls to Jonah, and Jonah this time is just trying to force a delivery there, and once again a a ricochet off the stumps there.
That's been.
And they have managed to get a single, which was quite avoidable in that particular situation. The batsman was actually in their crease. So there was really no need to fire at the stumps on that occasion. So it's another single for Joda. Score moves on to 121 for the loss of 6. He moves his personal tally to 21. Ramsamy, he's on 5. So a slow but a steady partnership coming up here. I think the last wicket fell on 111, if my memory serves me correct. So partnership of 10. And let's see how far they can go. Asaiwa comes up again. Goes to Ramsamy and he's just punching this one down to mid-on. Uncomfortable so far. He looks to be in good order as a low order batsman. And there's no run. So it's 121 for the loss of 6. Guyana after being insulted by Trinidad and Tobago this morning.
Yeah, what is important here as far as Guyana is concerned is that the scoring rate is very, very slow. But the 10 runs scored in this partnership has taken up quite a long time. They started at 3 o'clock.
Yes, as we see Ramal coming again, a faster delivery this time. Batsman actually reading it and just punches it out to cover, and there's no run. So it's a change up there in terms of pushing it through a little bit more. We're used to see him flighting it at a very slow pace, but on that particular occasion, he has actually tried to push it in quite a bit. He's now changing his angle. He's coming left arm around the wicket. He's trying something different. As he moves in once more, bowls to Joda, and he's sweeping this one, right, rather unorthodox. And he should be able to come back for a second. Yes, he will. So that one was just on the line of the leg stump, and Joda went down and just swept it around nicely.
That's Joda?
Yes, Joda. And he managed to accumulate 2 runs there. So the total moves on to 123 for the loss of 6 here at the Park Hill playing field. So it will be Ramlal again. A slip, a leg slip. As he comes in, bowls a short delivery and he punches this one down the ground. Should be able to have enough on it to go to the boundary. No. Actually, just plugged just inside of the boundary, a couple of meters inside of the boundary. And they come back for 2 runs. As we would have mentioned already before, the outfield is a bit slow still, despite the sunshine that we have had throughout the day. The overnight rain would have really caused a lot of areas in the outfield to be quite soggy. So the ball is not traveling as quickly as we are used to at the Parquet playing field. So that was 2 runs there. A bit short there by Ramlal. He needs to get the ball back up above the batsman line. And short again, and he's cutting this one again out to deep cover. Should be able to make it to the boundary. Yes, it does. That was a poor delivery there. Short, wide, asking to be hit. And Joda there was rocking back on the back foot and punching it wonderfully through extra cover and getting himself a boundary. So Ramlal needs to find his line once again.
I think he will be replaced at the end of this over, because to me it seems as if his fingers are getting tired.
Yes, very much so. He is now going back over the wicket. So we have seen him around, we've seen him over this particular over. So it tells you that he's not totally comfortable with what is happening in terms of his release and all these other things. So he's coming now and bowl a slow ball. There's a chance for a run out here. Should have been a single, really and truly. It was a delivery on the line of the leg stump. Joda went to sweep, he missed it, missed the keeper as well. And,
cardinal error.
And went to short finally.
Yeah, but it's a cardinal error. You run on the non-striker's call. He can see, you cannot see. You have to trust him. There's an element of trust there.
Yes, very much so. As Ramlal again, short and going back, trying to cut that one. Would have felt he missed out on that one, Joda. It was short, asking to be hit. and he ultimately missed it. So it's 129 for the loss of 6 wickets here at the Park Hill playing field.
I would not be surprised, honestly, to see a change of bowling at the northern end because Ramlal, in the last delivery day, you can see it bowled it very, very slow indeed. His fingers, I believe, are getting very tired. So I was surprised if he continues, and 129 for 6 Guyana continue to build on their partnership, a partnership of 13. Yes, it's small, but it's important because they are taking up a lot of time in the middle and not allowing Trinidad slow bowlers to, whilst they are dictating, they are not giving their wickets away, so to speak. You have to work for my wickets. Slow track, good early bunks, but it did, James particularly did not really utilize it. Agard really bowled a brilliant spell.
Saiwa again, it's going to be on the line of the leg stump, and Ramsamy, that is, he just came back and just punched it out to the man at mid-wicket. There's no run. So Ramsamy has actually looked good so far. He has actually got into line. He's played with a straight bat.
I would love to see him facing 2 slow bowlers, though.
Yes, very much so. As Saiwa again comes in, bowls to Ramsamy. This one is full. Trying to replicate that delivery he bowled in the last over, where it was a good Yorker length delivery and missed everything. But this time, Ramsamy was up for it and managed to squeeze it out to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So it's 129 for the loss of 6. Guyana losing a wicket in the first over after tea. It was very disappointing for them. As Siwa comes in again, bowls straight, that straightish line that we have seen all day, just plugging away at the batsman. And Ramsamy is up to the challenge on that particular occasion. He managed to play it out to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Saiwa it is again from the northern end as he comes in past the umpire now, bowls to Ramsamy. A slow ball, and he's punching this one down to third man, and he should get 4. Yes. It was an attempted slow ball there by Siwa. We saw him bowl one of those earlier in the previous over, sorry. But this time around it was a full toss, and Ramsamy managed to just get it down to the third man region for a boundary. So the score is now 133 for the loss of 6. As we see Saiwa once again, just missing his run up there, turning back to his mark now. And he's going to be bowling to Ramsamy. So in comes Saiwa, bowls to Ramsamy, and that's a delivery short of a length. Ramsamy is up on his toes and just punches it back to the fielder there at mid-off, and there's no run. So in the last couple of overs, we've seen quite a bit of runs. Not at a great pace, but we've seen quite a few runs being scored. The scoring rate picking up slightly, which is good for the many fans that are here turn out to see this game. As Siwa comes in, bowls. Oh, and that's a Yorker length delivery again. Ramsamy spotting that very early and managed to dig it out. So we had a boundary in that over, and that's the end of the 60th over. It's now 133 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, 133 for 6 as Guyana continue to build through Joda and Ramsamy. 133 the Trinidad. Is that I'm a bit surprised to see Singh continuing. Is it Singh going to continue? Ramlal. I'm a bit surprised, to be very honest with you.
Yeah, I think the last one was very disappointing. We saw quite a bit of short and wide deliveries. I think Joda would have been very disappointed to miss out on some of those deliveries.
Yes.
So let's see how he goes this time around.
Maybe he had just a bit of a lapse.
As Ramlal comes in again, a flighty delivery, which is short and turning away. And Joda just stands tall and punches it out to cover, and there's no run. Score remains on 133 for the loss of 6. As Ramlal comes in once again, bowls. Going back again, forcing it off the back foot there is Joda, but can't penetrate the field as the man at extra cover just comes around and stops it. There's no run. So those two deliveries so far, a bit short, a bit on the short side. Let's see what he has here now as Ramlal again, flighty delivery this time, and Joda is driving. And we're going to have some overthrows. No, very well backed up there by the field at mid-off. So they come through for a single. There pushes Joda onto. Joda is on.
Joda now up to 28.
28, and we have Ramsamy. Just came to the crease a while ago.
He's on 9.
On 9, yes. As Ramlal bowls a delivery just starting on and about the off stump and turning forward away. And Ramsamy is able to just leave that to be taken by the wicketkeeper. As we see Ramlal again in bowls a flighty delivery this time. Once again, Ramsamy not heeding to that bait, and he just allows it to be taken by the wicketkeeper. The umpire once again is asking the player in terms of running off the wicket. We have seen that quite a bit, I think, with Singh, if my memory serves me correct earlier, and now with Ramlal as he comes in again. Flighty delivery is quite full, and just punches it back to the ball, and there's no run. So it's the end of the over. It's 134 for the loss of 6 guys.
Yes, the partnership growing steadily, a 23-run partnership, and really frustrating the Trinidad and slow bowlers. But sometimes, you know, we are sitting here and we have to be looking forward, because you're looking for leaders, people who are thinking the game. It's quite clear to us here that Ramlal is definitely tight. He bowled a lot of short deliveries and he got away with it. And CWI on the other end up there, certainly I would have gone for 2 different bowlers, because clearly you can see that Ramlal's fingers are a bit tired, I would say. I don't think he is tired, I think it's his fingers. And the bowler at the other end, CWI, he should be replaced by another spinner, and Davis, and allow the batsmen, especially Ramsamy, to look up, as you say, the eye line, you know, to see do something different. We're looking for leaders. People are thinking about the game. It's not being critical of none of them, you know. Just how things ought to be panning out, to be honest with you.
I think we are seeing a change of bowling here now. We have Singh, the right arm leg spinner, coming back. So CWI would have been extracted from the attack there. But I think the guy we're really looking forward to seeing back would have been Agard.
Yes, Agard.
We haven't seen him since his first spell this
morning. I haven't
morning.
seen him at all. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9.
That's very surprising.
Brilliant bowling.
Unless he's carrying an injury gun. I'm very surprised at that.
We'll have to have that. We'll have to get that clarified if he's carrying an injury.
As Singh comes from the opposite end this time, flighty delivery, and Joda is just.
But I rather doubt an injury now. I rather doubt. Sometimes when you have 6 bowlers, you know, 7 bowlers, somebody else get on the bowl, you know. It is normal.
You know, as we have Singh again, he's coming from the northern end this time, as he comes up, southern end, sorry, and he's bowling to Joda. That one is just left alone outside the off stump. So he has a slip and a gully, a guy at point, and he covers a silly mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and a guy at mid-wicket. As he comes now and he's bowling his leg break, and he's punching this one off the back foot. Good pick up there by the fielder in the covers, and a comfortable single in the end. For a while there, the fielder looked to have been in the game, but Joda was able to complete the single. He moves on to 29. The score is 135 for the loss of 6. So we have Singh once again. He'll be bowling to Ramsamy this time as he comes up bowls. Ramsamy is a long way forward. Appeal there, rather optimistic appeal by the Trinidadians on that occasion. And umpire Morgan just nods his head.
Morgan or Joseph? I think it's Joseph, but not Joseph.
Yes, Joseph. Sorry. Antigua, right?
Yes, it is.
As Singh comes in again, bowls. A good delivery there. Ramsamy is forward and just punches it out to the man at cover. And there's no run. It's a good flighty delivery there by Singh. That's what we have seen from him all day. The ability to just flight deliveries and put them on a good length, testing the batsman's patience as he comes in once again. and bowls. And this one is turned away. And Joda trying to get a single there, very close. It was a kind of suicidal single, I must say there, because it went straight to the man at square leg. And Ramsamy was adamant that there was no single there, but Joda, on the other hand, almost reached halfway down the pitch.
I think a direct hit, he would have certainly been out.
Yeah.
Because he was tearing brass down the track, and the fielder really had a good throw, just missed the stump by inches, and he survives.
So that's the end of the over there. 63 overs gone, 135 for the loss of 6. Another economical over there by Singh, although not very threatening, but economical. And we are going to have Ramlal continuing, surprisingly, as we have alluded to. He has not looked very threatening since lunch, but I guess the captain has a lot of faith in him, and he continues from the northern end.
I was just looking at the playing conditions here, and I'll read it out at the end of the show, because once the fast bowls at bowl 6, his rest period is 60 minutes.
Okay,
so he must be carrying an injury, as you alluded to. 60 minutes, so by the time he had finished, he can come back right after lunch, or even right now after tea.
After tea, yes. So it's going to be Ramlal again. Oh, and that's another wicket. We were just saying a while ago that he has not looked threatening since tea. But this delivery was flighted, and I think it got above the eye line of, is it Joda? Joda in that situation. And he missed it completely and was bowled. So another wicket down for Guyana. And this is now their 7th wicket down. Joda there would be very disappointed with that dismissal. It was a full delivery basically, and he just missed it completely.
Well, we can say what we like here. The captain persists with Ramlal, and he's very fortunate to have taken that wicket, a full toss, and he missed it, and he's bowled. Sometimes these things do happen. But clearly, as I was saying, I would not have bowled him for this length of period. And you will support what I'm saying based on what we are seeing. You know, and the person I believe will create even more problem for tail enders now would be Davis with that line that he's bowling, because apparently something is wrong with Agard, because from what I read here in the conditions, once the fast bowlers bowl 6 overs, he has a 60 minutes rest period.
So the next batsman in is Isaac Thorne. Isaac Thorne. And he's a right-handed batsman. He'll be facing up to Ramlal. Ramlal was actually
2 wickets.
He has managed to.
I think he's fortunate to have gotten this one, to be very honest with you.
Yes.
But a wicket is a wicket.
A wicket is a wicket, as they would say. So 7 wickets down, 135 is on the board. As we see Ramlal again to continue with his slow left arm. And he comes in this time, bowling to Thorne, and this one is hit high. Is it going to get to the boundary? No, it's not. Just plugged in the outfield. And rather poor running, I would say there, because it was a shot over the long off region, and they only managed to get a single.
That's very poor running, because certainly from the moment he hit it and he realized that the fielder is not going to get it, should have been looking for 2.
Yes.
And this level have to lift the game. That's 2 easy runs.
Very much so. It looks like Thorne will not be hanging around.
Well, it would be nice to see Davis in, let him hang around, not hang around Davis.
That was his first delivery actually. As we see Ramlal once again comes in, bowls, and Ramsamy is punching this one off the back foot. Won't get to the boundary, but it should come back for 2. Yes, and they do so comfortably. As the score moves on to 138 for the loss of 7. Not a short delivery there again, which is what we basically become used to from Ramlal. And Ramsamy just going back and punching it to point and picking up 2 easy runs. So Ramlal once again on the back of a wicket early in the over. He's in again, bowls. And this one is played to the man at leg slip on the ground. Comfortably. So Ramsamy now, he has played well so far within himself. And hopefully he will just want to build another partnership here with Thorn. As with Ramlal again, short. He's punching this one again, but straight to the man at point, and there's no run. Score remains at 138. 38, yes, 138 for the loss of 7. As we see Ramlal once again comes in with his slow left arm, flighty delivery this time, and Ramsamy just playing that one back up the pitch. And there ends the over. Over that produced a wicket there for Trinidad and Tobago and for Ramlal. And it's 138 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, you know, the skipper has allowed him to continue. Skipper will be justified that he's gotten a wicket, but in all honesty, if you really and truly see things the way we are seeing it and others, he should have been off and allow some other bowlers to come in who keep it tight and still try to get effective breakthrough. But he's gotten the wickets, and who knows, we can look forward to him continuing, or he may just surprise us by removing him from the attack. We never know based on what we're seeing. But be that as it may, 138 for 7. Kind of a little recovery there for Guyana. And if the next 3 wickets can put on, let's say 19 each, that's 57, they can easily go up to 180.
Yes, I think this is going to be interesting. Based on the 4 shot that we saw from Mr. Thorn,
yes,
he's now facing up to Singh. Let's see how he goes. It's a flighty delivery, and this time he's just stroking it out to cover. He doesn't look all that comfortable in that defensive mode there, Gunny.
Both feet together. He never stretched out both feet together, and he stopped it. And it's an interesting time here now with this this new one here, Thorn.
Yes, Thorn.
I believe you have assessed it properly. I think he's going for the big hit.
Yes. Strange enough, the captain would have brought in mid-on and mid-off there after that forced delivery. Perhaps trying to entice him to go over the top. Let's see. As Singh comes up, bows a flighty delivery, and he's driving straight to the man at mid-on. Yes. Well backed up there once again in the field.
All indications that he's going to throw everything at any ball as delivered. That is basically what I think I'm seeing. Same thing you're alluding to.
Yes, so it doesn't appear that his defensive game he's confident with his defensive game. So I think he will be on the front foot trying to score as much runs as possible here. As Singh, what does he have in store? Short delivery, and he's coming back and punching it off the back foot. Should be able to get 2. Yes, they're coming back for 2 easily in the end. Good shot there by Thorn. It was a short delivery. He just went back and punched it through mid-wicket and managed to accumulate 2 runs there. And the score moves on to 140 for the loss of 7. So Singh, it will not be a challenge here for Singh, because most of the batsmen so far hasn't really been attacking him. But now that we've seen Thorn with his attacking instincts, let's see how he goes. As Singh comes in again and goes this one, and he's turning it down to fine leg for a single. So perhaps I think the Guyana would be happy to see him off strike, at least for the moment.
I'll be happy to see him batting, because he gives you an opportunity to try and effect another breakthrough, because he definitely is going to play the aggressive shot.
Okay. Very much so. As Ramsamy comes on to strike now, was being more assured as Singh flighted delivery, and he's just pushing it out to cover for a single. Good delivery there by Singh. He's managed to flight the deliveries very well throughout the day. Extract a bit of tone as well. Perhaps as he comes in once again, Ramsamy, bowl this one a bit short. Ramsamy is trying to punch it, but he picks out the man at point, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. It's 141 for the loss of 7.
Yes, 141 for 7. A slight on this very slow scoring day here in the Cricket West Indies under-19 cricket tournament, whereby Trinidad and Tobago, having won the toss and inserted Guyana, a very slow progress. At lunch they were 33 for 1, at tea they're 111 for 5, and at the moment they're 141 for the loss of 7. Slow going, but cricket is being played, and we'll see exactly what happened between now and the close of play. Guyana trying to get up to a bigger total as possible, maybe approach looking like a 175, 180 thereabout, and Trinidad will try to have something to do about it. But be that as it may, as I said, the skipper will continue with Singh.
Ramlal actually.
He's
Ramlal
out.
Forced it. No, it's not. I think the umpire would have said not out.
He said not out. Oh,
Yes.
I saw him shaking his head.
So a stumping opportunity there. But
I do not believe in shaking head. You either raise a finger or say not out. He certainly shook his head.
Okay, so coming from a very experienced umpire, Mr. Hines, for a number of years. I remember my secondary school days. Everybody, trembling at the sight of Gunny Hines.
If trembling at my sight of me.
As Ramlal again, flighty delivery and is it a straight?
Cotton ball.
Cotton ball. I think Thorn was caught in two minds there basically because it was a flighty delivery. And based on what we have seen so far from him, he was looking to hit the ball out of the ground. But this time, he was a bit conservative with his shot selection there and ended up scooping back a catch, to Ramlal. An easy catch in the end.
You are so right. He's caught in two minds because he's looking to play the aggressive shot, looking to defend, but he just decided somewhere in between the attack and the defense. He just pushed it easily back to the ball and he's on his way back to the pavilion. You're either going to go for the attacking shot or defend totally. And he's lost his wicket, but certainly 142 for 8. The 180 seems not on now that he's gone. As let's see how Trinidad will try to wrap up the Guyanese innings, or if Joda would try to see if he can score as much runs as possible.
Actually, Joda has been dismissed. It's Ramsamy.
Ramsamy. He is on 11. So it's interesting to see his approach. Now that he's really down to 10 jack. It's 10 and jack, 9, 10 jack, but you can say 10.
The new batsman is Vincent.
Bruce Vincent.
Bruce Vincent, yes, all right.
Not St. Vincent, Bruce
Vincent, yes. So Ramlal, he's actually having a ball.
And we keep hoping he should have been removed from the attack, but he's taking 2 wickets. He's gifted with 2 wickets as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't say gifted wickets, they're saying 3.
Yes. So Ramlal bowls a faster delivery in that case, and the batsman spotted it, Vincent, and just plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
The captain will tell you, I told you so.
So another successful over so far for Ramlal. What can he finish with as he comes in? Short delivery there, a bit of bounce going away from the right-handed batsman, and he leaves it alone, and there's no run.
So Ramlal has 3?
Yes, I believe he has 3 now.
Probably looking for a fifer.
He could still have it. You have 2 wickets still up for grabs as he comes in again. A short delivery outside the off stump. Vincent there just watching it go by. I think perhaps he would have been tempted to cut at that delivery. It was very short. But I guess he's just trying to play himself here as Ramlal again, flighty delivery this time. Vincent on his front foot and just pushes it back to the bowler. So the end of another successful over there for Ramlal. It's 141 for the loss of 8.
141 for 8 as the new batsman Bruce Vincent defended 2 deliveries, giving the impression that probably he's gone out to stay because he didn't show any idea as if he wanted to hit the bowler some way for a boundary or maximum. He just defended it calm and cool. 141 for 8. Maybe he was given instructions to support Ramsamy to see exactly what happens. 141 for 8. As I said, Trinidad will be looking to wrap it up. And the Guyanese batsman, number 9-10, Jack, will be trying to stay there and see how long they can frustrate them.
A Singh again, a flighty delivery to Ramsamy. He's forward and just pushes it out to point, and there's no run. How do you think Ramsamy should play it from here, Gunny?
Try and get as much runs as possible. Do not give your wicket away. Try and, once the loose delivery comes, try and get at least 2 and farm the ball in.
Okay. As Singh again comes up again, bowls to Ramsamy. Flighty deliveries once again coming forward and just plays it out to the man at gully.
Provided the opportunity presents itself, because once the bowler can keep a good line, a good tight line, it's going to be difficult to score, but at least try and get a run off the 5th or 6th ball, depending on how well the bowler is bowling.
As Singh, we see Singh once again comes up. He's bowling a flighty delivery and Ramsamy is forward once again. It is actually a skill to bat with the tail. We have seen so many persons in the past, whether at the international level, being able to farm the strike, as you would say. Michael Bevan, Adam Gilchrist, these guys batting in the lower order. You have to know how to manipulate the strike. As Singh comes in, another leg break, and Ramsamy is long forward.
You have to have a certain level of intelligence in order to manipulate the strike once you're batting number 9, 10, and Jack.
Singh once again comes up. Balls to Ramsamy. It's cutting, but straight to the man at point. Can't find the gap. So that's 5 deliveries there on the mark there by Singh. Has been very impressive. He has not had the amount of wickets that perhaps Ramlal has, but he has been very steady throughout the day.
Yes, very steady.
As he comes in once again and bowls to Ramsamy and beating him there with that one. He's a long way forward though, and rather stifled appeal in the end. And that's the end of the over. It's 141 for the loss of 8.
Yes, a good maiden over there from the bowler, and this total remain 141 for it. But you spoke about the manipulation of strike when you're batting with the 9-10 jack, so to speak. Bevan was the Australian was very adept at that. Micah Bevan, yes, Micah Bevan. But it's not Micah Bevan, this is Trinidad and Tobago youngsters, Guyanese youngsters. Let's see exactly what will happen, but the Ramla will continue his long spell.
As he comes in once again, bowls to Vincent, and he's just pushing it to where perhaps a silly mid-on would have been, and I'm surprised they don't have a silly mid-on in there for Vincent, considering he's new to this crease, he's number 10 batsman. I think we could find a feeder to put in at silly mid-off as well.
Well, apparently the captain heeded their call. No, he has moved the leg slip now down to short extra cover, and he's moved the short extra cover, one of two short extra cover, and put them over to silly mid on rather than silly mid off, because it's a leg spin, leg break googly bowler, so the ball likely to hit bat pad into the silly mid off, as you alluding to.
As Ramlal comes in again. I'm thinking at this point in the game, you should be able to have both the silly mid on and silly mid off in play.
Yes, at this point in the game, and force the number 10 batsman to go for the attacking shot.
Yes, so we perhaps could take out one of the guys from mid wicket or square leg and bring them in at silly mid. Let's see how Ramlal goes. Another delivery there, just on and about the off stump, moving away. Vincent manages to leave that one to be taken by the wicket keeper. There's no run, so it's Ramlal once again. Comes up, a flighty delivery this time, given a lot of air, but Vincent seemed to be very prepared not to get carried away as his predecessor in terms of Thorn, and try to hit anything out of the park today. As we see Ramlal once again comes up. Another flighty delivery, and he's pushing this one up to mid-off, and there's no run.
You see, the silly mid-off adds pressure to the tail end, and once he sees that individual there, he will try not to defend as well as he should have, because he always figuring on pop it up in his hands.
As Ramlal again comes in and bowls, Vincent is right behind it, and just plays it out to the man at short extra cover, and there is no run. So it's the end of another over by Ramlal there. No success in that one. And the score remains at 141 for the loss of 8.
Yeah, what we are seeing here, based on our experience, the captain is doing the complete opposite, which we respect, and make that very, very clear to our viewers. We respect his decision making, but sometimes, you know, you need to have. Sometimes you need to see things as you see it. A little bit of common sense. Yes, they're under 19, but the amount of cricket that's being played on what they're looking at television, CPL, West Indies, wherever they're playing, right after 1, 2, 3, 4, series after series after series. I believe you should be able to learn something by looking at international cricket. And if you're not doing that by watching cricket, heaven help us.
As we have Singh again, the start of a new over. He's flighting and pushing this one a bit uppishly. There, Ramsamy out to cover.
Yeah, I think this is a crucial over. Eh? If he bowl a good over here, it's gonna be crucial, because these fellas at this low order, they're not gonna stay there and just push.
The last one was a Menu to Ramsamy, and he's bowling again to him as he come back again and just pushing this one out to point. Bit of turn there, a slow turn, I would say. So
very slow.
He had the opportunity to come back and just guide that one to the man at point.
The sun has baked the pitch for the whole day.
Good. So Trinidad just trying to formulate a final push to dismiss the Guyanese team here, as Singh, once again, flighting delivery. He's pushing it out to mid-off there, Ramsamy, and there's no run. He has looked very assured.
I think if he slows it up, it'll create a little more problem.
Perhaps, okay, after this delivery, as Singh comes up, bowls, flighty delivery again, and Ramsamy is there forward. I think perhaps they might want Singh to be bowling to the number 10 batsman.
Yes.
So in all essence, he should push
Spread
back
the
the field
field,
a
so
bit,
give them a single.
give Ramsamy a single if he's willing to take it, and then have a go at Vincent. As we see Singh comes up once again to bowl. Ramsamy is back and just pushing that one out to point. There's no run again. So 5 dot delivery so far. We are now into the 69th over. Having started late. So this last session would actually be extended quite a bit, as we see Singh flight the delivery again, and Ramsamy is cutting this time. Not the type of timing he was looking for, but he manages to get it out to deep cover, and there's a single there. So he would keep strike.
He has farmed the ball in. He has farmed the ball in. He's up to 12. And Vincent is away from the strike now. So Ramlal, once he continues, or the bowler from distance, will have to bowl to him rather than the number 10. So it's all the questions you said earlier. Give him this single very early, and then have 5 or 4 deliveries at the number 10. Rather than that, everybody remains in their position, and then he gets a single at the end of the over and farm the ball in. But strange things that happen here since we've been here since morning. Strange things happen. We see some decisions that we thought could have gone the other way, and it has worked out for the Trinidad and Tobago team. So let's just allow the skipper to do his own thing. The important thing is that he is making decisions. That's important.
True. As we see Ramlal again to start, as we're looking a bit at the weather as well coming up there, but we'll talk more about that as the over progresses.
No, don't worry that, man. I will give you a prognosis in a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hines. As Ramlal bowls short and wide and is cutting this one. Does it have enough to get to the boundary? It looks like a very good stop there by the Trinidad and fielder there, which is in keeping in what we have seen all day in terms of their commitment in the field, supporting their bowlers, which is very important at this point in time. So another short delivery there. Right, another short delivery there by Ramlal, and Ramsamy was able to wrap back on his back foot and punch it to cover. Pick up 2. He moves on to 14. Vincent is not yet off the mark, and the score is 144 for the loss of 8. As Ramlal again, a flighty delivery this time, and he's driving beautifully. Beautiful looking shot there, but it's straight to the man at mid-off. Perhaps Ramsamy could perhaps lift that kind of delivery, lift it a bit over mid-off, but we'll see. As Ramlal again, another delivery outside the off stump, and Ramsamy is just letting that one go by to be taken by the wicket keeper. 144 for the loss of 8. We're in the final session of today's play. As Ramlal bowls a full toss this time, not managing to put that one away. Ramsamy be very disappointed there. That was a full delivery. Perhaps could have punched that down the ground. The mid-off is up, the mid-on is also up, so anything that beats the inner circle there would have been runs. As Ramlal again, short delivery, and this is hit over extra cover, should be 6. Yes, it is. Is it still waiting on the signal? Yes, it's 6. So that was a very good shot there by Ramsamy. It was a short delivery, and we've seen quite a bit of those delivery.
He's gotten away with it since afternoon. Yes, he's gotten away with it, and the first one is really lifted comfortably, confidently over the pavilion here for 6. But certainly he could have gone for much more had the batsman been waiting on these deliveries and wait up, because they've been bowling a lot of these short deliveries. And that ball has gone clearly over the pavilion, ended up somewhere in the back where the bushes are concerned, and they will have to get a new delivery. But once it's going to take a new ball, what is going to happen? The ball is harder. It will favor the bowlers, the fielding team. But be that as it may, the Guyana total is definitely going up. I predicted 180 based on the way they were going. But after losing the 8th wicket, I thought, look, they're really down to 10 jack, and you'll be able to wrap it up. Instead to wrap it up, instead of that, what has happened is that I will blame this Trinidad and Tobago's captain, I'll be very honest with you, for allowing them to reach thus far, because it's clear to all here that this guy is bowling far too long, and he's not bowling like a spell like Agard. He's bowling a lot of long hops and he's getting away with them. So, you know, Guyana is saying thank you, allow him to continue to bowl, and we'll get more runs, and exactly what is happening.
Yes, that was a very poor delivery, I would say. It was surprisingly the umpire
Not
took
the
quite
first,
a while.
not the first poor delivery.
Very much so. I was saying the umpire took quite a while to signal the 6 there, surprisingly. As we see Ramlal again, another flighty delivery, and he's just walking that one onto the man at silly mid on there, and no run. So that was a good over there for Guyana. The score moves on to 150 for the loss of 8.
Which is a pretty good total in light of the situation that is happening here. 150 for 8. Who knows if they can hang around and get up to the same 180, 175, 180 I've been saying.
Partnership of 39?
Yeah,
39?
yeah, because
it was 111.
No, it's 141 when the last wicket fell.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was still the same wicket. Okay.
So
we have Singh now actually bowling to Vincent, which is what perhaps Trinidad will be looking forward to.
Yes. There's more like it.
Against the number 10 batsman. Let's see how it goes. As Singh comes in, bowls, and Singh and Vincent is back and just punches that one back up the pitch. There's no run.
I believe if he flights it, he will then see the approach that Vincent will take, either defend or attack. He needs to flight it across the eye line.
Yes, so Singh again comes up. A flighted delivery this time, torn there, beating the outside edge. A better delivery there, bringing the batsman forward. Right. As you said, he just perhaps need to flight the deliveries a bit more. It's a number 10 batsman. And see what happens. As Singh again moves in to bowl, and this delivery once again beating the outside edge there. Vincent coming forward to delivery just on a good length, turning away, and thankfully for Guyana, these deliveries are beating the outside edge. As we see Singh again, good over so far, comes in, bowls a flighty delivery this time, and is pushing just almost a caught and bowl opportunity there, just pushing it back up the pitch. Singh diving forward, but just falling short of him there, Singh. So a good over, a good testing over so far. How is it going to end? Let's see. As Singh comes in, bowls, it's delivered a bit shorter and going to have some buys here, I believe, as it's down to fine leg. And they should be able to come back for 2. Umpire signal buys, yes. So that delivery just a bit down the leg side, and wicketkeeper not being able to gather that one in. And 2 more runs to the total is 152 for the loss of 8. Singh once more, this last delivery comes up. A flighty delivery this time, and well played there by Vincent. Just leaving that one outside the off stump. Very smart batting here by the number 10 batsman. Not trying to be too extravagant, just doing the simple things well.
Yeah, well, what he's actually doing is supporting. That's Ramsamy.
Yes.
Yeah, he's supporting him and ensuring that they keep the Trinidadians on the field of play for a longer period than they anticipated. Bearing in mind, I'm a number 10. I'm going to stay and support my number 8 batter. So at the moment, it's 150. 152 for the loss of 8. Guyana having been inserted to bat here with a good score of the man who really has held the innings together. That's Caesar. He ended up at 59. 28 from Joda got 28. And we are seeing now Ramsamy on 22. And they're giving tremendous support, ensuring that Guyana apparently looking to bat out the day. Never mind, they have an hour and plus to go. Try and bat out the day and try and get, I was saying, 175, 180. Maybe who knows, if they are very ambitious enough, they should be aiming for 200. But that is it is. The Trinidadian decision-making out is not the very best for playing cricket at the under-19 level, because they're individuals who are playing for their country at the different levels internationally. And at this stage, you know, we need to see that type of leadership towards ensuring that some more pressure is put on the batting team. Because, to be honest, we're not being critical, but you think that Ramlal has bowled far too many overs based on what we are seeing. And the surprise of all, except Agard is injured, he has not come back, and based on the condition, he certainly can come back.
Yes,
Davis himself can also come back. But we're seeing the captain persisting with Ramlal. So,
as we have seen Sewell come back.
Sewell a second spell.
It means that if he can come up for a second spell, Agard as well should be able to come back
yes.
for a second spell.
Yes, certainly. He should have been back for a second spell, but we're not seeing that. But be that as it may, Guyana is saying thank you very much for their misjudgment. Let me put it that way, their misjudgment of their decision making, and they are capitalizing. Regardless of how slow the scoring is, they have occupied the crease, and this is vital. They have occupied the crease from the start, and it's now what? It's 5 minutes after 4, and they're still batting. Never mind, they do not have 240, 250. They are there still, 152 for the last of 8, and still batting to try and get up to whatever they eventually end up with, but far better than it would appear at one stage. At 111 for 6, I really thought the Trinidad and Tobago squad would have sort of looked to wrap it up. I was just saying maybe 130, 140 thereabout. But then once you saw the way things were going, I say 175, 180, and they are seemingly going to prove me right, or even go further. The way they have approached their batting, even at number 10, the way they are batting, and some decision making is very questionable by the skipper of the squad. So we'll see exactly how things pan out after this little water break. As I spoke earlier, Asnet, about down on the eastern side, we're seeing some dark clouds banking up again. We'll have to wait for the next couple of minutes before we give you a proper diagnosis, because certainly they are banking up. It is overcast here. There's no rain, any threat of rain, but that could be a threat of rain. And it's good conditions for cricket. Never mind, the sun is not out.
Yes, Gunny. So we're going to see a restart after that drinks break. And we're going to have,
thank you.
Ramlal once again. But bowl quite a bit of overs today.
What's Ramlal figure?
Once again, his first delivery there is a flighty delivery again. And Ramsamy just coming forward and just pushing it up the wicket. So he's into his 14th over, Ramlal. Once again, another flighty delivery, and just punching this one up too long off Ramsamy. So he's quite confident to give Vincent the strike, and I think rightfully so. Based on what we have seen so far from Vincent, he's prepared to dig it out.
Well, his figures 13-4, 38-4.
Yes.
But he certainly could have gone for a cool 60-70 with some shot that he's got away with.
I think the last column there is perhaps the most important column.
Well, exactly.
The Trinidadians will tell you.
Yeah, of course, it's very important. 4 wickets. It doesn't matter how he gets them. He has gotten them. We'll compare the figures at the end of the innings, whenever it's ended.
As Ramlal bowls to Vincent, a slow delivery, just slow off the pitch. Vincent just going back and just pushing it out to the man at short. Silly mid off. So quite a bit of players around the bat. Silly mid off, silly mid on, a slip. As Ramlal again, short delivery, wide. Vincent just letting it flow outside the off stump. No threat to the batsman there, really and truly. As Ramlal again, looking for that 5-wicket haul as he bowls. His delivery again, just outside the off stump again. Vincent, very, very good. Leaving those deliveries. No need to play at them. Not threatening his stump in any way. As Ramlal again comes up, bowls. Quicker delivery this time. Vincent picking that one from his hand and just punches it up to mid-off. And that's the end of that over. It's just a single coming from it. The score now is 153.
Yeah, 153 for the loss of 8 as Guyana. Still hanging in there, as we tend to say locally. And we'll see how it goes. But as the cloud drifting a little bit more, we are threatened here by a shower on the eastern side coming in. And we'll see if it really comes here. It's, as I said, give me the next couple of minutes. I'll have a look at it. But this one definitely seems as if it would come in. But previously the one key was threatening, and then it said it was probably going towards north wind. Well, let's see in the next couple of minutes what happens here. But there's no wind is blowing, so we're just hoping and praying that there'll be no rain, no disruption to play.
Yes, the weather have been kind to us so far. As we see Singh starting a new over, flighted delivery, and just getting the edge there, but falling short of the man at gully. Perhaps because of the slow nature of the pitch, the gully perhaps needed to be in a bit more. We've seen the pitch slow down significantly throughout the day.
Certainly it slowed down tremendously from this morning.
That was an edge, a genuine edge, but it fell short of the man in the gully there. As Singh comes up again, bowls a flighted delivery this time, punches it back to the bowler. Well fielded there, Singh. He has worked hard all throughout the day. Singh, good leg spinner. Gives the ball a bit of air. Has been able to extract a bit of turn and bounce from the wicket as well. As he comes in again to bowl to Ramsamy. This delivers a short delivery and he's cutting it out to deep cover. Should be able to get to, yes, and they will do so very comfortably. So that's what we've seen from Ramsamy so far. He has been able to keep out the good ones, and whenever the opportunity has presented itself, he has been able to get runs as needed by the Guyanese side. So it's 155 for the loss of 8. He moves on to 22. Very good innings here, lower order innings here by Ramsamy, hoping to shepherd the tail, as they would say. As Singh comes in again. Flighted delivery. That's a bit of turn, a slow turn as we would have said all along. And Ramsamy just rides that one down to the man at gully, and there's no run. Singh again, goes back to his mark. Comes up, bowls to Ramsamy, and he's forward, a long way forward that time, and just pushes it out to the man at Silimidon. I think this partnership is beginning to frustrate the Trinidadians. And they would have hoped that by now they would have been batting at least. So Singh comes in once again to bowl, and he's back again and cutting this one. Well stopped, half stopped there in the covers. And the player there, there's a good cut shot there by Ramsamy. And the fielder at point got a hand to it, prevented a run, we will say. And
the only thing about it is family bowling again.
Yes, so tactfully.
Yes, and the thing about it, they're frustrating the Trinidadian team more and more and more. You know, but be that as it may, is a test for the decision making of the Trinidad and Tobago captain, and certainly from where we are, he really and truly should have changed the bowling long time ago. But be that as it may, he has made the decision. We live with it. We'll see if he will continue with Ramanal. We don't know.
A change of bowling here. We're going to see.
Oh, there's a change of bowling. Is that Davis? Rambaram.
Yes, Rambaran. You seem to master these names.
I broke it up into syllables.
So it will be Rambaran again.
Ran.
The left arm spinner. We had a very good start
this
morning.
You're a good teacher. You are an excellent teacher at the secondary school level.
So Rambaran again. This delivery is kind of pushed through.
You all don't teach syllables in school? Primary school? But there are children who at the secondary level don't know. And that way they getting into problems.
Turning a bit. So he's coming from the opposite end to what operated at this morning. He was coming from the southern end. Now he's from the northern end. Perhaps a change of fortune for him as he looks to close out the innings here for Trinidad and Tobago. Did he push through again? Ramsamy is a long way forward there to take a very brave umpire to give a decision with a player that long way forward. As Rambaran again comes in, bowls, flighted delivery this time, and Ramsamy comes, pushes out to Silly. Shot and punching this one out to cover and gets a single. So that was actually the 4th delivery of the over, I believe. So Vincent will now have to negotiate 2 deliveries. The score is 157 for the loss of 8. As Rambaran again comes in, bows to Vincent, and Vincent just forward defensive stroke there, looking very compact, very comfortable with what he has faced so far, and it continues to frustrate the Trinidadians.
Yes, the frustration continues for the Trinidad and Tobago captain and the Trinidad and Tobago team. Hoping by now, as you rightly alluded to, they are contemplating batting by at this time of the afternoon at 26 4:15, but they're being frustrated by Ramsamy and Bruce Vincent, who has not scored a run up to now, but he's there. That's the important thing. He is there, and frustration continues for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Although the change of bowlers is very, very questionable.
Looks the way, is it Lewis?
Davis,
sorry. Joshua Davis.
I thought
the man you were calling for
all the while.
For a very long time there. Which ball Vincent faced so far? Vincent, what ball he Still on dock, right?
I tell you,
so it will be Davis, start of a new spell. All right. Davis figures. As he starts a new spell, that first delivery just turning down the leg side. He has been one of the bowlers who has actually gotten the ball to turn throughout the day and caused a lot of problems for the left-handers. So now that he has two right-handers in here, in the wicket at this point in time, let's see how he goes as he flights this one, and a bit of inside edge there. Ramsamy playing a very loose shot. You know, so far he has been very conservative in his stroke play, but in that situation his eyes lit up and was looking to go over mid-off, to go over mid-off perhaps. As Davis comes in, bowls a bit quicker through the air there. Vincent just lets that one go outside the off stump, and there's no run. So Joshua Davis from the southern end comes in again, bowls, and Vincent is forward. Good defensive shot. Most of the ball so far has been hitting the middle of his bat. This is now his 23rd delivery, 24th delivery. He's still yet to get off the mark.
He's still there batting?
Yes, he's there, building a partnership with Ramsamy. As Davis comes in, bowls. This one a bit short. The man at silly middle on was already taking evasive action.
But the problem, the ball fell right at his feet from the bat of Vincent.
Yeah, Vincent seemed not to be prepared to play any attacking shots.
No, he's prepared. Dower defense supporting Ramsamy.
As Davis comes in once again, bowls. This delivery.
See what I'm saying?
Just a bit of tone there. Just a little bit away from the man at silly middle on there. But in the end, well negotiated there by Vincent once again. And the pain goes on for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, the pain goes on. But the thing with it is the way he is batting and not playing defense. That is what I spoke about earlier. The captain have to be very proactive because he's not looking to score. He's not looking to do anything funny. So with the off spin and bringing the ball back into him, allowed to seal him on to steady. Because twice in the over, he cocked the ball up there, but the silly mid-on has backed off. If he had two, and keep your eyes on the ball, because they should be looking at what's happening. He's not trying to play an attacking shot. Steady, and one may very well pop right into your hands, but be that as it may.
It's Rambaran again.
Continues.
Next over, start of a new over.
The frustration continues.
Yes, that delivery that was on the leg stump, and Ramsamy just walking it wrong to the man at square leg. As Rambaran comes in once again, bowls. It's a shortish delivery. Ramsamy just goes back and punches it back to the bowler. So it's 158 for the loss of 8. We're in the 76th over. As Rambaran again comes in, bowls a flighty delivery, pushes it down to long on. Should be able to get a single. Yes. And the score moves on to 158. His personal tally goes up to 24. Vincent yet to get off the mark, but he has managed to just stay there and survive and build a partnership with Ramsamy, which is equally frustrating for the Trinidad and Tobago team. So Goni, as you were saying last over, the captain need to be a bit more proactive here, since Vincent is not really playing a shot in anger. Perhaps you need more men around the bat, so perhaps a leg slip, as we could see it. We don't need some of these outfielders that we are seeing here.
And force him to rethink his approach to batting.
Yes, as Rambaran comes in. And once again, Vincent is behind that one. I think Rambaran is bowling a bit too flat as well. He perhaps need to give the ball a little bit more air and see. Because Vincent is very comfortable with that particular length as he comes in again. And he's flicking this one. The 4 shot we have seen in anger really, and they could come back for 2. Yes, they will. Good running. Good running there. Just as we were alluding to the fact that he has not played a shot in anger, we see a wristy flick from Vincent out to deep mid-wicket, and he managed to get off the mark.
The end result is what matters.
Very much so. As we see Rambaran again toiling away. Comes up, bows to Vincent. And that delivery is on a length, and Vincent in his quite peculiar style, right behind that one and keeping it out. So it's another over finished. It's 161 for the loss of 8 here at Park Hill playing field.
Yes, at the Park Hill playing field here, the Guyanese lower order batsmen definitely frustrating the Trinidad and Tobago squad. And they themselves are not really being proactive. They recognize not reading the game as they should. And it has created some problems for them because it's creating problems. But be that as it may, it's nice to see that the Trinidad team is under pressure in terms of mental pressure, I will call it, because you're unable to dismiss number 10 and it was frustrating you more and more and more. And apparently it doesn't appear as if you have an answer, an apparent answer to him.
Yes, as we see Davis and he's punching this one there, Ramsamy, straight out to the cover. A bit short there by Davis. Really able to hit the type of length that we saw in his 4th spell. Hopefully he'll be able to get it right for Trinidad and Tobago take as he comes in once again. Bows, it's a flighty delivery this time. Ramsamy going back a bit.
It's uncertain with that one.
Yes, perhaps should have been forward in that situation. But in the end, well played. And life goes on for Ramsamy and company as Davis comes in once again. Bowls, flighty delivery, and is forward this time. It's a long forward time and plays it out on the leg side. There's no opportunity there to get a run. So the score remains on 161 for the loss of 8. As we see Davis was toiled away all day. Comes in once again to bowl to Ramsamy. A short delivery, is pulling this one over mid-wicket. Should be able to reach the boundary, is it? No, the outfield, that one just plugging in the outfield, and they are able to come back for 2. So it was an attempted quicker delivery, I believe, there by Davis, just trying something different. I think that is out of frustration as well. Trying something different there, and Ramsamy just wrapped back and perhaps not hitting it as well as he would have liked to, but still manages to get 2 runs. So the score is now 163 for the loss of 8. As Davis comes in again, another flighty delivery. Ramsamy is just flicking that out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So it's a very good partnership here. So it's a partnership of 22 runs, 22 valuable runs in the context of the game. Runs have been very hard to come by throughout the day. As Davis, and this time he's pulling over mid-on, should be able to get a boundary this time. Yes, well played. So it was another short delivery, and this time Ramsamy rocking back on his back foot and putting it over mid-on and gets himself a boundary. So it's 167 for the loss of 8. Very good shot there by Ramsamy. Was played well, Gunny.
Yes, it was well played there by Ramsamy. He's up to 30 and second top scorer in the innings, but certainly frustration is definitely evident out there as far as the Trinidad and Tobago team is concerned, because the way they were moving around the field, buoyant and with a lot of energy, energy seemed to have been sapped, especially with this last wicket partnership and the previous one that put on 20-something for a very long time. But the rain is definitely threatening. It's a matter of time to me, as if when it will come in, from the way I'm seeing it, it's a matter of when. And that will even cause even more frustration if the rain stops play.
Yes, I think we've been quite fortunate to still get in 70, 76 overs for the day.
Yes, quite fortunate.
The weather has held it very well as Rambaran again bowling to Vincent. Vincent last over getting off the mark after 25 deliveries, I believe. So Rambaran again comes up again, bowls to Vincent. This delivery wrapping him on the pads, but heading down the leg side. Rather stiff load of peel there by the Trinidadians. Perhaps out of frustration, really and truly. As we see Rambaran again comes up. This one is a bit flatter. And Vincent has been up to the challenge for that type of delivery all afternoon. That flatter trajectory really hasn't really troubled Vincent in terms of his defensive game. As he comes up again, a flighted delivery this time. Perhaps more of that is needed to really entice Vincent to come out of his shell. A shell that he seemed to be very comfortable with at this point in time. As Van Moran, this is a short delivery and he's walking it out to square leg and no run. So despite it being a very tight over, it's not really threatening as such. Vincent looked to be very comfortable with what is happening. It's another flighted delivery again. And Vincent is back and just plays it up the pitch. So it's a main over. And the score remains at 167 for the loss of 8.
The frustration continues as far as Grenada is concerned by the Vincent, who is on 2, probably from about 30 odd balls. Just fully supporting Ramsam, who is on 30, as the score inches closer and closer to, what I was hoping they probably may have reached the 180 mark, but who knows, if they continues like this with the frustration that has certainly set in from the Trinidad and Tobago squad, they very well can reach 200.
Yes, I think from here, Guyana's aim would be anything above 200, so it's just a matter of small steps.
These are huge steps because they are frustrating them.
Very much so. Just breaking down these targets into small 10 run blocks.
Yeah.
They should be able to get up to 200.
And these 10s are very, very crucial.
Right, so it's going to be Davis again from the southern end, sorry. And he'll be bowling to Ramsamy, who has played very well, a very good hand. He's been very conservative at times, but he has put away the bad balls whenever he needed to. All right, and very good technique, a tall player, good reach, and he has played his spinners very well. And traditionally, Guyanese batsmen are very adept at playing spin bowling, so we have seen that here from Ramsamy. As Davis comes up, bowl to him, and he's sweeping this one, not really getting the contact that he was really looking for, and he picks out the field at short square leg. And there's no run. So perhaps getting a bit more confident in his ability and trying to open up a little bit more. As this one is short, and it should be 6. Yes. 6 runs. It's a short delivery there by Davis. And Ramsamy just rocking back on his back foot like he did in the previous over. And depositing this one over the pavilion. A
very good shot indeed there by Ramsamy. A short delivery from Davis. And this is all adding up on the negative side as far as the Trinidad and Tobago squad is concerned. Back and he's really spanged it. So really and truly the frustration is really visible to all and sundry. And the body language on the Trinidad and the field isn't showing the kind of energy that they had early on. As this 9th wicket partnership continues to frustrate them.
Yes, so that was a good hit there, good strong hit. As Davis comes in once more, bowls a flighty delivery again, and he's driving this one up to long off. It's a big boundary out there, but they will just be able to get a single. Score moves on to 174 for the loss of 8. Vincent comes into strike. Was being very assured. I think by now Ramsamy is very confident in his abilities. So he has no problem giving him strike. As Davis bowls. Oh, and it's a jab catch. Should have been taken there. It was a flighty delivery. Vincent came forward. A bit of turn perhaps taking the inside edge, and the man there at silly mid on there just couldn't hold on.
In and out. More frustration.
It's the type of position that you really have to be focused and always ready, always wanting the ball to come to you, basically. And that was a very disappointing effort there for the Trinidadians.
That was the point I was making earlier last night. Once you're in that position, right, and the batsman, you know, Vincent does not appear as if he's going to play no attacking shot, no violent shot. You should be just waiting for the very last moment to move, and the ball fell right into him, and he should have held on to it. He didn't, because he got up again. Because he's not appearing now, giving the impression that he's going to hit the ball somewhere for 4 or 6, as a typical number 10 would do. He's there giving dour defense to his team's total with Ramsamy. And as far as I'm concerned, I'll be honest with you, this is a total team effort from the Guyanese thus far to reach where they are.
Very much so. I think
from 1 to 10 as of now.
I think something the Trinidadian can look forward to is the new ball, which would be due in 1 overtime. Just saw the third umpire taking the new ball out there. So I believe we might be able to see your
Igad?
Igad, yes. I will be very surprised if they don't take it.
Well, I suspect he's injured.
You think they will take the new ball when it's available?
I suspect he's injured.
As
I'll be honest, because he clearly is eligible to bowl again based on the conditions in this tournament. But he hasn't bowled, so the only thing I can surmise is that he's injured.
As Rambaran comes in, new over, and he's bowling to Ramsamy, who's a long way forward and pushes this one up back to the bowler. There's no run, so 174 for the loss of 8. Rambaran has toiled away all day. Comes in again, a flighty delivery, and this one taking the edge and going over. It's a full toss. I think Ramsamy will be very disappointed with that one. It was a full toss, looking to hit it over deep mid-wicket. Took a edge and actually went over the keeper's head, and they managed to go through for a single.
Don't be surprised if they come out, they leave the field, because the rain is definitely going to come.
Yes, so Rambaran again, short on the leg stump, and Vincent just walking that one down to the man at fine leg. No run.
Unable to see beyond what is coming, because generally we tend to see the blue skies. We're not seeing that anymore.
Yes, so the ground staff is on the
ready.
Alert. Yes, this is another short delivery, and Vincent is just back and just pushes it up the pitch. So Rambaran would be looking to get the breakthrough here for his captain.
I think this might be the final over, to be honest with you.
As he comes in again, bowls. Faster delivery there, and Vincent with his eyes open, he's seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit, as they would say.
As I said, I would not be surprised if this was the final over. They are at the ready, the ground staff is at the ready, and I believe they should call the covers now. That is my belief. And finally we have seen them, the covers are going on. This makes a lot of sense to me.
Yes, very much so, because it's
definitely there.
Inevitable that, because we are seeing the area from which the rain normally comes from. It's pretty dark.
It's dark.
And I believe the groundsmen up here would know the conditions very well. And,
well, I'm not from here, but I predicted what I saw, the rain will fall.
Yes.
Because that area that is right in front of us is pretty dark. And there's absolutely nothing you can do about it more than to do what they have done, get off the field and allow the rain to come and see how long the rain will fall. So I'll be able to see how it goes and be able to cover the areas, the pitch and the other areas.
It's 4:30.
That was it.
So the update here from the Parquet playing field is that some rain has actually stopped play. We are seeing quite a bit of drizzle at this point in time. The groundsmen are busy getting the cover.
So we'll definitely go through the full scan for what happened during the day, because it's definitely getting dark and dark on the eastern side there.
Yes. I think it's perhaps safe to say this might be the end of the... No.
I'll go back to school, here, boy, man. Got something.
Yes, so we are now seeing the rain actually picking up quite a bit. And thankfully the covers are on the pitch, and the playing area is actually secured. And I think it's
yes, we have gotten it back now. So Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and inserted Guyana. this morning. There was a delayed start for 45 minutes, and we have had continuous play up until this hour. At it's now 25 before 5. Play has stopped, and to be honest with you, Osnet, it appears as if there's going to be a very heavy shower. We're looking straight beyond this day, but we'll keep our fingers crossed that it doesn't stay for too long. But I'm not so optimistic about that, to be honest with you. Eh? Now, we have the Guyanese scorecard with Ramnati, who was caught and bowled Jason Agard for 16, 34 balls, 34 balls, 2 fours. Daniel, LBW Andrew Rambaram for 8, 38 balls. Alvin Pradeep, he was caught Rambaram of Joshua Davis for 7. Sharma Yearwood, he was caught Orlando James of Vasan Singh for 5. Zachary Joseph, bowled by Ramlal for 29. Rampasad, he was caught Ramdu of Ramlal without scoring. Zemal Ramsamy not out, 41. Isaiah Torn, he was caught and bowled Ramlal for 4. Bruce Vincent, he has faced 39 deliveries, he's on 2. That's the length of time he was taken up here. And the 41 from Zenul Ramsamy, 81 balls, 3 fours. And 2 sixes, 3 fours and 2 sixes. The wickets fell at 23, 37, 73, 88, 111, 111, 136 and 141. So there has been a continuous partnership throughout the innings by the Guyanese batting team. They had 3 extras, 2 byes, 1 leg by, 175 for 8, 175 for 8. And bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, Orlando James 4 overs, no maiden, none for 15. Zachary Siwa 10 overs, no maiden, none for 24. Andrew Rambaram 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 24. Nick Ramlal 14 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 39. Joshua Davis 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 30. Vasan Singh 18 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 32. And Jason Agard, we suspect he's injured because he only bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8, and he really bowled a brilliant spell this morning. We'll have to try and find out if he's injured, yes or no. But certainly it has been a continuous partnership during the entire Guyanese innings. They have really been batting in partnerships, 20s, 30s, and so on and so forth. And they have ended up at 175 for 8. A commendable effort by the Guyanese batting team.
Yes, very much so, Gunny. As you said, partnerships are key in any form of cricket, and we have seen throughout the Guyana's innings they've been able to muster a few partnerships along the way. Caesar, he would have played very well. A lot of the batting seemed to have been focused around him, and it was very unfortunate that he got dismissed on the brink of tea. But what we've seen, the lower order in terms of Ramsamy, he has been prepared to gut it out and bat as long as possible. And he has been able to find an able partner in terms of Vincent. And that 9th wicket partnership of, I believe, 34 really frustrated the Trinidadians in the last hour or so. So the update, as we said, from the Park Hill playing field is that rain has actually stopped play. It's difficult to really... It's really difficult to predict as to whether or not we might be able to get in any more cricket for the rest of the afternoon. It's now 4:30, 4:36. I think the schedule close-up would have been 6 o'clock because of the delayed start. So the area that the rain normally comes from, it's very dark, which is to the east of the side of the ground. So I highly doubt that we'll be able to get in any more cricket this afternoon, but it has been a very intriguing display in this Cricket West Indies Under-19 tournament. The overnight rains would have had a bit of moisture on the wicket, and we saw a very good spell from Agard this morning. A 6-over spell, 1 for 7. He really troubled the batsmen, the opening batsmen. We also saw some very good batting from Caesar, who managed to hold the innings together. He was just there was playing time. At one point, he picked up his scoring rate just a little bit after lunch. But then, thankfully, the Trinidad and Tobago team were able to dismiss him on the brink of tea. However, we have seen Ramsamy. He has played very well. He looks very assured. We're able to keep out the good balls and put away some very loose bowling as well in the end. I think it was fair to say that some of the bowlers perhaps gotten tired as the time went by. We saw quite a bit of short deliveries and full tosses in the end there. And I think at this point in time, I think Guyana would be the happier of both teams. So it's 175 for the loss of 8 after 80 overs. I think the new ball would have been due after this over. At this point in time as well, it would have been interesting to see whether or not Trinidad and Tobago would have taken the new ball. My guess is perhaps they would take it and would have given Agard a late evening burst, trying to wrap up the tail. But the batsmen at the crease definitely don't look like tail-enders to me. They were very assured in their decision making. They played the game how it should be played. In terms of batting, it's a 3-day tournament, so there was really no rush. Throughout the day, the run rate of the Guyanese hasn't been expressive. It hasn't been fast or anything. But at the end of the day, it's all about batting and making it count.
Yes, taking some information from the tablet, the score, whilst you were doing your summarizing. But certainly it has been an intriguing day. I would tilt the balance to the Guyanese team for being able to extricate themselves from some positions to move from, although all things being slow, to move from 111 for 6 right up to 175 for 8, all due to a question of team effort in terms of batting. The rain is falling very, very heavily here at Park Hill, and we rather suspect there may not be any more play for the rest of the afternoon. It's really falling heavily here, and we know the situation in relation to what transpired overnight and this morning. 175 for 8 is a good recovery from the Guyanese team, and I thought that the Guyanese batting, Caesar really impressed me here with his knock off 54, 142 balls. He really held the top order together, and he got support from all around him. That was Dinleal, Mahabi, everybody chipped in with a little score, but it all added up because he was the anchor and he kept it going there. And then we saw 41 coming from Zainal Ramsamy, 41 not out, 81 balls, 3 4s and 2 6s, whilst the Trinidad and Tobago team were frustrated, and he capitalized on their frustration and ensured that he stayed there. That's important. Stayed there and ensured that he was able to pilot the Guyanese team to I would call that respectable total in the given situation. Aided and better by, if you look at Mr. Vincent, Bruce Vincent, he batted for 39 balls and he's done 2 not out. But he's given tremendous support batting at number 10. We can even have a little laugh about it, but he's really put in a tremendous effort. Zachary Joda, he got 28, he got 29. Zachary Joda got 29, 86 deliveries with 1 4, and quite a lot of their runs came from singles, but they really put their head down and put Trinidad and Tobago under pressure. In terms of the Trinidad and Tobago team, I thought the captain really missed a couple of things, could have done things a little differently, and who knows, the Guyanese may have been all out by now, but I thought he really and truly bowled Ramlal far too long. He got away, he ended up at 4 for 39, but the figures doesn't really suggest he did not bowl that well. But at the end of the day, it's 4 for 39, right? Because a lot of short balls were not put away, and he was able to end up at 4 for 39. The pick of the bowlers, something has to be wrong with, what's the bowler name again? Agard. Jason Agard, 1 for 8 from 6 overs opening spell. Brilliant opening spell, very impressive opening spell. Wasn't seen for the rest of the day. So I'll have to find out if he's injured. That's the only excuse only thing I can say. He has to be injured, Basnet. He has to be. And who else bowled fairly well? I think the off spin in his first spell bowled fairly well. Yeah, Joshua D. Davis. He got 1 for 30 from 13. Ramba was very flat. Akil Hussein type of bowling, 1 for 24 from 15. And all in all, that was where the Trinidad bowling is concerned. Their ground feeling was good. They really fielded well. A couple of lapses here or there, but generally in the main, they really fielded well. And apart from one catch that should have been taken earlier up from Ramnath, but it didn't cost them too much. A couple of half chances at short leg, but the fielder got up too quickly. But outside of that, they really fielded well in spite of the slow going and the frustration that stepped into in the afternoon period.
Yes, very much so. That was a very good summation of what took place today, Gunny. As you said, I think the Guyanese would be in the driver's seat. Would be happy of the two teams. Let's just say that because it's still not a big total, a huge total as such as in batting Trinidad out of the game as such. But considering the positions they were at certain periods throughout the game, I think they would be rather happy with this 175 for the loss of 8. And the two batsmen who are in the wicket at this point in time also, they look very confident, they look very assured. So, so long may it last. And I think that they will be hoping for anything above 200.
Yes, the way they are going, I think they will come back tomorrow morning rejuvenated, because it will really surprise me, to be honest, if they come back out here today, because you can see the rain is pouring. The skies to the east of us here, there's a bit of a dark cloud, and below you can see some rain still falling. So it's touch and go, but I rather suspect there may not be any play left for the rest of the day. Based on the time, it's 4:45. Play was scheduled to stop at 5:45. And by the time the covers are removed, once the rain stops, we are not too sure if there's any seepage. So it's really a touch and go situation here, but it do appear to us that looks like closer play for the day. Looks like. It doesn't mean that we won't be here. We'll be here waiting for the final decision from the umpires.
Yes, from our vantage point here, Gunny, I think it's safe to say that the current conditions will not allow further play throughout the day. But you never know. They say weather is the state of the atmosphere over a short period of time. Just bringing in some geography here this afternoon, so the weather can change pretty quickly.
Yes, I agree with you.
As you said, it will take some time also to take the covers off, and maybe we had and if you could recall, we had a few errors just to the right and the left of the pitch area itself that was soaked this morning. So with this rain as well, I think those areas may flare up once again, and it might take a little delay to get the pitch in the
weather is the state of mind, but the thing about it, we have to face reality. There's some dark clouds hanging over. It's dark. Rain is falling, so we just have to wait and see what happens. I would probably say within half an hour we'll definitely be able to make a judgment call. Within half an hour, because
yes, definitely.
Still have 57 minutes to play, but we'll wait and see what happens. So for the time being, we are going to stop the broadcast here for those who are streaming. Guyana sent into bat by Trinidad and Tobago, 175 for 8. Rain has stopped play. So we'll wait on the umpire's decision in relation to if there will be any further play here for the day. So Stanley Hines on behalf of Net Cater going back for the time being, and probably within half an hour we'll resume. Yes, welcome back here at the Park Hill playing field. Stanley Hines here. Very overcast condition. It's very, very dark. And the umpires have called it off for the day. That is the game between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and inserted Guyana. And at the close, we give you a complete and comprehensive survey, a bit comprehensive summary earlier. Guyana ended the day at 175 for 8, 175 for 8, with a top score coming from Caesar. He got yes, a bit of a technical problem here. But getting back, we are from the Park Hill playing field. The umpires have called it off for the day. It's overcast. There's a very heavy shower of rain left a couple of areas underwater. So they have finally called it off. Guyana, 175 for 8 at the close of 80 overs. 80 overs. We would have lost quite a lot of time during the day. 75 minutes, 45 minutes this morning, and another hour this afternoon. So we lost a lot of time. And the not-out batsman, Ramsamy, he is on 38, and Bruce Vincent on 2. 175 for 8. Top score, Caesar, he got 59. Ramnat 16. Ramsamy 41 not out. And Zachary Joda 29. And for Trinidad and Tobago, Ramlal took 4 for 39. A wicket apiece to Agard, Rambaran, Davis, and Singh. So until tomorrow morning, play will resume half an hour early, 9:30 tomorrow morning. This game will recommence. Guyana resuming in is 175 for 8. Stanley Hines going back to you there on the streaming. Thank you very much on behalf of Osnet, Kate, and all others who are here. Close of play, finally call it off for the day. The ground staff are really and truly taking off the covers, took off all the water, and they are now repositioning the covers. Close of play, Guyana 175 for 8 here at Park Hill against Trinidad and Tobago. So for tomorrow morning, 9:30, Stanley Hines signing off.